bomb. Clutch play from Smite, but he's still dying. They manages to recover. Good recovery. Crazy teamwork there from Buff Mistweaver.
Yeah, really well done there by Smite. I think they read that situation kind of perfectly. It was a good setup by YOLO Inc. at the same time. And they were the force out at least the revival from Bank, so he won't have that safety in the stuns anymore. Smite being targeted. Nask at the same time with very few defensive cooldowns. So Buff Mistweaver, they might be able to actually just go after the Rogue here if they really want to. Gelu's been the primary target, but because Nask is playing so aggressively with his cooldowns, he's kind of exposed himself here, Sid.
Gelu's just rotting down to the 100 damage. Eventually, it's going to be overwhelming. They knock him off the pillar with Ring of Peace, but Nask is pulling the trigger. They're setting up on Smite. Cyclone over onto Bank. Fear onto Hidden 3 versus 1. Smite just might get cracked here. Bank trinkets and trades out the Life Cocoon. YOLO Inc. still have opportunities here, but not a lot of time. We're not even 3 minutes in. Mazikeen at 50% mana at this point. We have Incarnation coming up in about 17 seconds. Force of Nature. That's a big window for Gelu. They have the Solar Beam, so setting up here onto Bank Mistweaver is going to be critical, but Gelu's playing defense. Here comes the Deep Breath. It hits the entire team. Smite is setting up in cap roar,
nice
though,
roar.
onto 2, disrupting their push. They kidney shot. Bank paralyzes preemptively to stop the stun on himself. Mazikeen trinkets out of the trap to get aggressive here. They gouge Bank to set up for the stun. They fear him to set it up. He wills out it and ports away, but Gelu jumps in on top of him. Gelu's going all in for the kill at 50% health in game number 1, but Smite once again rescues him out of that stun Solar Beam combo. And I don't think they were anticipating that rescue play from the Devastation Evoker. Every time they try and make this setup, Smite is able to be the MVP for the team. This is the first round of the gauntlet. You will be knocked out of the competition an entire season of play. Gelu is floundering. Full trap, no trinket. Barkskin, will it be enough? Bank is chasing him down. He kicks him on his Cyclone, and Bank is going for the win. Touch of death. Game 1 to Buff Mistweaver.
Nice. I mean, look at Bank. I mean, you can see it on damage done. He did a tremendous amount of damage in this game, and there are, I mean, Mistweaver Monk, they're not that popular right now, but there are some advantages you do have. Playing the Zen Sphere to increase your team's damage, having some additional damage if you're playing the Rushing Wind Kick, which I would say is overall less healing, but at least it gives you that extra damage. And also mana. So in the late game, I feel like Buff Mistweaver Monk, they'll have that longevity. And they do claim game number 1, even without needing that longevity, just overwhelming crowd control and damage that eventually secured the win. And Bank was able to be there for that key touch of death. But it's like you mentioned, YOLO Inc., it seems like their game plan was mostly go after the Mistweaver Monk, but maybe didn't anticipate how often Smite was going to be able to just help Bank with all these various rescues.
And they have also the Roar of Sacrifice, and if you immune those critical strikes during those Incarnation windows, you're basically going to lose a kill window. So they have to be immaculate with their crowd control to remove all of those different stops on their attempts here. But I appreciate the strategy here, the Solar Beam stun combo on a healer. A lot of these healers, they run Gnome to get out of root beams, and with the rescue and with the Hunter Freedom, so this tactic now to try and stun beam, I think it's clever, but Smite was ready for it. So the surprise doesn't work for YOLO Inc. It now means they're playing from behind in a series where countercomping could be important unless they're going to ride or die on this Boomkin. I think they could. I actually think for the series they could ride this out. They're just going to have to play out of their minds, really, with this cross crowd control and make sure that no one can assist Bank in these swaps.
I mean, we do know Gelu. You can play lots of different classes. We've seen him play with Warlock. We've seen him play Mage. So there are options here. I don't know how much I like the Balance Druid overall, because it does feel like they have such a short window to win. Like, against this composition, we didn't even really see Smite use the time stop. He still has that in his back pocket if he really needs it. They just seem to always have an answer, whether that's Bank Portal in the stuns, uses Restoral, uses Trinket. If they don't have that, then they have Roar of Sacrifice. If they don't have that, they have Rescue. They have Time Stop. So for an all-in composition, like the Balance Druid, I feel like they're really fighting uphill here. And if Buff Mistweaver Monk doesn't make mistakes, they don't overlap defensives, I can't help but feel like they'll just always have an answer.
Yeah, they're really kind of just like this big all-in one-shot, but they're sticking to it. So obviously the matchups don't look good for their other compositions, because there's been a lot of time now between the cup stage and here, and YOLO being struggling. Whether it was marksmanship hunters just bowling them over in a minute, or Beastmaster hunters or survival hunters, hunters have been a really tough time for their team, whether they're running the Warlock or they're running the Assassination or the Mage. So trying this Boomkin subtlety, trying to go for some one-shots. Hidden got a tremendous amount of damage. He basically did like the entire enemy team combined in damage on that Beastmastery Hunter, so maybe a little bit more focus on shutting his damage. One way to do this would be the Mass Entangle during the Bestial Wrath windows. and using AoE crowd control on the pets a little bit more frequently during those windows to try and limit their damage output, because that really was putting their team behind. More time in the game for these setups, maybe possibly more opportunities with windows with cooldowns, or maybe deeper.
Sorry, we're just waking up. Cookie, thank for the
maybe it's possible
700 bits.
They can limit the damage,
and 10 gifted subs for Anonymous as well. Wait,
the damage from the Beast Mastery
1,000 bits from Cookie and 10 gifted subs from Anonymous.
Although it seems like
I just got here. I'm half asleep. I'm actually super asleep right now. We're waking up. We'll do predictions on the next series.
Because otherwise, 2 more losses, they are going to be out of the.
We don't play today. We play tomorrow. We are playing. We're not on the gauntlet.
This is just the very first round of the gauntlet.
Bro, I'm awake. Bro, the dragons are working today too.
Number 2, same competition.
They weren't working yesterday for some reason.
Likely for Buff Mystery Monk.
I'm awake.
Going after Gelu, trying to shut him down. Big scatter into a stun on Gelu.
I'm actually. If I want to sweat that game that you were asking about yesterday as well, Cookie.
Yellow Ink trying to get some aggression out.
To know whether it would have been. Was that yesterday?
Disintegrates rolling here onto Gelu.
It was today, right? It was for today, but
not going to be a bulletproof strategy from YOLO Inc. and they're getting pressured heavily.
He had 3. Was he first?
Just climbing to the top of the meters.
Oh shit. Okay, he didn't have a look, so it was right.
Obsidian scales. They're trying
it was correct
through that damage reduction. Doesn't look like they have enough damage just yet to topple him, and now Smite's charging in with a deep breath.
Wait, really?
Into a gouge, but a freezing trap onto Mazikeen. Both healers being crowd control relentlessly from both sides, but Gelu falls behind.
Oh, the corner was right.
See,
it still counts.
Oh, no. Cyclones, but he gets critically low.
It still counts. That should count as a 10-1.
He's now down Will Forsaken, down Medallion.
It was still right. To be fair though, that was a big payout bet.
On top of the boomkin, just tanking Cyclones, almost completely disrespectful to YOLO Inc. If they can't turn this around in a couple of seconds, it's going to be over.
And the Zen Sphere is really underrated. I mean, Bank is able to assist, smite, and hidden with so much extra damage during this game. These classes and specializations already do such an incredible amount of damage. It's really difficult for Mazikeen to heal through this. He's already burning through quite a bit of mana in the match. But 1 minute and 30 seconds. Big setup here on the smite. Here comes the smoke bomb. But is it enough? It's a lot of incoming damage. And Bank will disrespect it. They get the trinket. They get the life cocoon. And Smite will survive.
So what am I looking at? We're looking at Rogue Moonkin.
It's going to be a free ride, but Gelu gets double stunned, and Smite is charging through onto Mazikeen in the back line.
It's a weird matchup that we're seeing here.
Crazy synergy. Not often you see a deep breath freezing trap into a sleepwalk. This crowd control chain on Mazikeen is endless. Gelu is
really good
still
players.
alive. He's in bear form, charging towards his healer, but he's still crowd controlled. He might just die. Bank is there again, but the Void Shift comes through to swap his health over at the last second, and now YOLO Inc. have probably one more opportunity. Oh, but Bank just ports away from it. He's back behind the pillar on the cheap shot. They've lost that window.
Trinket.
Gelu is kicked.
He can ward, yeah. There it is.
Out of control.
No. They're not. They're not cooked.
Gelu on the run. Bank knocks him back in the middle of the map.
GS.
Piece, and they are desperate.
They have Trinket.
Get away with the dash for a moment. Looking for Cyclones. Trying to fake out some interrupts here. But if he gets kicked and can't use his Barkskin, he might just die. He's going to go bear form with Barkskin and look for clones now. He gets one on the Beast Mastery Hunter's cooldowns here with the Beast of Wrath. But they had to blind Smite. Oh no, that is desperation right there. And he doesn't even trinket. He doesn't fall for the bait. And here comes the deep breath, hitting the entire team once again. And Gelu is just pinned.
Hold on, I'm still on a pin.
It's feared. It's a double. Is that their opportunity? They get a kidney shot. The chastise. Can they actually pull it off? He gets rescued. Back into the middle. He ports back behind the pillar. And these rescues are just shutting YOLO Inc. down time and time again.
I don't think Smite has still used Time Stop the entire game, so he still has that available if he needs it. Gelu is low on health once again. They're going all in.
This real quick.
2-0 for Buff Mystery Monk. Can Gelu survive? Mazikeen flailing to keep him alive. No Void Shift available. No Trinket. If they get one more setup, there's a full trap, and Gelu is just going to have to tank it out in bear form. He's trying to kite and get away. It seems like he might be able to survive. Bank's there once again. He closed it out last game with the touch of death. The rushing wind kicks coming in. Beautiful double fear. Maybe Gelu will be able to survive. A time stop there by Smite shuts down the setup, but a big all in here onto Bank. He pops up the Restoral to survive, and now it's going to be Gelu once again in danger.
What are our win cons?
Gets a clone on the Devastation Evoker, but Smite has Deep Breath available. Here comes the instant Fire Breath from Smite. Disintegrate gets kicked, but he's ready to pull.
I'm turning this down to you,
Deep Breath. He's looking for 3. Mazikeen, can he fade it?
I'm too sleepy to talk over this at the moment.
That lands, no trinket available. Gelu with nothing, gets stunned up by Bank. They're
Gelu's
on top
cooked
of him.
now.
So much damage in game number 2.
He died through GS there.
Looks so good. This is looking like it's going to be 3-0.
I'm curious who their fourth is.
I love Buff Mr. Monk's team just because it's like the misfit specs that no one else is playing. You know, nobody's playing Devastation Evoker. Some people are playing Beast Mastery Hunter, but nobody's playing Mr. Monk as well, and they're making it work. Seeing some really interesting setups, like you said, the triple deep breaths into the freezing trap. They can follow that up with a sleepwalk. I mean, this composition has a lot of synergy, right? Like the Mistweaver Monk is assisting the damage of the Beast Mastery Hunter as well as the Devastation Evoker. You have, the Sleepwalk DR with the Trap DR, lots of stuns. Really interesting to see because it's a composition you do not see often. But
Mesmoga would not have won that cookie, just so we're clear.
In this game. It's a very cheeky composition, and it's a composition that enabled them to beat some of the best teams in Europe in the cup stage. They were able to beat Dobob with these unique compositions. And they have other options as well. They don't just have to play this, so they're actually very well-rounded. It's a very interesting team in the competition, whether it's North America or Europe. Nobody is taking their strategies, so I'm very excited to see how they play out the rest of this series, and now YOLO Inc. have to make a major decision. You know, the Subtlety Rogue and the Boomkin, I think that was a surprise pick. That was like, we're going to try and cheese you with a stun beam one-shot and hope that it works, and it didn't. Smite, Hidden were more than ready for it, and they just turned it around time and time again with immense pressure throughout the game, throughout game 1 and game 2, and Bank just is playing with confidence. I think that's the number one thing that's telling me that this isn't going to work for them, is that Bank is literally just standing on top of Gelu most of the game, and he's getting away with it, which means I think they need to change something, but I don't even know how much it's going to really help, right? Like, if they go Assassination, one stun might not be enough frequently enough. It's hard for the Assassination Rogue to move on big maps, even though I feel like that's when Nask was able to really shine, was on the Assassination Rogue. The Warlock can get overwhelmed just as much as the Boomkin, so unfortunately for YOLO Inc., you know, they had a lot of potential, I feel like, in the earlier cups to try and realize, but this team, this matchup, these Hunter teams have just been so hard for them, and it's almost unfortunate that their first game has to be against what's been their kryptonite for the entire season, but they're not completely out. They're going to flip the script. They're going to a large map, so I think YOLO Inc. are going to be changing a lot here for the final game. A little bit, Assassination Rogue, but keeping the Boomkin in, though.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Assassination Rogue. I mean, I think at this point, the Subtlety Rogue isn't working, so trying something else is good, but one of the problems here for the Assassination Rogue is you're going to be dealing with the Devastation Evoker, who is going to be able to use that Cauterizing Flame to remove all of your bleeds, so you're going to have to get cross-crowd control on the Smite. I do kind of wonder who they're going to be going after in this matchup, but yeah, this is their last chance. If YOLO Inc. loses this game, they will be eliminated from the gauntlet, and Buff Mistweaver Monk, if they win this,
I know why the coin failed last night.
Match. You're picking up a lot of momentum.
Donnie T was not involved.
Oh shit! Okay.
Liars at Blues tonight.
Let's see what they're gonna do here.
What does Masculine believe?
Wind kick build. You've got a great amount of opportunities.
Let me have a look some real quick.
About Mistweaver, Van. I feel like you don't get a lot of opportunities to talk about it. You're talking about the Manatee builds coming through.
Before I go, what do you believe?
A lot of options
before the coin goes, because it doesn't influence the coin, right?
Competition. You mentioned it. The Zen Spheres, which kind of like the Zenyatta ability in Overwatch, where you can put this ball on a target and it just starts taking a lot more damage. So there's all these kind of cheeky, unique synergies that Buff Mistweaver are putting together with this composition that nobody else is even bothering to do, and that could be the secret sauce to get through the gauntlet and to get into the top 4 for Europe. But it will be a long journey there. This would be their first step in this single elimination gauntlet 4 series.
So our thing in Fly is okay.
Mistweaver pull this off because
all right, Fly is their heads.
As fast as possible. Every game 5 is going to be just.
We'll do 2 per game.
Their ability to play for the rest of the gauntlet.
So we're doing 2 now. It's a first to 6.
Right here and now, but Nask is going back on that Assassination Rogue, and I do think
Fly. So it's Tails is a. Immediately thought Blues. 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 That's 2 blues right now. 0-2.
Getting into position for a solar beam possibly.
Look at it. It's first to 6 though. It's early game.
Good connection. Smite. Time stops. Forcing some major cooldowns from the Devastation. Swapping back onto Bank here possibly. Cleaving him down. But he's got a lot of tools to deal with those Garrotes. He can pop the T and immune silences. He's going for a Crackle. They're sleeping the Rogue. They're getting on top of Gelu. Bank, once again, just has confidence in the matchup right now. Look at his positioning now at the pillar to avoid any possible clones. Freezing Trap on the healer. Gelu trades cooldowns. He should be able to survive. They actually use Solar Beam on the Dev Evoker. So I think they're going to dedicate to the Dev Evoker here. They get a Kidney Shot. In-cap roar, look for a Cyclone. Gelu can't get it. He gets scattered.
Who we asked last game?
Great follow-up from Mazikeen in this position. Getting some bleeds now on Hidden as they Cyclone the Life Cocoon. Good rotation from YOLO Inc. so far. But that defense looking shaky. Silence on the healer. Will Gelu survive?
Yeah, that really is the question. Gelu has just been on the back foot for so much of the series so far. They really need to try to find that offense. Garrote Silence coming in onto Bank. Where is Nask going to go? Really struggling to connect to his target. Gets the gouge on the bank. Full kidney shot on Smite. This is potentially an opportunity. They get the chastise done on the bank. Can they follow it up with the fear? No, he just rolls away. Unfortunately, easily heals through the damage. They shut it down. They go for a cyclone onto bank. And it looks like Smite should easily be able to survive with the Obsidian Metal as well as his cauterizing flame. It looks like Gelu now down to 50% health. He is on the run. Oh, just having to play so defensive once again. God. This could be the game.
I think the Blues are the favorite. Is that true?
On Mazakin. At the same time, Hidden is getting low on health. They do
Close,
not want to
though.
throw away the game. Nas doing what he can, desperate, trying to find some pressure for his team. But still, Gelu is just in bear form for 90% of this match.
He's got Heart of the Wild. He fakes a kick. Good play from Gelu here in this position. But Bank just rolled away from his clone. Now he's crackling. Smite gets solar beam. They're really focusing solar beams onto Smite here. They get a full cyclone. Nice plays from Gelu. Hidden at half health. They're showing signs of life here. Can they actually pull this off? They get another cyclone on Bank, putting him behind into a cheap shot. Garot's over onto Smite. He has time stop available, but he can't when he's silenced. They get the Trinket Life Cocoon. They swap on Bank with a Garot, but Nas gets sleepwalked away. Big damage incoming on Gelu. It's match point. They face elimination. An entire season of play. Their last chance to
this is your toss-up, for sure.
into Europe's top 4. Can they manage to battle it back and reverse sweep 3 in a row? I will say that they look solid with this composition so far, and Nask has a smoke bomb.
So we changed to Aster, I assume,
they
from
need to
Ella?
make a power play before they get toppled. Gelu, once again, just massive pressure. He ports during the kidney, but he ports...
The amount is really weird for this, too.
Get some cleave damage here. They've got Deathmark coming up. They got Kingsbane, and they still have Blind. A full Blind on Bank with a Kingsbane on Smite could close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous for both sides. So Nask, no evasion, no Cloak of Shadows. He has a vanish. Big stuns coming in, but at the same time, Smite is looking to set up his team. Hidden getting the pressure out, and Nask is going to be in so much trouble. He has 2 vanishes, though, so he can set up his team with silences. Needs to be very careful here.
Here it is, here it is.
Big kidney shot on the Bank. Bank is in danger. They might be able to strike back.
Oh.
They do it. YOLO Inc. They put a point on the board. The Assassination Rogue looked way better than. That was such a great all-in. And, yeah, YOLO Inc. very impressive.
I was not expecting them to go after the Mistweaver there. I thought they were going to blind him and go after a different target, but they had other plans in mind, just absolutely cranking damage right there on their last leg, facing elimination. This is exactly what you love to see on the finals, the grand finals for Europe and North America. And now we've got a series, Ben.
We
definitely do. I mean...
definitely seem better.
For buff Mystery Monk, I do wonder if they make any adjustments against the Assassination Rogue. Honestly, the game was not looking that bad. I kind of felt like, even though buff Mystery Monk lost this one, it felt like they were winning for a majority of the game. YOLO Inc. just had such a nice all-in those final moments. We could see exactly how it went down again. We got a big push here by Bank. This is where you're saying he uses Portal. So he used his Transcendence to get away, which means he doesn't have it available here, where he's got no Trinket, no Transcendence. I mean, he might have been able to use like a preemptive Fortifying Brew. He might have actually just died through it either way. But I want to see those final moments again. I want to see if Hidden and Smite had anything to maybe contribute and help out there. And I want to know what Smite trinketed, because he has a trinket at this moment, but he wasn't available to actually land the rescue on Bank in those final moments. So getting the Transcendence out of the way, really important. That's step number 1. And what happens to Smite's trinket? Because he might actually have trinket. He has trinket and rescue, but he's just out of position. He gets stunned. He trinkets into a fear. That's unlucky. Well, not unlucky. That was just a really good play by Mazakin.
I think just a little bit of mispositioning as well on their part there. So obviously, I think they could have survived that attempt with a little bit of better management. So Bank Mistweaver definitely still in this. They just need to make sure that they're not going to tilt at all as a result of that play. They're locking a big map themselves with smaller pillars, so it's going to be harder for Gelu to be able to get away from the Disintegrate spam, get away from the pets. This is going to be the most difficult map. This is where the limitations of the Assassination Rogue can definitely be exploited as well. The Assassination Rogue is a bit easier to kill as a target, I think, between all 3 rogue specializations. So YOLO Inc., what are they going to do here, having seen this map presented? That was their best game so far in terms of pressure, so I'm not totally surprised to see them just do the same thing here. Nask just looks very comfortable on the Assassination Rogue, and it's really buff Mistweaver as to whether they want to make adaptations. They're not. They're just immediately locking in. Both these teams, I think, realize that, like, you know, the longer you spend lingering on the draft and things like that is more time that's going to accumulate towards fatiguing you for this, because it's a marathon when you start at the bottom of the gauntlet. It's an absolute bloodbath. It's brutal, but very entertaining for all of us who get to watch the teams try and squeeze through every round against each other in these tight matches. And every series is a different kind of composition. It's a different type of matchup, so it's a very exciting gauntlet. You basically need to be prepared for everything that's available in the game as well. And we can see Gelu is playing that Balance Druid. It's interesting that he's actually playing, so a lot of Boomkins don't play the same builds anymore. So he's playing a Fury of Elune build on the bottom right of the talent tree. And I know a lot of Boomkins in North America have actually opted out of that talent. So that's the talent below it, and then Fury of Elune above it. This kind of gives you a little bit of a reset on your Astral Power windows, but the damage it does has been lowered a lot in recent times. So instead of running the Astral Communion, so he's got a very different build, at least the North American Boomkins. Maybe that's a normal build in EU, I don't know, but I'm playing in NA. So, but NA meta Boomkins, I think most Boomkins have opted out of Fury of Elune. So interesting build from Gelu, and running that Disorienting Roar as well is important, as the Rogue is going to be having all of the stuns, so that AoE in cab is just an extra AoE crowd control for the pets. But here we go, it's still match point. YOLO Inc. put a point on the board, but really off the mistakes of Buff Mistweaver. So if Buff Mistweavers play clean here, it could still be over for them. Gates are open and there's no going back.
Yeah, let's see what they do. YOLO Inc., they're going to have to force mistakes from Buff Mistweaver Monk. That's how they were able to win that first game. Tap on Bank. Cheap Shot comes in. Nas getting some pressure out here onto Smite. The Kingsbane is such a powerful cooldown for the Assassination Rogue right now.
Yeah, there's almost so we're looking at, what are we looking at? Oh, wait, I do two more. Hang on, we do two more coins real quick. So currently it's 0-2 tails. 1 second.
Back to Mazikeen. He's silenced at the moment. Sitting through this, the pets are Bistro Wrath right now. He's got a lot of pets on.
Cookie?
Mazikeen fades for a stun, but he gets sleepwalked on his fear. And
it's currently 0-4 blues.
Right there, forcing Mazikeen to break.
It's 4 tails in a row right now.
But he does get a Psychic Scream with a sap on Bank. They've isolated Smite. They're really trying to push him down. Can they manage to do it? Smoke bomb at the last second, but Bank is there and uses the Restoral to immune magic damage and recover his teammate. But YOLO Inc. are showing signs of life. Gelu now retreating back, trying to pull them out in the open, looking for fakes on the interrupts, not finding them. Knocks Smite back to the corner. He's in bear form taking the damage, but that's a lot of pets coming his way at the moment. He's taking so much pressure. It's still match point. His Barkskin coming up in 15 seconds. He's just trying to tank the damage. He's waiting for the stun DRs, but Nas gets sleepwalked on his attempt here. He wants to go for the Vanish. They set up for the Gouge. He can't get there. Gelu's just going to die. It's so much damage. Renewal. He's so low. He
super
gets the
close.
Off, but Mazikeen had to trinket. If he gets crowd
No. We got.
It's so much damage, and Buff
I'm not late by that much.
3-1 in the first round.
No, it's a first to 6.
Amazing performance.
If they can sweep again here, holy fuck, 0-5. It's impossible. There is no comeback from that. Oh my god.
Set up for the traps.
It was 0-6. Blues.
This one much more aggressively.
I've never had a they actually catch Mandingo form. Crazy. That's a sweep, man. I don't know. There's no way. I'm not even. I almost want to know if I flip the coin if I can get heads at this point, right? This is not. Yes, okay, I can. I thought it was broken, man.
He will be there in the time. Gets the sleepwalk to follow it up and closes out the game in around a minute.
I mean, Buff Mistweaver just did their homework. They were more than prepared for these rogue compositions, and almost every team has been running some type of rogue or feral druid. So Buff Mistweaver, if they can manage to navigate their way through this gauntlet because of that, I mean, the next round likely going to be a feral druid with Tony representing that specialization. So I'm very excited to see if Buff Mistweaver can actually do this. I think they are a very strong candidate to actually make it from the primordial ooze of the bottom of the gauntlet all the way back into the top 4 for Europe, and they could be very threatening to some of even the best teams in the region, you know, most notably Echo sitting up there. It's just unfortunate for Gelu here. He gets overwhelmed. They swarm on top of him. They thought that they were the ones in the driver's seat with that setup, but the rescue just totally reversed it, and they lost all momentum, and Mazikeen got caught, and now Hidden Smite and Bank Mistweaver are very happy. They get to close out that series pretty quickly, honestly. You know, some of the games that we've seen in the tournament can go 8 minutes plus, so this series almost condensed down. You know, all the games might have been one game between some of the biggest names here, so that's another good thing for Buff Mistweaver, because they want quick, fast games. They do not want to accumulate fatigue.
Definitely not. They've got a long day ahead of them if they want to make it to the end of the gauntlet with Dobob up there at the top. So very important day for them. But another reason it's a very important day, it's my mother's birthday. So real quick, I told her to tune in. So if we could all say happy birthday, Mom, in the chat, that would mean a lot to me. But absolutely well done to a Buff Mistweaver. Now they're up against Full Smart. Oh.
That's so nice.
That's so nice. Leah.
I love that Super Cheese is always ready with the flute, you know?
Yeah, she was ready.
That was so fast.
Whipped it out, man.
That was great. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's so nice. Thank you so much. I feel
A
bad I
bard
can't
must
spend time with her
always-
today. So,
A
what's
bard
that?
a bard must always have an instrument at hand. Okay.
You need to make your stream
Very
room like a tavern, then. You know, make it all like a.
I have the mug.
That's true. You do. You're
I
almost
need to
there.
get some wood paneling and get some shelves and.
Yeah, make it look like a Ren fair in there. That'd be kind of cool. It's your next step.
What is
All right.
that instrument called? That's like it's like a guitar, but not a guitar.
Oh.
It's
You would know
small,
better than
not
us.
a
You're the
violin.
music guy.
Yeah, but medieval instrumentation, maybe not the.
Uh,
I'm more into jazz. I can't remember what it's called. But it's all.
I know
good. It's all
exactly what
good.
you're talking about.
We're having a party.
sitar?
All right.
Is it a sitar? No, that's not it. That's something
The
else.
banjo.
No, not a banjo.
I know it's not a banjo.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. We know what you're talking about, but someone in chat will let us know. But here's the gauntlet right now. We are in round number 2. YOLO Inc. unfortunately is out. Hopefully we'll see them next season in Midnight as a team. It was such a pleasure to be able to watch them kind of grow throughout the time that we did see them. But Full Smart versus Buff Mistweaver, that's going to be round number 2. That's single elimination once again. So regardless of how well Buff Mistweaver did in that last round, it's not going to matter heading into this one because they're going to be up against Full Smart, Enrique.
Yeah, Full Smart, a really strong team. I'm curious because I feel like Full Smart is one of those rosters right now that is kind of trying to figure out exactly what they want to run. I kind of want to see them play jungle. Tony with Casu is always a treat to watch them play that composition. So I would be excited to see it. But they also, of course, have a balance druid of their own. You could potentially play Corki. We've seen Tony play some Rep Paladin. So lots of different options available. But one thing's for sure, they're going up against a very difficult team. Buff Misery Monk is looking really solid so far.
Certainly are, and make sure you guys are tuning in for that because that is going to be yet another exciting series. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is going to be round number 2 of the European Gauntlet. Who is going to be knocked out? Who is going to continue on for round 3 of the Gauntlet? Find out after this break. It's Full Smart versus Buff Mistweaver coming up next. We'll be right back.
It's both today. It's you first, and then after you, we'll see NA.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in round number 2 of the Gauntlet for Europe. As a reminder, only one team is going to make it out alive and join the other 3 teams in the EU region. Winner of this moving on to face off against Echo. It's Full Smart versus Buff Mistweaver now. Buff Mistweaver coming from that first round into the second, Zale, and now they're up against Full Smart.
Yeah, it should be a really interesting one. Now they're going to be going up against Kenketo and Kasu, as well as Tony, who have a lot of experience. I feel like these guys are mainstays in AWC, so I do think this is going to be a much tougher matchup for them. And I'm pretty excited to see if they can actually keep it up, because it's like they were talking about, Ven was talking about in the last one. It's kind of like the Island of Misfits toys. It's people playing specs that no one else plays, so it's always kind of fun cheering for some of these more underdog teams.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It looks like chat is a little bit more split this time around. We got 62% versus 38%. Ven, do you feel like this reflects how your thoughts are on this series?
Well, for me, I feel like something's brewing here. I'm kind of always going in favor of the Mistweaver Monk, one of my favorite specializations. So I'm going in favor of Buff Mistweaver Monk once again. I do think it's going to be a really close series, but I'm going in favor of Buff Mistweaver.
We're diverging already, Ben. We reunited to get a perfect prediction in the first one, and now one of us is gonna go down because I was going the other way.
All right, what's your prediction then, Isaac?
I was going 3-2 for Full Smart. I mean, I do think it's gonna be pretty tough for Buff Mistweaver. I feel like their comp worked really well against kind of like these more setup based comps, but I do feel like, I don't know. I mean, Full Smart has a lot of experience, and I just feel like compositionally it's gonna be a lot more difficult for Buff Mistweaver in this one.
Yeah, I'm on your side with that one. I'm also 3-2 in favor of Full Smart for this series. But we've got the rest of the casters. We got chat to finish their prediction as well. So what is the coin? Coin is with Full Smart. Let's see what Zico and Supties and D Machine had for their prediction for this series. Remember, it is single elimination as well. So a loser of this one, unfortunately, not going to be going any further, not going to have any other chances. So quite a lot is on the line here in the Gauntlet for EU. All right, we've got Supties and Zico and D Machine. Let's see what they've got for their predictions. 2-3 for Supties, 3-1 Full Smart for Zico.
Oh,
D Machine
3-0.
Wow. Yeah, interesting. We seem really split, Azale, which doesn't always happen.
We need to do Gauntlet rules for predictions as well. If you get a prediction wrong, you're eliminated from the predictions.
Ooh.
You're just out of there.
I kind of like that. I like that. That would eliminate half of us in round number 2, though. I think that's going to be...
Yeah, exactly. You'd get a winner pretty quick.
That's the way it goes.
All right, cutthroat. Love to see it. Looks like we've got the teams ready to go here. They're getting into that arena, getting those groups formed. But best of 5 series coming up. Single elimination, Full Smart versus Buff Mistweaver. This is the second series of the day for Buff Mistweaver. So they're feeling fresh. They're feeling motivated, and they've got some momentum from that last series. Is it enough though to beat Full Smart? We will find out here, game number 1 in the Grand Arena.
That's going to be the question, as Full Smart going to be bringing out the jungle. So no big surprise there. You talked about it. They do have obviously a Moonkid on the bench they can bring out with Corki as well, but they are going to be playing this jungle cleave. Seems like it's probably going to be a pretty tough matchup for Buff Mistweaver, Ben.
Yeah, I'm interested, because this is not a composition we get to see play out very often. So it does mean these teams like Full Smart, for example, they don't really get to practice against it. So I think that's one of the edges that Buff Mistweaver Mike has. Big setup here already onto Smite. Immediate get the Life Cocoon from a Bank, now swapping it over onto Hidden. And I think for Full Smart, they're going to be swapping around a lot in this matchup, probably going after Smite, trying to get some cooldowns out of the way. But you can see already how much pressure is on Tony in this match.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the CC on the Kenketo. It was full trap into his sleep, and Tony had to pop that Bark Sting, get in the bear form, and pull back very quickly as Kenketo just constantly getting CC'd. And Tony now going to have to pop the Survival Instinct. He's in a lot of trouble here early on, as Kenketo wanted to sit through everything, but ended up having to use his Trinket, having to use Rewind, having to use so many cooldowns here early on. And Full Smart absolutely on the
What
back
is going
foot
on
here. Tony almost just gets sent there, down to about 10% HP. Kenketo in a trap once more. The Emerald Communion is going to have to come out. They just went through pretty much the entire spell book in the first minute of the game.
Oh, beautiful Ring of Peace there as well, not allowing Kenketo to connect onto Tony. Double leg sweep coming in, and once again, this setup and this damage is completely unrelenting. Tony just cannot get away, finally behind the pillar in bear form, but his offense this game has not been good. At the same time, though, Casu is just soloing Smite. Look at Smite. Oh, no way. Smite might die while Tony's not even
Oh
there.
my
But
God,
it's
he's
gonna be Tony
just
that falls.
dead.
Super back and forth in those final moments, but Buff Mystery Monk, they owned this game. Like,
Bro, they're actually
King Kito
blasting.
even move? I feel like he didn't play his character a single time this game. That was insane.
Yeah, that's one of the problems as the Preservation Evoker is you have to be in the fight. And you're playing against, you know, stuns and traps and spam sleep blocks. It's really, really difficult of a matchup for King Kito.
Yeah, I mean, it was just brutal. Like they couldn't really keep him out of any CC at all. It just felt like the sleepwalks were always there every single time. It's sleepwalk into a trap, and then he's getting like sleepwalked. He's just constantly was stuck in CC.
Div Hunter
didn't feel like
does
really
it's just
shut
like
down
two
any
really
of the
high
CC
DPS.
chains.
They're like really
To me, like that
Say
was
about
the
sustained
entire
down.
nothing.
game was just all the CC onto King
We
Kito
like
because
tanks.
Tony like got a ton of damage out really early on, but then he had to use Barkskin Survival Instincts in the first like 30 seconds of the game. King Kito tried to kind of like hold his trinket for a while, but then ended up having a trinket in the first kind of barrage of CC anyway. And from there, it felt like they were so far behind. Emerald Communion came out on the second major CC chain, and then it was kind of just that they didn't really have anything else.
I mean, yeah, Tony was just in bear form. This is like the same thing as we're seeing the repeat story of what happened to Gelu. He's just on the run, just dying the entire game. And that's the thing about the Devastation Evoker as well as the Beast Mastery Hunter, especially when the damage is being amped by Mystery Monk, is it's just nonstop. It just never ends. The damage just never ends, ever. You are just dying. The only way you're really going to get any kind of relief is by finding counter pressure in the match. And there was moments here where Smite almost went down, but unfortunately for the side of Tony, Casu, and Kankito, it wasn't enough. Tony wasn't able to get aggressive, and Buff Mystery Monk is able to find that first game win in about a minute and 90 seconds. Or sorry, a minute and 30 seconds. So I'm really curious if they're going to be able to kind of keep this up. Does Kankito keep playing the Preservation Evoker? He's just so susceptible to that crowd control.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one, right? Because when you have a game one of a series go that badly, it can kind of give you that feeling like, oh crap, like we need to change something up. But sometimes, you know, you just didn't play it well, or sometimes things kind of went wrong and you feel like you can make adjustments. And so hopefully the team is all on the same page with that, because I always feel like in a tournament that can be really, really difficult if your team isn't on the same page as far as like, okay, was that a comp issue or was that a gameplay issue? Because in my mind, how I was kind of picturing this series coming into it was that Full Smart could really put a ton of pressure onto Smite, that yeah, traps would land onto Gankito, but that they would be able to stop a lot of the sleepwalk follow-ups. But as soon as Tony is pulling back, like one interrupt is not enough. You know what I mean? Like you need both those people putting pressure on Smite, trying to be able to stop some of the follow-up CC. And if you can't stop that follow-up CC, then I do feel like it's going to be incredibly hard for them.
I am curious to see what Full Smart does here. It is cool, too, to see Hidden play the Survival Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for a while in Europe, there was only one Survival Hunter, you know, and that was Big Mix. It seems like a lot of the hunters in Europe are finally kind of adapting and playing the specialization, because I do think right now, Survival Hunter is probably the most powerful we've ever really seen it in, and that's one of the reasons why someone like Big Mix has found so much success with his team. Now we're seeing some adaptation from these hunters playing the specialization. Provides quite a bit of burst damage, you know, a lot of consistent damage as well. Just overall, really powerful pick. So I'm curious to see what Full Smart decides to do. If they like the jungle, if they can maybe make adaptations, or if they're going to lose faith in, you know, their blind pick opener.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always hard, right? Like when you lose a game that badly. Like I know you know it, I know it. You know, you have these games where sometimes it's really tough because you have to make a decision. You have a limited amount of time, but when the first game goes really, really badly, sometimes, you know, some people on the team will be like, all right, that didn't work. We need to throw our prep out the window and change things up. Other people will feel very strongly, hey, no, you just didn't play it well. You need to do this, you need to do that. And I feel like that is where the mental aspect of AWC really comes in. And they are going to be running it back on the same comp. Took a long time though to lock that in. So to me, that says that they're really talking through, you know, even if you're not going to talk through what you want to change as far as composition, you're really talking through how you actually want to play it as far as the gameplay is concerned, and how you're going to keep Kankito more active in this game. Because if he is just perma CC'd like that, Tony can't play. And if Tony's just running in bear the whole game, you have no pressure. And like you said, then the damage never ends, right? You need to have some sort of offense a lot of times to actually make your opponents respect your damage, make your opponents pull back. And that's often what can actually give you more of a window to kind of stabilize in the game.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's the most frustrating when you're playing against a composition that has this much crowd control is where your healer gets out of crowd control and you're struggling to survive for like those, 5-6 seconds before diminishing returns are just reset. And then you're just back into crowd control once again. So it is all about that counter pressure to me. They need to do one of two things. Either find counter pressure in the match or they need to break up the CC chain. So there's a little bit more room for Kankito to actually recover because, like I said, I don't see them winning this matchup unless they can stop and slow down these crowd control chains just a little bit. Otherwise, it's just never ending. And inevitably, the consistent damage from buff Mystery Monk should just overwhelm Full Smart. So you're going to need to see some big adaptations, really good gameplay here from Full Smart, or buff Mystery Monk. They might just be walking away with their second series.
It could be pretty scary. How are you feeling about Tiger's Peak as far as the map pick here?
It's a nice neutral map. It's a perfect map for a Mystery Monk, I would say. But yeah, we'll see what Full Smart does. There's not a ton of line of sight, especially if they decide to play out on the platforms. The size of the pillars as well can make it difficult for Bank to actually line of sight. Maybe some of the crowd control that Kankito and Kasu and Tony have available. But we'll have to wait and see. Oppressive Roar comes out right away. They're opening up onto Smite, getting super aggressive here. We saw a really early Life Cocoon in the last game. Time Stop comes in. Immediate trap onto Kankito. Can they follow it up? Smite gets interrupted, just throwing in some Disintegrates, trying to get the damage rolling. Where is the crowd control onto Kankito? That's what we're going to be looking for. Damage good so far on Tony. Trades out the Bark Skin, but it is going to be Smite under fire once again.
Yeah, you can see Tony was already trying to get some early Cyclones, but it was a great Ring of Peace, just bouncing him against the wall. Good CC back here onto Smite is Tony again, looking for those clones. Not going to be able to get it, though, as he is silenced up. Kankito, big breath in onto Bank, and they're going to be able to get a trap off of that. Now the counter trap does come through here onto Kankito, and Tony's in trouble here once more. They're going to have to use the Emerald Communion very early on. Sleepwalk there to follow it onto Kankito. So the CC chains are relentless once more, but this time he does still have the trinket. He has the rewind. He has a lot more tools. Tony, though, survival instincts have expired. You can see Time Stop there onto Smite as Bank was in some CC himself, but it does feel again like Tony is kind of falling behind.
This is weird comps.
He's the one on the back foot. They're really struggling to stick into Smite as Bank throws down a really nice Ring of Peace there, creating some space. And Kankito once again into a full trap here, and you have to think the Sleepwalks are going to be coming to follow it up. There's that Sleepwalk. Kankito going to have to trinket that.
He's playing survival to counter.
Tony active, trying to put some pressure here onto Smite as there's the CC over on the Bank, but he's still holding on to
double bleed removal.
The Life Cocoon as well, and they're just not really getting anything on this push from Smite.
No, Tony's just dead. They don't even have crowd control. This next trap is going to be absolutely devastating. If Kankito gets slept, he gets trapped. This game is as
Wagon with 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Wagon, buddy.
Tony gets interrupted.
Thank you very much, man. I love you, buddy.
Goes for a preemptive time stop to immune it. Let's see how long he can keep himself out of the crowd control. Smite is looking for a sleepwalk. Can he find it? Line of sight there. Kankito doing such an incredible job to avoid these crowd controls.
I've already said something, though, man. I've definitely already said something.
Sleepwalk now on the Bank. Kankito having a great game. Great half of this game to keep his team alive and allow them to get some pressure rolling.
Mine is a big issue, though. Oh, hang on. Hold on. That's an insane clone.
CC over on a Bank. There's some CC in on a Bank. Smite now going to try to survive here as best as he possibly can. Now looking for the follow-up CC on a Kankito. Going to land right out of the trap. Leg sweep onto both the DPS here. They're putting pressure onto both Tony and Kasu, who are getting quite low, and Kankito has got a lot of work to do to try to pick up his team. Tony trying to stay offensive, but he's just so low and a ton of trouble. Now he's on the run here in bear form. Here comes Snipe with the big deep breath. Barks in his pop, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Kankito is just struggling to pick them back up, but somehow, some way, he does manage to do it. Now, can they get back on offense here? They need to get the pressure rolling onto Smite, but they're just getting clobbered. Kasu's going to have to pop the turtle. Tony's looking for a clone, but he's going to get interrupted on it, and Kankito is once again just finally coming out of that CC, trying to play catch-up, but he's just constantly behind. Now the in-cap comes out. Tony is low again, and you have to know that the trap is coming in here soon and just not enough.
Bro, they're owning.
Kankito cannot keep his team alive. The CC is just non-stop from Buff Mission.
So Priest couldn't heal it. I mean, I'm not surprised.
I feel like Kankito actually played this incredibly well. Like
he did.
Game,
what was going on?
He was using preemptive time stops. He was using his deep breath to immune incoming crowd control. He was using just everything available to him, and it just inevitably lands. And I feel like you can't win a game where you play this well as Kankito. I feel like this composition or this matchup is just not going to work out because there was moments like this where he has no Emerald Communion, he's got no trinket, and he was able to interrupt and line of sight and immune crowd control after crowd control after crowd control, and inevitably it just lands. The healing just isn't enough, and you know, Tony and Casso are just under fire. But you can see these moments here. Bank comes over, he gets the paralyze out of the sleepwalk spam into the stun. Kankito trinkets, but at that point it's too little too late, just has nothing left, and they're able to completely overwhelm him. So a really difficult matchup here for Kankito. I think he played it well, like I said, but if we can't win
when Druids like Ferals,
I don't know if he's going to be able to win.
Ferals got in West's patch. I think in general, they're still good though. I mean, Waz's team won with them.
That could have been just kind of gameplay issue. Game 2 felt like they actually played quite well. They did live a lot longer, but it still felt like they were never close to actually winning the game, right? Like, it's not as though you're saying, just one more go and we would have had him. I mean, Banks still had Trinket, Cocoon. I don't even know if they got Banks Trinket the entire game. I don't think that they did. So it never really felt like they had much pressure going. And so now it does feel like, all right, well, maybe it's time to actually mix things up because you now are at match point. Your gauntlet life is on the line here, and you did kind of get clobbered back-to-back games. Buff Mistweaver just looking so strong. I really thought Full Smart was going to be able to put a lot more pressure on them, but yeah, Kankito just feels like he is always perma-CC'd.
Yep. Brutal. I mean, you can see it in Tony's damage as well, falling way behind Smite, Casso, and Hidden. Just because in order to play defensive, he has to go into bear form, and when you're in bear form, you're not really doing too much damage in this match, and it just feels like they're on the back foot after the crowd control chains, and then before they can even recover, they're back into crowd control. It's been the story of this match so far. We're going to Tolvaron Arena, so a much larger map. Buff Mistweaver Monk very confidently going to be locking in the same composition. Survival Hunter with the Devastation Evoker and the Mistweaver Monk, and I kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the series, but one of the really good things for Buff Mistweaver Monk is nobody plays this comp, and definitely nobody plays it as well as they do. So it can be super difficult to prepare for a team like this that just plays this unique composition on a completely different level. You know, they can practice into countless jungles on the ladder, but for Full Smart, they may have not practiced against this even at all, so they don't really know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you can find a comp that is pretty niche, but you can really make it work. Do you think Full Smart now is going to change it up? I mean, I'm expecting they won't just run it back in the same way. But obviously, we've seen Tony play Rhett. We've seen Corki come in and play Moonkin. Do you kind of have a preference on what you would want to see them mix up as far as the comps are concerned?
I don't know. It's really hard for me to say. It just seems like Druids in general. We kind of got a sample of what it's like to be Gelu, or what it's like to be a balanced Druid through Gelu. Now we're seeing what it's like to be a Pharaoh Druid into this matchup. Just the
neither
Hunter
are looking fun.
Yeah, no, definitely not. So I don't really know. Maybe we could see the Rep Paladin. Tony could log on Rep Paladin. I don't know if that would actually be better, but at the very least, like when you're playing defensive on Rep Paladin, you can still deal some kind of counter pressure, which is nice. You are, of course, going to lose out on the Cyclones and stuff like that, but it doesn't really seem like Tony is able to. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's able to get really much out of that anyways. So I feel like for Full Smart, mixing up the composition at this point is probably a better strategy, just based off how those first games went.
I will say, though, it is such a bad feeling when you're now at match point and you're swapping to something you're probably a lot less confident on as well. And you're like, well, our main comp doesn't work, so we have to try something. But now you're telling me I have to reverse sweep on this kind of like alternate composition that we obviously, if they thought the Moonkin was going to be better, they would have started with the Moonkin, right? Yeah. So obviously they weren't, expecting to have to go towards this, and now they have to try to fully pull it back. So it is going to be that swap over the Moonkin. Like you said, though, we saw that in the last series, how that looked. I do think it looked a little bit more competitive than the Feral Druid games, especially game number 1. Felt like a total stomp. So we'll see how Corki can actually perform here. But I will say at least it feels like Moonkin can kind of do more while they're running compared to a Feral Druid. So that is something where it's like, okay, you can at least, if we're seeing Kankito just getting perma-CC'd, then Corki can be pulling back behind a pillar. He can be trying to LOS. He can still be doing like some amount of damage as he's on the run compared to what the Feral can do.
There's actually a few advantages in this matchup that are really nice for the side of Buff Mistweaver Monk. Number one, the fact that Bank can play an Undead is massive because both healers are dealing with sleepwalks, but only one of them can be an Undead to basically have a free trinket against that. The other thing that's really nice for Buff Mistweaver Monk in this matchup, and we saw it in the first series of today, is rescue is super effective against the root solar beam. They changed rescue so you can actually just remove roots with it, which makes it extra powerful. As the root solar beam comes in, you just rescue your healer out of it each and every time. To script it exactly like that, and you really don't have to deal with that crowd control. We don't have to see Bank go over to the gnome, which would make him susceptible to things like the sleepwalk, and he kind of gets the best of both worlds in this matchup. Whereas for Kankito, yeah, it's rough. There's not a lot of defense against all the incoming crowd control for him. I think he did a really good job in that game number 2, and I think in order to win the series, Kankito is going to have to play, maybe the best series of his life. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
I mean, they just the biggest issue is that they're not winning on mana as that comp. Praise the Evoker has got to win fast. Praise the Evoker needs a rep held. Honestly, if they had a rep, that'd be insane.
To be putting on him, but we'll see if he can pull it off here. As they may take a little bit of time since they are swapping up the composition and make sure that Corky is all set up and ready to go. But it does feel like the recipe for success has been very clearly laid out for Buff Mistweaver across these 2 series, where they are just kind of training the druids. So I think Corky has got to know what's coming, and we're going to have to see how well he can actually handle that pressure.
See Bank as well, bringing in some interesting tech with the crit. So you'll notice he has a lot more crit than most PvP players do. Mastery is just not very good for Mistweaver Monks right now, and because of that, a lot of Mistweaver Monks, they kind of just went pure haste and versatility. But you actually get a lot of mana. You get a decent amount of throughput. Obviously, having your heals crit is nice, but the nice thing about the crit is you get extra mana T, which is really strong. So you get a little bit more longevity in the match. It allows you to keep on going and actually have maybe a mana edge in a lot of these matchups. So in the late game, you could potentially have that advantage with mana T. You get extra procs based off your critical strike chance, which is really strong. And yeah, it's interesting to see because, like I said, crit is not normally a stat you play in PvP very often, just because it is reduced effectiveness. And it's cool to see Bank kind of bring in that unique build and make it work. Unique class, unique build, unique stats. Well, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the advantages of players who really are like a master of a class, is that, they're not just going to be playing necessarily the cookie cutter setup for every single matchup. Like, they know exactly how to adjust their gear, their talents, every little bit to get those small edges, the couple percent edge in every single matchup, which is so important at this level, right? That really can completely change a matchup if all of a sudden you can't play just for a mana advantage against the Mistweaver anymore because he is playing that little bit of crit, because he is being a bit more efficient and how he's playing it out. It can completely change matchups.
Curious to see what exactly we're going to be seeing done here in this game. I think Mistweaver Monk looking good, and honestly, I feel like this is one of those teams. They're kind of a wild card. A lot of people didn't fully expect them to.
I thought this team was going to lose first round.
Really well known on these classes. It's just so exciting to see Smite on not only.
I'm trying to think. Are they playing what they played in the main tournament?
Make some adjustments.
Well, they just ran to Rogue Mage faster.
Tech as well, and then of course they have Cassidy, which makes them just such a well-rounded roster. And I'm curious that maybe they could do it. Maybe they could be that dream team that goes through the entire gauntlet, making it into the finals. It would be a very difficult run to pull off, but they're looking good so far.
Yep, they are definitely looking good. And sometimes you just get hot on one day and you can maybe go on a crazy run. I mean, it'd be pretty sick if they could run the whole gauntlet. They are looking really good to already get through these first 2 matchups. And it hasn't taken them very long. So I don't think they're going to be feeling too tired or anything just yet. There definitely can be something to be said for the kind of momentum of just being able to win a bunch of games in a row, to be feeling really warmed up. And sometimes you're on a bit of a hot streak and the other teams are going to have to come in, and they haven't really had that same opportunity to kind of feel as warmed up and as prepared.
See, don't have much time left. Getting into the games here soon, but this is just the beginning of the gauntlet. I mean, went through the first series. This is the second series. We still have 2 more series after this to make it into that top 4. And, it is obviously an amazing position to be in to actually make it into the finals, but your prize is to go against Echo, like in the first round, which is not going to be an easy thing to do. But I know that Echo as well is probably waiting in the wings, seeing who they're going to be playing up against. And I do wonder, like, which of these teams they would feel the most confident in. Because so far these teams are really putting on a show for us.
Yeah, they're looking really good. I mean, Echo very rarely loses. I know they did lose like 1 series to Dobob, but they've won all the cups. So I feel like they're probably feeling pretty confident, regardless of who they're going to be playing against. But we'll have to see what ends up happening. And yeah, again, I mean, I feel like all the teams that are already in the grand finals, that are already in that kind of finals bracket, will have things prepared for Echo. But when you're in the gauntlet, you don't necessarily have that luxury, right? Because you're playing for your life in every single matchup. So I feel like these teams are much less likely to have kind of looked ahead and prepped something specifically for Echo.
All right, you can see here the build of Smite a little bit, but I think we are going to be getting this game underway. Potential elimination match here for Full Smart. We talked about it. The gauntlet is absolutely brutal. I mean, they've been preparing for the last 3-4 weeks for this. They went through the entire cup stage to make it to this point, and it could come down to a potential 3-0 here for Buff Mystery Monk. So Full Smart need to step it up here. They're bringing in Corky on that balance druid, and I don't know how this is going to go. My gut feeling is telling me Buff Mystery Monk is going to kind of walk away with this one, but Corky on the balance druid is someone you can really never count out.
Yeah, you can't count him out, but D-Machine looking like a little bit of a prophet. I mean, he predicted 3-0 for Buff Mistweaver. Well, most of us were on the side of Full Smart, so we'll see if they can clean it up here. 3-0, get that sweep, and just move on to the third round after very little time. Buff Mistweaver have been killing it in these games. Kasu pushing out here. We'll see.
I don't know if I feel like super confident on this one.
May have DC'd. Looks like a couple of them may have DC'd. Not sure exactly.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it looks like they
We'll
all
have to
DC'd.
wait and see.
Okay.
It looks like the fucking the spectators.
Spectator DC'd?
The spectator DC'd.
Spectator DC'd. Well, technical difficulties. We'll figure
Oh
it
no.
out. But yeah, I mean, this matchup.
That is so funny.
About it, a lot of it comes down to just going to be the crowd control on Kankito.
Oh, he's still there. You can see him moving.
What happens for this one? Looks like I don't know if we're going to be getting a remake.
They want to do a remake because you aren't allowed to do that.
I'm not sure what's happening right now, but we'll keep you informed. As we find out, you'll find out, I assure you.
Yeah, exactly. We'll let you know as soon as we find out.
That's the first one that's happened, I think.
If that is, a tournament realm issue, or if it's an individual player issue, or if the spectator DC'd or whatever. But hopefully we'll be able to get that ready for you guys pretty quick and get back in onto game. See if Buff Mistweaver is going to be able to pull off this sweep, or if Full Smart can start to pull this series back. It is going to be, I think really tough. I mean, I also think for EU, even if you're able to kind of win these next couple, like Dobob has seemed like such a tough team, and they are kind of waiting as the kings of the gauntlet down at the end. So I think no matter who makes it, through this round, and we obviously have Cleve build waiting in round 3, Dobob does feel like that kind of clear final boss that is going to be really difficult to take down.
Honestly, it's surprising to see Dobob not just automatically in the finals and that kind of. We say it. I feel like we say it every single year. It's like that kind of speaks volumes to how much the competition is rising. But it is true. It does seem like every year it gets more and more difficult. Teams are polishing up their rosters, their strategies, the classes that they can play. And yeah, seeing Dobob as kind of that final boss, and they were such a dominant team last season, it's definitely scary for each and every single one of these teams.
Yeah. I mean, they only missed out by 20 points in the standings. They were at 180 points, and Under Pressure got 200. So they were able to squeak just ahead and get that third spot. And then we have Echo, way out ahead at 360 points. Streamer Zone GG was
Sunny with 200 bits. Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you very much. Wagon with the tanked subs. Cookie with the 1,000 bits and tanked subs from Anonymous as well.
As well, where we had Welcome to the Jungle.
Wait.
And Gators back as those.
Wait, what the fuck?
Teams. We had
no, it was 20 gifted subs for Anonymous. Is that correct?
Just ahead of Cats and Dogs. So they're kind of a similar story, honestly.
When did the first 10 happen?
And
the second 10.
Still just waiting to see exactly what
the fuck
happened.
Wait, is that actually it says 30 subs today?
It didn't just like finish and we have to
wait on. I'm so confused. There's sure 20 exactly subs for Anonymous there. I thought they were the first 10.
On the job right now, but
bro, there's 20.
Like, we've talked about them a lot. I'm gonna keep talking about them, but the team of Buff Mistweaver Monk, we got a chance to interview
whoever that is. I don't know how did it not really show there were 20 dragons though. I guess I thought they were the first 10, but they were the second 10.
The only ones playing these classes. They're saying that people should root for them because they're not playing kind of like the S tier compositions in classes. They're kind of just making their mains work, and I think there's something to be said for that. That's like, it feels like in today's day and age with competition, a lot of teams are just playing whatever's the best, and these guys are sticking to their guns, and seeing it pay off is it's always really fun to watch.
I mean, it can be a huge advantage. I think back to like in my tournament days, there was kind of like times when we were playing a lot of Roguelike Shaman, which was very common. And then you kind of like, it was easy to get practice against that composition. And then I think when we were playing like Shadow Play, when I was playing with Cedu and Talbadar, it was really hard for teams to repair against us because there wasn't really other top teams kind of playing that similar comp. And I think that was definitely a big advantage for us and something that you can kind of abuse, right? Like you can kind of choose who you're going to give practice to and who you're not. And so sometimes those teams, it can be really valuable if you are a top team and you have something that is kind of unique to you. Like you're saying, it's like if you want to get practice against a really good Mistweaver, this may be literally the only team that you can kind of practice against. So sometimes you can kind of use that to your favor. You know, exchange scrim games and things like that to try to get practice against comp that you want practice against. So it is always really, really fun. And I just think it's kind of interesting. And as a viewer, it's more fun.
1 million
these teams that
Prussian
have
francs
identity and are a little bit.
Oh shit, is that a lot?
It's just enjoyable.
I think back to 2011.
They don't exist.
It was when
Do they exist?
won.
The PHDK.
Yeah, playing the PHDK. It was like not a composition anyone really expected. Wasn't that popular, at least in North America. I don't think in Europe as well. And they came in and they kind of just owned everybody. Like no one really expected it. So
I remember,
you couldn't help but cheer for them, like you said.
Yeah. Well, I remember losing to them, and it was really funny because we were going into that year in BlizzCon. We were stomping everyone.
Do we need rules?
And then we were trying to get practice for that comp.
Yo, Mez,
that's a lot.
When is there the red hot, sweaty, dripping beef anticipated action?
Like
no, the country doesn't exist.
Like,
give it
no
to
need
me
to practice against that comp.
Please.
It's so terrible. Like
I'll send you feet
win.
pics.
You guys are
oh shit! What?
Guaranteed to beat them. Like,
my tallest.
Okay,
what
guess.
the fuck?
Then we go in and we play them.
I'll do beta stuff on Monday.
Everyone else, and we play them. We just got insta one shot.
Is the plan?
Like, well,
bro, I was thinking rubles have like a shitty exchange rate. They do, but it's like not that shitty. It's $12,000 in rubles.
All right, game is underway. We are back, and it is going to be Smite under fire. Immediate life cocoon trading out from Bank. He does not mess around.
I don't know. It looks pretty unlikely that
sure his team can hold on to some of those cooldowns.
This seems. Oh, they actually did a reset.
This is beautiful. The pressure.
Nice surface crashed.
Looking really good with Corki on that balance druid so far.
Yeah, and they got the trinket off of Bank as well, so not even just that life cocoon. You can see Corki used his trinket, so did Kasu. They're trying to stay really aggressive here, coming in, keeping that damage rolling. His hidden's incredibly low. Is he going to turtle? He just doesn't turtle and dies. He was trying to hold on to it.
I mean, they trinket. They kind of have to.
He was going to be able to survive that
trinket
onslaught.
cocoon.
Go through every cooldown, but he tries to greet out the turtle and just
it's not really greeting. They already used so much.
Flipping this series on its head.
You pull it through everything,
said,
except the turtle.
He's just one of those players you can never count him out on the balance druid. Even when balance does not look good, he makes it look good. And their pressure in this game was absolutely incredible. You have to see it again in those final moments. Exactly what happened for Hidden. You could see it in the damage. I mean, he really struggled to kind of find his footing in this matchup. I don't know if he's just getting crowd controlled too much or what, but we'll see it here right now. Corki, he does pop his incarnation. He's able to get really aggressive here onto Hidden, and he just kind of gets sniped. Star Surges were just too much. He didn't expect it, and he falls. And he had a lot of cooldowns that he could have potentially traded in those moment, but unfortunately just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, he just was trying to really greed it out. Obviously didn't want to use Turtle. Maybe he didn't realize that Bank had no trinket or something. You know, maybe he was expecting him to trade because he didn't really die that fast. Like, he did get kind of chunked down to 30%, and then he had a second or two where he can kind of decide, you know, am I going to Turtle? How am I going to play this out? But maybe thinking he was going to be able to shut down enough of the damage, could get away with it. And that is kind of the risk. Like, sometimes when, you know, you go for these kind of like more greedier lines where you're really trying to hold on to those cooldowns, it can turn out incredibly well, right? And teams can really ride that line, and then it can feel like, all right, you're never able to get through all their defensives. But the other side of that coin is a game like this where, you know, you just try to get a little bit too greedy, hold on to something a little bit too long, and you just get sniped. We didn't get to see the exact like opening seconds of the match. You know, we kind of came in right as Bank was popping that cocoon, but like he lost his trinket instantly, and it just felt like FullSmart came in with the clear plan of just non-stop pressure. Don't allow them to get comfortable, which I really, really like. In some of these matchups where teams have so much CC, you know, you feel like, okay, well, if we're gonna get CC'd, we need to just like sit back and just try to like interrupt all the CC and stop it in that way. But when you're playing against comp that like you were talking about, the damage doesn't really ever stop from them. Sometimes going defensive is completely the wrong option because you're allowing them to kind of dictate the pace of the game. And as a result, they just decide to, you know, go in full aggressive, both the DPS
What even happened?
creating out their trinkets really fast to put on pressure.
Trinket
And
Coon
just
instantly.
those opening moments that we get to see.
Oh, okay.
Getting
It's
that free
Trinket
dodge,
Coon on
getting out a ton
Smite.
of clones, and they were just swapping damage.
And then they
everywhere.
swap instantly to Hidden,
Oh,
who wolves right away.
Corki literally just
But he's
runs
already
in
used
and
his
casts a
Ross
clone in the
onto
face.
Smite.
Yep.
Manages to land it. He gets the trinket out of the way.
And then
and
he's already feigned as well.
Nature of these compositions.
We don't.
how
Yeah, he
effective both
exil
teams are
wolves.
with crowd
Second, he
control
uses second wall
and
too.
How much crowd control both teams have. These are going to be fast games. Like, there's just no doubt about it. You cannot mess up. You cannot overlap defensives. Like, I think at max these games go to like 2 minutes. So it's gonna be really difficult here. We're going to Empyrean Domain. Really small pillars. It's going to make it difficult for Corki to be in bear form and line of sight on the pillar. It also makes it difficult for Kankito to kind of get away. And especially with Bank playing the Ring of Peace, if you drop a Ring of Peace on these pillars, you basically, I mean, you have to get quite a distance away from the pillars to actually, be able to continue to line of sight eventually. So it's a really effective cooldown in a matchup like this, where if Corki is trying to run away, he gets Ring of Peace, and all of a sudden he's stuck in the open for quite some time.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting Full Smart to just go for the same thing. Just full send it. Just run in there, try to put Buff Mistweaver really on the back foot, and try to use that to keep Kankito a little bit more free in these matches. And we've had some really fast games coming in here. Game number 1, was about 1:30. Game number 3 was about 1 minute. The long one, the like dampener game, was 3 minutes. So we have had a really fast series so far. We'll see if Full Smart is going to be able to actually tie this one up, or if Buff Mistweaver can make some adjustments now, having played that one game against Corki's Moonkin, to try to close this one out.
All right, here we go. The opener matters a lot for this one. Corki definitely can't just run in and cast a clone. Like, if that happens again, I'm going to be very disappointed for Buff Mistweaver Monk. They need to try to shut that down. See exactly how it goes. He gets knocked away. Already a good start there. Smite gets opened on. It's going to be an immediate life cocoon. So Bank anticipating some of the damage, anticipating some of the crowd control. They used the rescue already. There comes a full stun, but Smite should be more than okay with that life cocoon. Now going for a sleepwalk to stun on Kankito, and this is the crowd control you definitely want to see. Now it's going to be Corki potentially on the back foot. He's grouped up now with Kankito. Kankito keeps him alive with the stasis. That's a lot of incoming healing. Corki weathers the storm, and now it's going to be up to Full Smart to strike back.
Yeah, really nice opening there from Buff Mistweaver, just stopping so much of that initial onslaught. You can see that Bank still was able to hold on to his trinket. He's feeling really good right now. Corki now taking a ton of damage here out in the middle of the map, but Smite was getting a little bit low as well on the other side. Scatter's going to be thrown there onto Kasu as Kankito just trying to position really well. Gets put into the sleepwalk, though, as they're not able to interrupt Smite. So Corki is on the run now here. Kankito trying to sit through this. The trap comes out. He's going to be able to actually get out of that immediately, though. Corki does have to trinket. Hidden being pressured a bit as Bank was sitting through that trap. Hidden now going to be trying to be that main target. Looks like Corki is just going to be trying to kite back and forth across the map here with Kankito. Corki desperately on the run. Kankito is staying out of CC4 now and doing a good job trying to keep Corki aggressive, as there's a scatter again throwing it over on Akasu. That one's going to be triggered out of as Bank is put into the sleep. Hidden, though, is the target still. Bank now going to be put into one more stun. Now the full trap does come out onto him. They need to get something rolling, and they can onto Smite. Smite is put incredibly low, and that's actually going to force the trigger out of Bank, but there's more CC back again onto Kankito. He's going to sit through this full trap. There's the full sleep. Can he sit that as well? Looks like he can, as Corki is kind of just chilling, but he's getting low now as Buff Mistweaver starting to ramp up that damage.
Yep, Kankito weathers the storm. It's the Emerald Communion, though. So the next thing they need to get out of the way is the trinket, and then there's a potential kill window here for Buff Mistweaver Monk, but they need to be careful. Trap goes out on the Bank. Unfortunately, on 1/3, DR Smite so low on health, going for the deep breath at like 10%, just getting aggressive here, going after Corki. And Corki now is under fire. Full leg sweep here onto Kankito. Is he going to trade up the trinket? No, he will not. Once again, the stasis heals come in, and Corki is more than okay. Beautiful interrupt there by Smite. And I do worry here for Smite just a little bit. He's got time stop if he needs it. Corki's getting low. It is a race between these two teams. This is match.
I mean, they're
Buff Mistweaver Monk can win this game.
very vulnerable, but still got time stop, I guess.
And from the tournament and from this year, Full Smart, they have to hold on.
Kankito's Mile looking rough. He's not getting a second commune.
Broke on a Kankito there, just instantly broke. I'm not sure exactly what did break it, but that would have been a dangerous CC chain. Instead, it's Smite that once again gets low. It's Bank going to be thrown into the trap. This one looks like it to be heavily DR'd, though, and Corki still in a lot of trouble as Kankito's trying to sit through this sleepwalk. Going to get slept again here, but still sitting through everything.
No. Rescue dies.
As Corki is
gets
just
exploded.
Get knocked down, even with the trinket. Kankito cannot catch back up.
Crazy.
Gonna get taken down by Buff Mistweaver. A much better start to this game, and it felt like that made all the difference.
Yeah, really important. I mean, the last game was an absolute disaster. Like I said, you can't let a balancer just walk in and cyclone you. It's just too much offense that they have available. Bank, yeah, he did a good job. I think his initial trade of the Life Cocoon to kind of just stay ahead of the damage, make sure he didn't have to trade out that early trinket was really smart. But this is a really back and forth game. I mean, there's moments in this game where Smite got down to like 10% health. I think it's around here where he goes for the
Soul Dragon's away comp seems effective. Well, they're playing survival. They want to play BM in some matchups too. They're just playing whatever version of Hunter's best.
And that's been the story.
Why isn't Dev used more in the AVC right now? Every time I see someone on 3s or shuffle, they feel invincible to good damn.
Like,
I mean,
Feral Druids and Balance Druids have
it does great damn for sure, and it's stable. It's good to Hunters as well.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Buff Mistweaver Monk, the momentum they picked up so far.
Has decent CC as well.
Impressive.
Yeah, it is really, really impressive. Next team though is not going to be a Druid team because it would
I don't know.
Cleave build. So they're not playing any.
I
Druid,
think, broadly speaking, I don't think Dev Evoker is. I think Dev Evoker is insane into like Cleaves, and it's good into like Hunters, and it's good into like obscure comps. But what I think it's not good into is the comps you mostly see in AVC. So you rogues and feral, like
so high coming out from
feral caster, that type of thing.
I fully agree. It was so much about.
I think
early cooldown trading.
one thing that we're overlooking when we're looking at the damage and CC and all that kind of thing is the fact that they're a 20-yard range caster.
Their team on the offense.
No, they lose the toe-to-toe against the stronger wizards.
Keto and Corky did a really nice job
right?
Together.
Like I feel like Dragon is not particularly good into like Rogue Mage. I think the Mage is stronger in that matchup, and I feel like they're not good into Destros. And that's the majority of what you'll usually see.
Even in this one where they
you probably won't see that in Gauntlet though. What we're gonna see next in Gauntlet is Cleave Pilled. Cleave Pilled play Cleaves.
They'll never know.
So another good one. I think it's the last round in the Gauntlet. The final boss of the Gauntlet is Dobob. Dobob play all the rogue comps and mage comps.
Third round of the Gauntlet, as you can see here, and they are now up against Cleave.
Exactly. Exactly what Chrome said. It's the 20-yard range against the stronger wizards. Basically.
That comes out on top, Ben, but do you think that Buff Mistweaver?
Well, no, the Dev does more damage. So the Dev is actually ideal into like the melee type comps like that, because the melee comps can't really hit Devs either. But once you get thrown into like Feral Lock and Mage Rogue, things change a bit. Because now you get now like Chrome said, you get bullied with that range. Right now you've got to play it within 20 yards of a Destro Lock that can hit you for 5 million per bolt and bolt you twice. And you have to play in range of a fire mage who can they can like stun you and just send 10 million damage in 0.5.
I can already into it. You're gonna be predicting. You just love the Mistweavers. You're gonna be predicting for them.
I'm a Monk fan. What can I say?
Yeah,
Mage fan first, Monk fan second. That's just the way it is.
Bias, man.
Just the M classes.
Well, do you want to give us a hint of your prediction, Azale? You don't have to give it away, but
honestly, yeah. I mean, the series that I can recall, these two teams playing against each other were always really, really competitive, and I do feel like Buff Mistweaver is playing pretty insane today. And I do believe like momentum and confidence on the day matters a lot. So I'm starting to feel myself pulled more in the Buff Mistweaver train.
All right, we'll see if Cleave Pilled can take on the challenge. Seems like they might be a little bit of an underdog. Let us know your thoughts in the chat. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the third round of the European Gauntlet, Cleave Pilled versus Buff Mistweaver. We'll be right back.
What does BlizzCon mean to me? BlizzCon means competition.
That's D Machine. You can hear it.
BlizzCon means passion.
BlizzCon means celebration.
Liam, the 57-month resub, buddy.
Glory. BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong.
All right, talk to you about Chrome, buddy.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game changing.
Charge. Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legend.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit. Hype. BlizzCon means home.
It is cool. They're going big on WoW with BlizzCon. And that's completely reasonable, DM. I think this is the kind of point where a lot of people are in that position. Who do you guys had at BlizzCon? I think they're my interpretation of what's going on with BlizzCon this next year is that they are planning to promote the living fucking hell out of Last Titan. I think BlizzCon will be WoW this next year. I think it's the timing of it and everything. I think it's all towards trying to create insane hype over Last Titan. I think this expansion coming out midnight, hopefully it doesn't feel like an intermission, but I think it's an intermission. I think it is. Sometimes the expansions where they're Last Titan is, it could be sunny. Last Titan is the third installment of the, so like, if you went to BlizzCon 2023 or you saw the BlizzCon presentation 2023, they basically had this like big bold plan for what, like these three expansions, Last Titan, Midnight, and War Within, are actually one expansion spread out into three. It's the story, what they're planning to originally do under the previous leadership. They had like Steve Denauser and a few other people. They were planning to have one expansion do what these three expansions are doing. And the idea, what Chris Metzen said he was going to do is he's going to make it three expansions instead. And then when they finish these three expansions, they're kind of like setting up for many more expansions. So right now, I would say War Within as the first installment doesn't really feel like they set up for anything, really, right? Not much. I think Last Titan's supposed to be kind of their like big inflection point that then sets up for future WoW expansions. And I think the other thing, like systemically, you can see they're making big shifts. I don't expect, I think housing will be great. I think the add-on change will be great, but I don't think it'll start great. I think the add-on change is going to be brutal for people that currently play WoW. I think the pruning and like the class design changes are going to be brutal for people that currently play WoW. They're going to feel weird. It may not feel like an upgrade. So I kind of think there will be growing pains in Midnight. It may hopefully still be very, very fun to play. But I think by the time you get to Last Titan will feel like an upgrade to old players, current players, new players. It'll just feel like it's very easy to do that too, right? Because you're going to start adding abilities back. You're going to start adding, like, they're going to start, like, this is the reset expansion, and they start evolving it. It's kind of the WoD to the Legion, almost. So I think their plan is to really promote the fuck out of Last Titan, because Last Titan is going to feel like when things start to ramp up again. Wait, can you watch what's coming without saying it? No, well, I think they mean more like the second. I mean, to be fair, I would say it's WoW 3 coming. I think Legion was WoW 2.
make a stop to that, Azale, do you think?
I think there already are 2 areas of WoW.
Like, no, I mean,
we're coming up
these two
to
teams
WoW
have been
3.
meeting up in every single cup. It's been pretty back and forth. I know in the most recent meeting of these teams, it was more Clevefield sided. You know, in Cup 3, if I recall, it was like a 3-1. But the other ones, if I'm recalling correctly, were like 4 or 5 game series. You know, Buff Mistweaver were 1-1, Clevefield 1-1. But I feel like Buff Mistweaver is just like on one today. Yeah, I feel like they're smurfing, man. They're playing super well.
Yeah, I agree. And kind of, you know, a nod to those stats that you were just talking about, Azale. They have historically won this series more often than not on the side of Clevefield. So, it's been a little bit, Zico, since we've seen these teams. And clearly, like Azale was saying, Buff Mistweaver having an incredible series so far, incredible day so far. But what
We played tomorrow, yeah.
This game, what do you think is going to happen here? What's your prediction?
It's really hard because historically Clevefield has had the edge a little bit, but like you guys mentioned, Buff Mistweaver is just looking so good right now. I don't know, man. I feel like Hidden bringing in the Survival Hunter has been really good for them, and I think just as a unit, they're working super well together. Banks is getting to play very offensive, which is kind of where he shines. They're looking like a tough team to beat.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think there'll be some growing pains to begin with. Cinematics.
Ruki was asking us to check in on your predictions, Zico. He wanted to know how those were going, you know. So if you're going Buff Mistweaver, should I be predicting Clevefield? What's going on?
Oh, I'm the cursed one this weekend.
You know, really, when you think
usually
about it,
that's Supati's job.
It's just as impressive to get them all wrong as it is to get them all right. You know?
That's me so far. Thank you for being
just
impressed.
as hard.
I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, Cinematics, if they start to allow more add-ons after Last Titan again. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
The problem I have with Buff Mistweaver is that they always let me down. Like, I always ask, like, Banks, I just DM him. I'm like, yo, are you guys winning today? Like, what's happening? Are you guys on fire? He's like, oh, yeah, we got this easy. And then I go with Buff Mistweaver, and then they get bodied. So, like, this season, I was like, you know what, Banks? I'm not voting for you. You let me down a few too many times in the past. But then he goes and owns. So, like, I don't know what's going on right now with Banks. But, yeah.
Maybe
don't let me down, buddy.
Predict the opposite of what he says. You know, if he says they're gonna have a good day, you gotta predict them to lose. And he's like, man, it's rough out here. You know, you gotta predict them to win.
Did you talk to him this time, Zico?
No, I haven't talked to him for the gauntlet,
Right.
but I did talk to him on the last cup, and he let me down big time. And I kind of held a grudge since then. So
maybe that's the strat. All right. Well, Azale, what is your prediction for the series?
I was going Buff Mistweaver 3-2 as well. That's kind of where I was at. It's been back and forth between these two teams. But
Well, it's a big change to combat add-ons, but those add-ons don't. They're just skinning the way that stuff is presented.
Blaming the players for getting the prediction wrong. Well, that's like Chan when I was watching Cup 3. Chan's just always, yeah, you know, I made the right prediction. It's just the players. The players are just they're just choking. They're just inching me on my predictions. Like, what are they doing?
All right, well, we got the rest of the casters here. Let's see. Okay, so
we're all sheeple.
That is so interesting. I mean, I think that's fair. Like, we've already touched on so much, just how well they've been playing so far today on the side of Buff Mistweaver. But historically, Clevefield should win this. But like we said, it has been a while. It's a different day. It seems like Buff Mistweaver is definitely showing up, but Clevefield certainly has the potential to do that as well. We're going to head into the series. It's a single elimination. They only have one chance to get to that coveted spot of that fourth and final round of the gauntlet to play against Dobob. They are waiting there for an opponent. Is it going to be Clevefield or is it going to be Buff Mistweaver? We're going to find out. Game number 1, the Grand Arena. Here we go.
All right, they're bringing in numbers on the Demon Hunter here. So a little bit of Demon Hunter ret coming in from Clevefield has worked well for them in the past, and we are going to see Hidden on the Survival Hunter here. So let's see how that plays out for Buff Mistweaver. Both teams kind of leading with their main composition here. Ola's already getting
DH Ret versus.
But it looked like it
I mean, I would say the Buff Mistweaver's comp seems better. The only question is the Mistweaver a problem?
Pushing for the Divine Shield immediately.
I'm trying to think. Are there any changes that have happened since? I don't think so.
Now Smite could be in trouble here.
Yeah, it's just gonna
No
be a lot
changes
about the
since.
CC. It feels like
Oh, wait.
McQueenie trying to push in pretty heavily.
There have been changes since. This matchup may have played in week 1 before they nerfed Reds.
Did have that leg sweep out onto him. His Smite is just on the run. Everyone is chasing after him, trying to stay up on top of him as Aleza is going to get put into a sleep.
Looks like he's playing Herald as well.
Likely they will. There's the full trap. That's going to be
Almost positive it's Herald because I don't see any. He used yeah, there it is though. He's Herald. Sorry, not Herald.
Just cutting back and forth, keeping all of these melee
Templar.
champions in the middle of the map where they can fully tee up onto the McQueenie, looking for the repent, but it's going to be interrupted on that. Not going to be able to find that follow-up CC, and feels like Bank has just been
This Hammer of Light's going on.
doing everything he wants so far, still holding onto the cocoon, still has that trinket. The early minutes of this not looking great, I have to say, for Cleve Pilt.
Look who's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, if they can land a freezing trap now on Ola's,
I doubt it.
Will get that divine shield. They might just get it without it. Huge damage.
He is kicking.
That was the lay on hands being traded. Full trap secured onto Ola's.
Oh, he is supposed to be doing.
He trades out the divine shield as well. McQueenie running very
It's like a hybrid build though.
He's on forbearance right now. He still has that magic bop coming up here after that forbearance, but that is pretty much the last line of defense here. They burned through all of Ola's cooldowns as well. This game is looking fantastic for Buff Mistweaver, and they might actually be able to just close it out right now. But here comes the hunt from numbers. Smite could be
one of the issues here. Yeah, it is a hybrid build. It's not pure Fistweave bits.
This could be a big opportunity for Cleve Pilt to get something back. Smite.
One of the concerns here is mana for for Cleve Pilt. Oh my god. Oh, he died through. He actually used Magic Bop and died through. Very late Magic Bop, but he may have been on Forb. Bro, Buff Mistweaver are tearing through everyone. Here's the thing though. Buff Mistweaver do have to go. They have to find a way through Dobob. Dobob, I think, will 3-0. It's they go into Rogue Mage and stuff.
And the damage just kind of never really stopped. You know, we saw so many cooldowns having to be used back to back. It was like Olez had to use Emerald Communion, had to Trinket. Then we saw Lay on Hands come out. Seconds after Lay on Hands comes out, he still has to bubble. And when you're having to use 2-3 cooldowns on one go, on one CC chain that's coming out, you're just always going to be running out. And it didn't feel like Clevefield were able to really get the pressure going to kind of put Smite in under any threat.
Yeah, no, Smite was just playing really, really well too with his kiting. Like here at the end also, well, actually this was a little bit prior when they got the Lay on Hands, but he played super well towards the end where he did that rescue to kind of gain distance. It was right out of this stun. He gets a nice rescue, builds up the distance, and then he immediately turns around and gets a triple deep breath, and then Hidden just snipes the trap onto Olez, and the trap actually breaks on Olez, but it just doesn't have the healing throughput. McQueenie tries to trade out the magic bop, but it's not going to help too much against the Survival Hunter, and Hidden is going to be able to finish the job. Buff Mistweaver, man, they are looking extremely hot today. And originally, when I made a prediction for this series, I went for Cleve Pilt, but I changed it at the last second for Buff Mistweaver, just because they have been looking so good today. And yeah, I think that's one thing when you're kind of hot playing.
It's possible. I mean, Cleve Pilt just want to have a longer game.
It can be a lot more.
Both teams want long games.
When you've been kind of on the bench waiting for your opponent the entire day.
Yeah, no,
it's a lot of damage though.
Sometimes there is that downside. And it depends on the team, depends on the players. Of like, sometimes you just get exhausted playing these series, right? And if you have to do a bunch in a row, you can start to feel kind of like the mental strain of it. But I really do think there's a lot to be said for the momentum and just kind of like feeling really warmed up, feeling really ready to go. Because I know, you know, a lot of times in tournaments with people that I've played with and some of the competitors and stuff, they talk a lot about how, you know, in that first game or first series, that they're just not playing as well because you're more nervous. You're kind of just like not in the groove yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I always feel like anytime I play in a tournament, the first game is always the one that I play the worst. Yeah. I'm always the most nervous in the first game, and then like as soon as you know, like you start sending it, you kind of find yourself and get more comfortable.
That's why you always hope when you're in a tournament that you play noobs in the first round, so you can play bad and still win. Because when you have to play someone really good in the first round, and you play bad, then you're cooked.
Play
right?
noobs,
like,
man.
You just gotta pray for the draw, get some noobs, get your bad play out of the way, so you can be locked in against the tough teams.
That's the meta
problem
strat.
in AWC. There's no noobs, so
yeah. I was gonna say like, the noobs here are just like always top 8 on broadcast. Multi-rank ones. Yeah.
There's no noobs, so it's that's the problem, man. Cleveland didn't have noobs for the warm-up game, so we'll see if game 2 goes better now that they're a little bit warmed up here. But it did feel pretty one-sided. I do feel like they're gonna have to put Bankit into more CC under more pressure. Smite just did such a good job of always keeping the melee cleaves out in the middle map, which I always think is so big. Playing pillars against these melee cleaves usually does not work. Just keep them out in the middle of the map where they're constantly getting slammed. And I really like how he did that.
Yeah, no, Smite is playing very phenomenal so far, but we are actually on Mugambala. This is not a map that we see too often. Smite already using the time stop, and I feel like being the dragon here, it can be kind of nice, but look, they're going after Bank, though. Nice little switch up.
Oh, shit. Cold cinematics.
Bank as Smite rescues up, and they're
he's definitely playing in the... Oh, he's just getting unbelievably annihilated, man.
You're going to trade something. Emerald Communion coming out from Olas, but he gets caught up in a sleepwalk and actually gets reversed there onto Smite. So numbers down his reverse magic, and they're already down that big cooldown from the dragon as well. McWeedy now still at 50% HP, taking so much damage, but they're swapping to Bank once again. How are they going to deal with
Oh, they're actually leaning super hard on it. However, this could be Bub. He is just bouncing on health.
Really, really good trade here from the side of Buff Mistweaver.
That's Lay. That's Lay Dark, but he actually... He's bubbling too. Okay, this is not a good matchup. This is awful. This is unplayable. There's nothing left. They've got nothing. They've got Trinket Sank in 10 seconds.
For McWeedy, he had to use absolutely everything.
They've got Divine
really
Protection.
They haven't even gotten the trinket off of Bank, but they are getting some good damage down onto him into the Hodge, but it's not going to be enough.
I mean, this looks unplayable. We're gonna get to this is his
in the middle map, just trying to put the pressure on. There's
unplayable. Unplayable.
Like this is the end. McWeedy
completely unplayable.
Pill, try to mix it up, try to put some more pressure on
the number of cooldowns they had to use there just to stay alive for their second go was criminal. It was Darkness, Lay on Hands, Bubble, and then the first go got Commune and Trinket from their healer. So you have basically the first go every CD from the healer, the second go every cooldown from the Rep Paladin and the DH, and they die in the third go before they can actually get to Magic Bob. But the third go, for what it's worth, they went through Divine Protection and Shield from the Rep Paladin too at 100% health. So that is completely unplayable. Where McGueedy is currently playing, McGueedy is about to be playing himself off, man. There's not much you can do here. They need a different healing class, I think. Prez does not seem to be able to heal through this at all. I think Red TH with a different healer could maybe work, like a Shaman or something, but like they are not having a long enough game for it to be stable. I don't think it's the Rep Paladin not being tanked. You know, I think Prez does not seem too...
Yeah, I mean, you can put him in the super long trap, the super long...
I mean, that seems really, really dangerous in general.
Sleep, you know,
but yeah.
That deep sleep. He's going to wake up, he's feeling nice and rested. He's like, oh, where's my team? Everybody's gone.
The season is over.
Yeah. Unfortunately, slept through it. But, you know, it is always interesting where I feel like so much of the game at the highest level is cooldown trading, right? And how you can squeeze out the fewest amount of cooldowns, you know, while getting the most from your opponents. And in these situations where we're seeing McWeedy have to use, like, you know, his shield wall into his Lay on Hands, into his bubble, and like they're using Darkness, all these things all at the same time, I feel like in those kind of situations, you have to make the tough call and have the understanding of how long the CC chain is going to go to sometimes just bubble early, right? Like, you know, sometimes I think in those situations, you just need to bubble early and then save Lay on Hands, save the Darkness, save those for a different go or for a different situation. Obviously, it's not an easy call to make, but you're just not going to win if you are trading out 3-4 major cooldowns like that in a row on one CC chain. It's just not going to happen.
Yep, 100%. But that's the problem, right? Because you also don't want to overtrade. Like, if you could trade some shorter cooldowns instead of the bubble, like if you can get away with just the Darkness, and that's way better of a trade. But the problem is that Buff Mistweaver, they're just playing around it as well. They're
I don't mean all 3 honest picks are insane right now. Literally all 3 of them.
decisions that Cleveland are doing. Like they think they're
Yeah, this could be good too. Actually, you're right.
Reverse magic on a CC. That's not going to be enough. They're going to re-CC.
Prez is not a stable healer, unfortunately, into this type of damage.
Now, because you thought you could rely on those cooldowns, you're going to have to trade more. So it can spiral out of control very, very quickly. And that's what we saw in that last game. I do feel like they have picked like a really unconventional map though in that last game too. Like Mugambala is not a map that we see too often, and also I feel like going after a Mistweaver, if that's the strategy on Mugambala, don't think it's the best map for
everywhere.
That. Yeah, I mean you can just you can put your port up top and you can jump down and then port back up, and you also have a dragon. Like when you jump down, he can just rescue you back up. So I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was with that. It felt like their game plan was maybe to try to drag out the game because it's a good map for that. But then, like, in the middle of the game, they were like, nah, let's just go after the healer. Yeah, maybe they just change up their strategy. Going after the healer, though, on Black Rook can be a bit better for sure. A smaller map, and you also have the room where you can kind of hide.
It's always scary, though, because when you commit to going a healer, you're going to take more damage, right? It's like you're going to leave the DPS completely free. You're going to be getting teed up on. But maybe they feel like that's the kind of game they need to go into. I mean, the thing that really concerns me is they never even got the trinket from Bank, right? So it's like if you're sending it on the healer and you can't even get the trinket, that does not bode well. So far, they're going to be starting it off onto Smite, though Smite taking quite a bit of damage here early on. There's some CC over onto Bank, and they're going to be able to follow that up. Trap over onto Hidden as well. It's a 3v1, and Smite gets incredibly low. There's the Life Cocoon coming out as McWeedy now going to have the pressure turned onto him, trying to keep that damage rolling onto Smite as much as he possibly can, but now they're turning it over onto Hidden as McWeedy's going to get kind of knocked back over to the corner. Smite trying to push in, and they're splitting the damage a little bit for now. McWeedy, though, trying to get back over onto Smite if he can, trying to get there for some damage. You can see Oleza going to be able to get the sleep over onto Bank, but the CC coming out onto him as well. There's a trap, it looks like, landing onto him, and McWeedy, though, so far, not doing too bad.
Yeah, McWeedy has a lot of cooldown still. This game is looking a lot better. Also, offensively, they already got that Life Cocoon. Unfortunately, not able to get Bank's trinket, but still smiting a lot of damage there. His Obsidian skill just subsided there. McWeedy trading out early Magic Bob, kind of what we were talking about. Just respecting the cooldowns and getting early trades out. Nice double blind coming out from numbers. McWeedy actually is going to be a sleepwalk there onto Bank. McWeedy still very low, though. Gets rescued back. Spirit Bloom is going to connect. Oles trying to get some damage going here onto Smite. Smite is going to be feeling a little bit of pressure, but at the same time, McWeedy caught up in a triple leg sweep, full trap onto Oles. Emerald Communion will trade immediately for Oles. So they are doing a much better job on the side of Clevefield with the early cooldown trades, and it has kept them in the game for a lot better this match.
Yeah, it feels like they've really kind of narrowed down exactly how they want to do that. Sleep comes out onto Bank, but McWeedy is not feeling safe to actually press forward just yet. Hidden, though, going to be the target for now is Smite with a big deep breath across multiple members, and the trap is there to follow it up once more onto Oles. McWeedy's in trouble now, and will he have to trade out that bubble? Will he have to trade out the lay on hands? For now, he does not. And now they're going to get the pressure back on Smite. Smite is getting chunked down incredibly low. Bank has got some work to do to try to catch up, and Bank is going to be put into sleep. He's sitting through it for now. Will get the Life Cocoon out as he had to trade the trinket. Big stun comes out. McWeedy, though, going to get topped by Oles. Good pressure coming out this time from Clevefield. It finally feels like they have something rolling, and Hidden may be forced to turtle here as well. He's down about half HP. Bank trying to top him back up, but they're swapping it back over on a Smite, just bouncing back and forth between these targets, trying to keep the pressure rolling as best as they possibly can. Oles getting pretty
What's
low
up, you guys? Sorry.
Hidden is just going to get rocked.
Oh.
He gets sent.
Wait.
Not even able to get the turtle off. Clevefield finally takes it back.
Okay. Yeah, they're actually though too. I don't know. I mean, I still have a lot to work with. I think this game pretty easily goes to Turtle Hair into Cocoon. I don't know. And they're almost on the side of Clevefield, so I don't think this ever happens in the best of 5 at this stage.
And it was just way more pressured in this match, but this was
personally
earlier in the opening stage. This was a push onto Smite. I think this is when they got the Life Cocoon here. They got the trinket and Life Cocoon. It all started with a kick there onto Bank. So they got a kick into a CC chain with that Quell interrupt from Oles. And then here, Hidden was actually in a Demon Hunter fear. I kind of want to see that again. That was a crazy amount of damage is coming out there towards the end. But he was caught up in a Demon Hunter fear, and then he just got 30 0'd like right after it ended. So it looked like Clevepill just had a really good push there. But these quells, like the interrupt we saw right there on the bank, that is the key right there to kind of forcing all of these cooldowns. But yeah, this was the moment. So they landed double Demon Hunter Fear. They're going after Smite.
And Anonymous looked it's up to McDonald's. Hold on a second. Hang on a second though, Anonymous. Is there another option? We could use the coin for this.
Free turtle.
Yep, really well done. Liked some of the early trades. You talk about the early magic bop on some.
Or is it just 100% McDonald's?
It's going to be about McWeedy making the cooldowns last long enough that he can actually try to finish it off. I really liked how much they got Hidden involved in this one. You talked about them cleaving him down, but it felt like just they were making a more conscious effort when Smite would start to kite. They would, if they couldn't instantly get to him, they'd just turn onto the Hunter, right? And they'd start getting Hidden chunked down. They'd start putting the pressure onto him, which felt like it made it a lot more difficult for Bank to kind of keep up because their CC chains obviously generally aren't as long onto the healer. But if Bank comes out and he has multiple people to catch up on, it's a lot more difficult for him. And it felt like it was kind of making him make more tough choices.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the thing that you kind of discussed with the early trading, it just looked way better in this game.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay, it's time. It's time for. It's time for a best of 7.
There on the kill log as well. You see the Divine Arbiter.
All right, McDonald's with heads. Best of 6 for first to 4.
Taking down the Hunter, and I wanted to say.
Okay, Wild Wings 1-0.
I feel like the Hunter in general is
Wild Wings 2-0.
target than the Dev Evoker, because you don't actually.
Okay, it's 3-1. Hold up, how do we do a 3-way? How do we throw it? We gotta roll a dice. Hold on. Okay, that's actually more interesting. Let's roll a dice.
Hovering around, so it's kind of hard to interrupt them.
Hold up.
And actually shut down their damage.
Wait, how do you even roll a 3-sided dice?
Like going after
what does it even look like?
At least when you
like 3 triangles connected or something?
Could be a way to victory for them, because Smite is just
you can't. Doesn't make sense.
Like this. Anytime you land CC, also, I mean, he could use that on the Hunter, but I do feel like the Hunter does.
All right, one sec. We got the wheel for the next thing. We'll redo this. It's a. How do we do it? So it's 1, 2, and 3. 1 equals. Nah, you can online. You can do a virtual 3-sided dice. One is McDonald's. 2 is Buffalo. 3 is Chili's. All right, we'll do this in a sec.
There's a little gap in that CC chain.
Cookie with 250 bits as well.
Split second too late, allowed him to get that life.
Hold on a second. We'll roll this after this game.
Really deflect the go here.
So we've already got Trinket Cocoon. That's just Cocoon. I was Will Cocoon.
Smite is trying his best to just kite through this, and McWeedy looks like he's going to be.
McWeedy may have to use lay here. He'll try and use lay before bubble here, for sure. He is getting blasted. It's good.
McWeedy's just going to stay back behind the pillar for now, but now reconvening here with Numbers, who's charging in. Hidden has
oh, lay on hands coming.
Split from him.
He is just dying.
Looks like no. Bank now going to be caught into a sleep again, but Smite is just
Darkness trades.
So far, I feel
knocked
like
out. Looks like he's okay. They're not. Oh, they're doing it from ranged.
Out of that Hodge, McWeedy's still sitting low. The trap there onto Oles. He's going to use the Emerald Communion, top him back up. Finally, they're back here onto Smite. Numbers trying to chase after him, but Hidden has been completely untouched.
I wonder if Harold's
that is making all the difference.
better here.
Yeah, Hidden is just getting to pop off right now. McWeedy not having too many cooldowns left.
That's the rescue.
Earlier, and now they
Bubble. Bubble? No?
Comes through. Smite though trinkets out of a stun and gets aggressive back onto McWeedy here. So they did get at least Smite's trinket in this exchange, but here comes the triple breath. Hidden is there with the follow-up freezing trap. Big damage potential onto McWeedy. Are they gonna get something? It looks like the trap actually broke there. Oles now getting a sleepwalk onto Bank. He has no will of the Forsaken. Had to trade that earlier. McWeedy still though taking so much damage. They're being greedy though on the side of Buff Mistweaver, and in this case, greed is good. They're gonna get away with it. And they will actually be able to top off Smite in that position without even using the Life Cocoon as well, without using the Trinket of Bank. So things are looking very good defensively here for Buff Mistweaver. Meanwhile, McWeedy, he's struggling, and he has to trade out the Magic Bop once again.
Yeah, there's the trap into the sleep onto Oles. McQueedy getting low here once more. We'll see if Oles can keep him offensive. The trinket had to be used as well there from Oles. So a lot of the defensives now gone from this evoker, and it's going to be up to McQueedy to try to keep himself alive from now on. Sleep there over on a bank, and they get the trinket with that. Looks like they just have no pressure, so he doesn't have to use any sort of cooldowns. Bank is just sitting through the sleep, sitting through the Hodge. Now Smite getting chunked a little bit of low, but is kiting back in the middle of the map. Bank going to get imprisoned, but all that CC chain did not amount to much. Smite just doing a great job negating it. The I-beam does come through. There's an in-cap over on the numbers as he is going to get dissuaded from chasing after Smite, but Smite now going to get interrupted down about half HP. The Bank trying his best to pick him back up as Oles about a minute away from that Emerald Communion. If he could actually rotate back through that, that would be huge. McQueedy has had to use his lay on hands, just has the bubble and trinket here remaining. Bank, though, is getting pretty low on mana. So is Oles. Oles sitting through this trap. There's a sleep follow. He's going to bubble early this time. I think that's a
We're
really
just spectating the pit, man.
Yeah, and now McQueedy, though, has no cooldowns left. Oles has no cooldowns left. Both healers running low on mana, but they're going to land a CC here onto Bank. Full Sleepwalk will connect. Do they have anything to follow it up?
We got nothing.
Like it,
we have a second commune in 28, but we are naked. We got trinket, and that's it. He DC'd. Oh my god.
Looks like he DC'd. He just gets absolutely blasted.
Not a DC, and there. It could be an Ulti 4 that were cooked, probably.
We'll take the series 3-1.
That's a brutal way to go for McQueedy, man. That's a very McQueedy way to go. Super tragic. All right, let's do some dice rolls here. So 1 is McDonald's, 2 is Buffalo Wild Wings, and 3 is Chili. It's a first to 7 battle. It'll take me a little while to do this. Okay, so first roll is 3. So Chili's got 1. So first to 4. 2.
Kept them alive there, but to me the biggest difference was it just
3.
like tunnels way too much.
Chili's got 2.
One where Smite was doing
McDonald's got 1. This might take a while. 3. Oh, Chili's is blasting. Chili's wins on 1.
Get Hodge into sleep,
2.
into imprison, like all the CC would be landing on a
Or Chili. I actually.
They weren't hitting
Okay, it's now a tie between Chili's and Buffalo Wild Wings.
Involved more like they did in that last game, where they were really able to make things a lot more difficult.
Now McDonald's got 2.
This time it just felt like it was all about Smite, just kiting.
Okay, Chili's wins. I actually.
That pressure off of it.
I feel like Chili's is a good option.
Sit through everything.
I haven't had Chili's in a minute, but Chili's is fucking good. I feel like Chili's is the best of those options. McDonald's got swept though.
For himself, and I would have liked to see him go after Hidden more in those moments because, yeah, and I think here at the end, McQueedy for sure. He was running in place and then he just kind of like teleported around and then died. So looks like, unfortunately for McQueedy, he DC'd in that position. I don't think he ult F4'd. Didn't look like it. Looked like he was running in place for a little bit. So yeah, unlucky. But Buff Mistweaver, they were looking pretty good in this game. And in general, in this series, they have been really, really impressive so far in the gauntlet. Bank, his mana, I think, could be a liability though.
Yeah,
that's the one weakness kind of the Mistweaver. Yeah,
I mean, in that game, he was almost tapped, right? So, if McQueedy could have survived, if Oles lived the next, 20, 30 seconds or whatever it was until the next Emerald Communion, maybe they could have won on mana in that way. That one was pretty close as far as the mana was concerned, but, they were never able to get the trinket out of Bank. He was always able to kind of just sit through that. Smite did such a good job with the time stops, with the hover, just kiting around the map, and Hidden is just teeing off on them. Because he was never really threatened whatsoever. And that is now 3 straight series wins for Buff Mistweaver to kick off this gauntlet. They are on a tear.
Yeah, they are playing real sweaty. Buff Mistweaver definitely at an all-time high with these guys. I mean, compared to how we last saw them, Zico, and compared to your thoughts at the beginning of today, is this how you expected this team to play?
This is the problem with Buff Mistweaver, right? Because we've talked about it in the past. They are a team that will just play Homestead, or they look kind of random to most of us, and they will just pop off every now and then and just destroy everyone. So, like, you don't really know what you get with these guys. They're like a box of chocolates, Sometimes you get. Like,
all right, it's dope up now.
What is it called? Like the praline with like the wine in it. I don't like it at all.
I don't know. But
and sometimes you get like the salty caramel, the juicy stuff, So yeah. I've
never had Buffalo Wild Wings.
And be honest, I did not expect this. I'll just be honest.
I don't think.
I did not expect them to perform on this level. I mean, they've beaten some really solid teams. Full Smart team that has won.
Pretty sure I've never had it before.
YOLO Inc.
I really haven't had wings that often.
Kind of a newcomer to this season, but a team that has had their number throughout the
Maybe once or twice.
season.
They're not really a thing in
Now
New
they're
Zealand.
Going up against Dobob. That is going to be extremely tough.
Yeah,
Extremely tough.
Dobob is
this is a team that has
usually
been
where this
so
ends, but we'll see.
consistent. They're basically, stepping up to the plate and challenging teams like Echo, Azael, and I imagine this is going to be another tough series for Buff Mistweaver. But what's your take on this?
I mean, it's really interesting because the only time I remember them playing was back in Cup 2 when Buff Mistweaver won that series, right? And that was a 5-game series. So, Dobob, I think, to me, seemed like the obvious team to make it through the gauntlet at the start of the day. But now Buff Mistweaver are just on a tear. They've beat this team before, which I think is going to give them a lot of confidence. And Dobob, even though I think they came into the day, is pretty heavy favorites to be facing off against Echo next. I don't know. I'm just feeling the momentum. I'm feeling the Mistweaver vibes, man. They're just killing it. I feel like they're playing it out so well, but also agree with Zico that mana could be the issue, and maybe Dobob can actually make the games go a little bit longer, and kind of exploit that weakness that Mistweavers have.
All right, we'll see if they can do it. Is the final series, the final round in the European Gauntlet. One of these teams will be making it to the finals for tomorrow for the EU region to face off against Echo. It's either going to be Dobob or it's going to be Buff Mistweaver, the team that made it all the way from the bottom of the EU Gauntlet now to round number 4. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Dobob versus Buff Mistweaver. We'll be right back.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
No, it's the trailer from this is the midnight trailer from Gamescom.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Yeah, at Gamescom they had this crazy it was like set up like a there was like the stage with a giant screen in the middle and then a whole bunch of screens on the sides and lights everywhere, and like they had like effects for it. It's like the whole thing kind of got set up as like I'm not even sure how to even describe it, but the trailer was like part of the stage.
Can you hold out? Flee and save.
Very expensive looking.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through. I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, We will perish. I beg you. Help us. The Sunwell will not fall.
Not while we draw breath.
It's actually crazy. It's 3 weeks away.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on the final round of the EU Gauntlet. It is Dobob versus Buff Mistweaver. Buff Mistweaver came from round number 1. They came from the bottom, and now they're up here in round 4 against Dobob. Winner of this one moving on to the finals to face off against Echo for the rest of this weekend. And this is a huge game. Buff Mistweaver on an absolute tear in the EU region, Ben. But Dobob kind of has been having their own moment as well this season in the EU region.
Yeah, there's a reason why they're the final boss of the gauntlet and why
90%. Holy shit.
Is going in favor.
After Buff Mistweaver just won 3 series back to back.
Relza, Flappers, as well as Tessia, who's been, I think, a fan favorite on that mage. Very flashy, makes lots of plays. So, yeah, I think this is a solid team, and this will definitely be the most difficult challenge Buff Mistweaver Monk has.
Yeah, I could not agree more. They've won every single series so far today, and they've actually played Dobob once before, and they did end up winning that series. But Dobob has had quite a lot of time on their hands, kind of watching what Buff Mistweaver has been doing today. Also, it's been several weeks since we've seen either of these teams play against each other, so it could be a different series, Zico. But what is your take? What is your prediction on this series? Are you going to go against Chat?
No, I'm not going against Chad. I'm going with Dobob, of course. I think that Dobob are not happy with not being the team that one of the 3 teams that instantly qualified. So I think they got something to prove. But would I be surprised if Buff Mistweaver wins? Probably not. They did have that game that you were referring to during the regular season where they actually knocked Dobob out of a cup with a 2 versus 2 at the end. So it was a cross kill, and the game ended up being a 2 versus 2, and then they ended up beating Relza and Tessia with Cassidy and Bank. So I think of Mistweaver, who knows? These guys are full of upsets. And I think Dobob probably didn't prepare for the team that came from the bottom of the gauntlet.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. They had a lot of teams that they could have been facing off in this round. So you're right. That is probably a difficulty as well. But Ven, what about you? What is your prediction for the series?
It's tough, right? I've been going with Buff Mr. Monk all day, and I feel like they've delivered. So do I turn my back on them at their final moment here against, a team like Dobob? No, I don't. I'm going once again with Buff Mistweaver. I think it's going to be a close series, but I think ultimately they will take it.
Okay. I had a hard time predicting this one. I think this was the most difficult one. Do you go with the team that is having an amazing day, maybe the best weekend that they've had in an AWC Cup this weekend or this season, or do you go with the team that has, barely ended up getting sent to the gauntlet, almost made it to the top 3 by like just a hair? I ended up going with Dobob, but I do feel like it's going to be a difficult series. I feel like it's going to go all the way to a game 5, very back and forth. At least I hope it's going to be like that as well. A bit of a bloodbath, kind of how these gauntlets tend to be sometimes. But looks like chat's evened out a little bit as well. 58% on the side of Dobob, 42 on the side of Buff Mistweaver, at least in terms of points. So chats can't seem to agree either. Let's see what Sid and D Machine and Azael predicted for this series. 2-3 for Super Tees, 2-3 for D Machine, Azael 3-2. So once again, Zico, we are split a bit down the middle for our predictions.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Last time that happened, it costed me, I had to look at Venruki grinning like the way he is right now during the entire break. So let's hope that Dobob is bringing their A game. But to be honest, we have seen this in the past, the Cinderella run. It's not the first time we see a team come crawling from the pits of the gauntlet and make it actually all the way to the grand finals and even beating Echo. And of course, talking about Quirky's team in the past. But Buff Mistweaver, they have a giant obstacle ahead of them because they're gonna have to take on Dobob's RMP here.
Ooh. Yeah, that seems brutal. This is what I was kind of saying, right? Wait, it's Frost. What the fuck?
Right now, that Frost Mage. They'll see what Tessia can do. I'm curious to see what build he's playing. One nice thing about the Frost Mage is you aren't as impacted by the Roar of Sacrifice from Hidden. So I think that is one of the main reasons why Tessia isn't playing Fire Mage right now, is because they are playing against the Hunter. Icy Vein still incredibly potent cooldown, and as that Frost Mage, you are going to be able to get a lot of crowd control as well. Bank portals away. Tessia just plays on top of his portal, using Blast Wave to knock him into the open. These really fancy, aggressive plays are what we do expect from Tessia. We'll see if it pays off in this match.
Yeah, Shadow Step kick coming out onto Smite. Looks like they might want to be setting something up. Counterspell as well onto Smite. So really trying to limit the damage. But here's a stun trap onto Relza. He's going to trade out the Trinket. That was the oppressing roar. So he was going to sit through an extremely long crowd control chain. Nice ring of frost on the pads. Big CC chain here. Look at Tessia isolating the entire team here. Isolating Smite for his entire team. Getting a lot of work there. But weren't able to actually get that big revival cooldown from Bank. He still has that in his back pocket, so a decent push, but ultimately they weren't able to force anything major with it, and Tessia now on the back foot, Hidden pushing in for another trap. Tessia, oh my goodness, has to trade out the ice block immediately, but Relza,
that's not good.
Here onto the DPS, Smite in a kidney shot. They're gonna Trinket out of that kidney shot to get a full stun sheep onto Bank, and they're still going after Smite here. He's dropping very, very low, but CC chain ends on Bank, and now Tessia is on the run.
Yeah, he is not afraid. Smite pops his Obsidian Mantle and just decides to push in, get the damage rolling here onto Tessia. If they can force the second ice block, it would be massive. Relza goes into a full trap, and Tessia's low on health. This could be the ice block once again. Big overpowered barrier is going to be coming in with the Power Word Shield. It looks like Dobob should be able to hold on, but pressure so far for Buff MW is looking good. Icy Veins rotating back up, and that's going to be that massive swell of damage Tessia has available. Just 5 seconds before Tessia can get really aggressive here, but for the time being, he is just forced so far on the back foot, and is still under fire. Big Heel's finally coming in, but this is a very back and forth game.
That was a big moment, though. They got Bank's Trinket right before the Icy Veins is available here for Tessia, and he's going to be able to get some work done with that. There's the Dragon's Breath onto Hidden. He's looking for the Polymorph. Fake cast action. They're going for a swap here onto Bank. Can they take him down? Tessia gets interrupted. Big Comets landing onto Bank. Not having the damage, though, I don't think. Maybe, actually. Bank dropping so low in that position, but manages to get the Diffuse Magic, manages to roll away. This was a kind of all-in situation here that Dobob, they were trying to close out the match there. Not able to find the kill. They still have the Icy Veins ticking. They're going to need to try to crowd control Bank here maybe in this position and go after somebody else, but Bank is making it very difficult. Full trap lands on the Relza. Trinket's out. There's the smoke bomb. Here comes the last push. Can they take Smite
Oh my
down?
god, okay.
Take him down.
And that's where the dragon is much weaker, right? You can see the dragon just gets
finding the smoke bomb
cooked. He's got a plan, melee range of a mage. I don't know why it's not fire though. I guess Roar of Sacrifice. Oh, okay, that actually makes sense. Like they're good into fire, I guess, because of Ross.
Didn't look bad in this game. They definitely had good pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tessia did a really good job with his evasive maneuvers in this one. Very hit and run-ish, right? Like pushing out when they actually had the diminishing returns, and then just immediately being out of line of sight and trying to get crowd control of the pets and, you know, avoid the disintegrates of Smite. So Tessia had a great game, but like you said, this is a very close match. The Frost Mage, a little bit of a surprise pick here for Tessia, but I really like it in this particular matchup. You could tell still had good burst with the Comet Storms, was able to get crowd control when he needed, and that Roar Sacrifice, like I said, it's not going to shut down all of your damage pressure as if Tessia was fire.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right, with the Fire Mage. But we can see here, this was the swap onto Bank here. They try to get the kill, try to get the KO, but weren't able to. The revival came through there for Bank, so he survives that. But they got the Roar of Sacrifice as well. And then this is Tessia still with the Icy Veins. They get the Smoke Bomb, get a lot of damage here onto Tessia, and then there's the stun onto Bank, into the Sheep, and then they have the damage here to take Smite down before he can Trinket, or, well, he doesn't have Trinket, so before he can do anything about it, really. And Dobob, first Frost Mage of the season, actually. This is the first time we see a Frost Mage on broadcast the entire season, and it is going to be Tessia bringing it out, getting a W, but also Brunhilde on the sub-rogue is not something that we've seen too much of as well. Usually he prefers the Outlaw Rogue, so usually they've been playing a lot of Outlaw Fire, but now Brunhilde bringing in the sub as well.
Tessia, I was looking at his build, I was like, oh, I wonder what he's running. He actually is playing Glacial Spike. This is I think a lot of mages get a lot of Frost mages get caught into this idea that if you're playing Glacial, you need to use it to be able to do damage. But I don't think Tessia casted a single Glacial Spike the entire game. Like, I don't even think he attempted to, and they still managed to pull off the win. And he did solid damage, so has that in his back pocket as well if he needs it. But yeah, it's interesting to see the builds that these guys are coming up with.
Yeah, it is interesting because we have seen he gives up Ray of Frost, right? So it is a lot of damage lost there, but it is that also that surprise factor, right? Because if you're on buff Mistweaver, you will not expect a Glacial Spike to just come out of nowhere. You'll think you'll find, all of a sudden, you'll have that big Glacial. It kind of reminds me of when monks play Song of GG. We've seen Bank do this a couple of times. He just plays Song of GG, and he doesn't use it the entire game, and then right, like, when the game is deep in dampening and it's like their last kill attempt, he'll just bring it out of his pocket and just get a surprise kill with it. So it can be effective. Of course, if Cassidy's listening to the broadcast, now they know. So unlucky for Tessia, but yeah.
All right. I mean, they're really, this is one of those things. Tessia as well, he's not playing Splitting Ice, so it's an interesting adaptation. I think it's a smart one too, because you really are just focusing on single target damage here. So you're not going to have those opportunities, those moments where like your Ice Lances and your Glacial Spikes are just going to cleave and break your crowd control. So
that's so annoying.
Like it. Yeah. You can opt out of it. Exactly what Tessia is doing. I do wonder though, for like buff Mystery Monk, how because I feel like the game number 1, it wasn't bad. They had really good pressure on Tessia. There's moments where you could see them getting that second ice block. It's just those icy vein windows they really need to be careful of.
So let's be honest, man. Are you sweating a little bit now about your prediction, or do you think that game looked good enough that they're going to clean it up and actually turn this around?
Just one of those things. It's like I was going with my heart with Buff. I still think they could win this. I really do. But, I mean, realistically, I'm betting against Dobob. That's, like, not the spot you ever really want to be in, right? So, obviously, sweating, yes, a little bit. Okay. But even if I lose this, I'm still up on you, so it's all good.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. We have NA left, bro. That's. I specialize in the North American region. If you didn't know, that's where I got most of my points.
Really?
This season, so. No, I don't know. I just made that up. Maybe. Who knows? It's complete chaos over there. Nobody can guess what's going on. But Dobob versus Buff Mistweaver here. This is actually a huge game because if Buff Mistweaver wins, they will actually secure themselves prize money as well. Securing themselves a decent chunk of prize money from the finals. So Smite really needs to not overcommit his defensives, but also not under-respond in this position. And it does make the perfect trade here. Still a lot of damage coming out, though. Swap with the Bank. Bank's going to teleport around. Still takes a decent chunk of damage there. Good opener so far from Dobob, but also good response from Buff Mistweaver. No trinkets being exchanged here for Buff Mistweaver is absolutely crucial. They're going after Brunhilde. He's caught up in a leg sweep into a stun. Brunhilde, what are you going
Cloak,
to trade?
no evasion. They're actually going through a lot. There's a bomb, though. Bomb kidney.
His trinket there as well.
Bomb kidney.
And they take him down. Relza's there with the holy fire. Tessia not able to connect.
We revived. Revived. No.
Will survive that with the help of that restoral.
Yeah. Bank trades out his trinket, though. That is absolutely crucial. Luckily for Smite, he sells his trinket and 2 obsidian scales. So I like the way Buff MW is trading so far in the match. They're not over-responding. They're not overlapping defensives. And Smite has actually been incredibly greedy holding on to his scales so far in this match. He hasn't even used a single charge, which is not something you often see against Evokers. Normally, those pop one immediately to get aggressive and get their cast off. Now, finally popping one. Smite gets chastised. Full kidney shot on Bank. They're making a setup, a huge setup.
Time stop.
Bank. The time
Rescue.
Stop. Rescue comes in. Nicely done there by Smite.
That was a great stun as well onto Brunhilde. Didn't have trinket there. That intimidation stun from the BM Hunter, slowing down the assault there from the rogue, slowing down the stun lock, because I think Bank was actually dead if they didn't do that. But still, Tessia under heavy fire. Relza's going to trade out the Guardian. But
He's getting blasted.
So much damage in that position, but catches another big heal. Ring of Frost is out. Relza depths the
Bank again. Oh, there's going to Bank over. There's the cocoon. Now they're going to go. I think they'll just look at. They're going to try and CC Bank with this next DI and send Smite. Smite's very vulnerable now.
There is a window where they just blind Bank and try to take down Smite here.
They DI'd though.
Do so. Will they actually go for it? It looks like it. Brunhilde's pushing in. Will he find
Very small window though. 5 seconds on trinket. He has something to pair it with though. Is the awkward part.
Line of sighting. He knows he's not going to give him that window. So Brunhilde not going to be able to find the blind in that position. And now they actually catch Brunhilde. But Relza with a nice.
He's got evasion. He's fine. He's angeled. He actually uses evasion though.
Going after the Rogue a lot more in this matchup. Tessia looking for Glacial Spike. Can he find it? It will land on Smite. Doesn't do too much damage, but then take him down anyways. The pressure's overwhelming. Finally, the heals connect there from Bank.
Glacial Spikes are big. Like it's kind of funny how much worse they are than Chaos Bolts. They're basically a Chaos Bolt with double the cast time.
Find the damage. Dobob doing an excellent job.
But obviously you have Mage CC and you know mobility.
Doesn't want to be anywhere near Smite, as his healer is in crowd control. Finally, Disintegrates will land. They might get the Cloak of Shadows. No, they do not. Relza connects the Guardian Spirit, and that will be enough to keep Dobob alive.
Yeah, really, really nice push there with the Glacial. And here comes
bomb.
Onto Smite. Nicely played.
Cocoon.
He rolls into the smoke bomb.
They got a minute to win.
They're going after hit, and they got a fear here on to the entire team. Relza
I think you'll see them doing every go on Bank for the next couple, like the next minute or so.
Here for another 45 seconds actually, but he does have that trinket.
I mean, they can't see that Smite's got rescue and one obsidian scale right now.
That BM Hunter is going to be tougher and tougher to deal with. Shadowblade's popped here for Brunhilde. They have the Icy Veins here in 5 seconds. Who are they going to launch the attack on? I think they're going to go after Bank, and I think they can actually KO Bank. That's why he's playing so far away right now. Brunhilde is looking for the angle to get a full trap onto Relza, but he trinkets it. Here comes the damage. And the
trinket in one. He died the last split second. Bro, Tessia, it's actually criminal that Tessia's not top 3 here. This is actually kind of smurfing.
with that glacial spike,
They're smurfing the gauntlet, man.
blinded bank. They had a long CC chain with the blind.
Well, DevPM worked great. They had 3 cleaves. It was literally 3 cleaves and Tessia. And Tessia should not be in the gauntlet.
Any target without a trinket is definitely a target that you can take down. Tessia with the
He couldn't press turtle. He was 0.5 out of getting out of that stun. It was, I mean, Tessia does crazy shit.
Really good play.
I'm pretty sure Dobob beat one RMP mirrors against fucking Waz's team this season. It's like this is like the RMP on EU.
Rescue keeps him alive, and it's at this moment. Smite, it's not. I don't think it's this moment exactly, but at the end of the game, it was actually Smite. He sets up the team with a nice deep breath and hit.
If he's gauntlet, does it say the top 3 teams?
Going for traps out of that. You can see here. Here's the trap, and Hidden. He doesn't have a trinket for 5 seconds. It's so close. No, just dies through his survival instincts. They just kill him with that wall. So beautifully done there by Tessia, reading the situation perfectly. They isolate him. They take him down, and yeah, they're gonna be up 2-0 in this series. Looking good so far.
Yeah, looking very good. That's a very, very narrow window there to secure the kill on. So it's definitely a little bit brutal if you're hidden in that position, because I was saying it during the cast, but the BM Hunter is so annoying the later the game goes on. At some point, you just have that, like, look at the trinket, man. It's 4-second CD, and it's like 2.5 seconds left on the stun. So his trinket comes up like maybe 2 seconds after he dies. So it's very brutal for sure.
Ice wall didn't even matter. Everyone was already crossed. Someone was like, one of his teammates was in a stun. The other one was in a chat. I guess they're both stunned, chastised and kidney shot, and he just gets isolated. They take him down before they can even react. So it's just a beautiful 3 versus 1 situation. The ice wall just adds insult to injury, and yeah, Dobob, they're looking clean.
Yep. Very, very nice stuff here from Dobob, and the glacial spike tech is actually doing so much work. They're able to get the trinket from bank, and they're able to save their cooldowns. And that's my favorite way when RMP works that way, when you're kind of using your offensive cooldowns to try to finish the game and try to like secure a kill, rather than using your offensive cooldowns just to try to force like defensive cooldowns with them. So it's nice when you have like an ability like Glacial Spike, where it's a bit tough to get it off, but if you do coordinate, you know, your triple CC well enough, and you can actually secure it, you can put yourself very much ahead. And Buff Mistweaver locking in the exact same thing, going to hook point. So I'm a little bit afraid for the bank swaps on this map, because that is something that Dobob likes to do. Try to open onto Smite, get the Roar of Sacrifice, try to get some cooldowns there, and then swap back to the healer afterwards. So it's going to be very tricky here for bank to navigate those cooldowns from Dobob.
Number 1 difference this game is just Hidden playing survival. So instead of playing Beast Mastery or Beast Mastery Hunter like the last 2 games, he's going to be switching over to survival for this one. So we'll see. I'm trying to think of like what advantages the survival hunter is going to be bringing over the Beast Mastery Hunter in this game. I'll have to wait and see how much better it feels. Hidden, of course, is going to have to play a little bit more in melee range in the face of Tessia. And the damage is going to be maybe slightly less consistent than that Beast Mastery Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. But it didn't really matter. I feel like with the way they're playing, like with their play style, it makes sense to play the Survival Hunter over the BM. Because I feel like with the BM Hunter, it's a lot better to actually just rely on that kind of damage to ramp up and focus on shutting down the setups and focus on surviving. Because eventually you just kind of have guaranteed damage that will just land the kills for you. But with the Survival Hunter, this plays into how they've been playing the whole day, right? Landing those CC chains, getting those traps, getting those sleepwalks, getting big damage windows where they can try to take down an isolated target. And I think Brunhilde is going to be an excellent target for that on the sub-rogue. So if he doesn't have a trinket, and that's something that sub-rogues like to do a lot, is if you CC them during their pop, sub-rogues hate when you do that. They will just trinket. So like if they're popping Shadow Blades, they're popping Shadow Dance, they're getting aggressive on someone, and you stun them in that moment, you will most often get them to actually trinket offensively. And then you can punish that offensive trinket with your own setup later on.
All right, here we go. Dobob, Buff Mistweaver Monk. This might be the last game. Buff MW, they fought so hard today. They already won 3 series. This is their 4th, but this could be the final game if they can't figure it out. Full blind goes out onto Bank. An immediate start here. Stun on the Tessia. They shut down any kind of follow-up. There'll be a fear. The polymorph lands. Oh no. And this is a big opportunity for Dobob to get a lot of cooldowns out of the way. They get the trinket and the life cocoon immediately. A great start for Dobob.
Yeah, very, very good. They got the life cocoon, they got the trinket. Now Bank could be an exposed target because that icy veins is still ticking here for Tessia. He gets a precognition. He could easily try to set something up here onto Bank, and Bank kind of knows it. He's trying to stay a little bit further away from Tessia. Tessia gonna go ahead and get that shifting power. Icy veins has subsided. Nice. Bank rolls in, gets the double leg sweep. They get the freezing trap onto Relza. That's going to be the trinket from Relza as well in that position, but Smite is isolated. Full sheep onto Bank, and Relza is there with the follow-up fear potentially here. Can he find it? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to just yet. And it's going to be a kidney shot onto Bank instead, and actually looks like they're swapping. Big glacial spike, huge damage onto Bank. They're almost taking him down, but he does manage to survive, and that is the threat of that glacial spike there from Tessia. If they can actually get that at the end of a CC chain, if they can start the CC chain with a random poly on Bank, and they can kidney him after the CC chain and swap with the glacial. So Relza needs to be very careful here. Actually gets fully trapped, and here's Brunhilde. They're doing exactly that, swapping to the rogue, trying to take him down. But that is going to be the mass barrier from Tessia, plus the Cloak of Shadows, but paralyzed on Brunhilde behind the pillar. Relza still in the sleepwalk. Brunhilde manages to survive, though, with some evasive maneuvers, and it looks like he's going to be fine in this position.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Really need to see Buff MW starting to pull out some cooldowns. They're just on the back foot. Preemptive life cocoon,
nice.
Beautifully done on the smoke bomb. They shut that down, but it's very preemptive, so they still have damage to just go after Bank.
Bank getting blasted. Bid almost dies in the fair.
Lower and lower, rolling away at 20%.
Alive, comes back.
Back and forth, doing what he can to survive. Now making a push here, gets the full leg sweep onto Brunhilde and just getting aggressive on that monk, throwing in the rushing wind kicks, but he's still not topped off. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled the trigger. They had a full trap onto Relza with no trinket and a full stun onto Brunhilde with no trinket, but where was the damage? They weren't able to land any, and here's a full blind onto Bank. No trinket out. Smite is in trouble. Full
Dead.
to follow it up, and that is
And there it is.
3-0 for Dobob.
Dobob make it through.
As beautiful as ever. Knocking
Man, that sucks.
out of the tournament and securing themselves a spot in the finals.
It's so crazy because like Buff Mistweaver looks so dominant, right? They just like kind of 3-0'd every game, crushing everyone, and they get to the final boss and they just get fucking swatted away.
You had a great showing today.
There's just a very big difference in the way those two matchups play out.
They proved it. I mean, their RMP bringing in the
Yeah, no, it was really good. It's unfortunate. The reason why it feels bad is that the way the Gauntlet is structured, they get nothing extra for beating those three teams. Nothing at all. The only team that benefits in the Gauntlet, it's a brutal bracket. You get paid for showing up. Everyone gets paid the same amount. The team that makes it through gets paid more. So those all that effort that Buff Mistweaver did, you know, they went through 3 really good teams and then they got nothing for it. They got swatted by Dobob.
To me, because honestly, out of all the teams that Echo wants to fight, I think Dobob is probably the least. You know, they don't want to play against them, as these two teams have quite a bit of history.
Yep. Right.
The 4 most varied teams are in the EU top 4. Like Buff Mistweaver are a pretty lopsided team in terms of what they have. I think all the teams. You look at like the 3 teams they beat, and they're all very like committed to like honestly Prez. It seems like. And then you're in the situation now where Dobob make it through. Dobob are a varied team. MVQ's team's a varied team. Like all the teams that are around.
There we go.
You know, there's a Guinness.
You lose friends by beating those 3 teams, I think, Chrome, but I'm not sure completely.
You should go for it. Go for it.
I don't know. I think I just do it for as long as he did, and if I clap more, I just submit that. But I don't know. We'll see.
That's how you have to do it longer than him or faster. How does it measure?
No, I have to do more claps per minute.
Oh.
Or at the same amount of time.
Yeah.
But he's pretty good. He has good form, you know.
Interesting.
Stamina.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe I'll go from you know, multi-rank 1 WoW gamer to just washed up one-hand clapper. We'll see about that.
We will see, but this we're kind of wrapping up here. The EU region, of course, Dobob, congratulations. Got to give Buff Mistweaver a lot of credit, though, because they had an incredible run. You can see them starting all the way down in round number 1.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's just
that did take that W3.
They did. I mean, Full Smart's another team that I expected to probably see a little bit more from because they actually have some like a lot more that they can work with.
The rest of their series, because they're going to be up against Echo. I don't know if you guys talked about this. They're going to be up against Echo for Saturday's games. And I'm sure Echo, I don't know, we'll have to talk to them. I wonder if they're surprised or who they were expecting, because they kind of didn't know who was going to come out from that gauntlet, but it ended up being Dobob in the end, Ben.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. If I was in Echo shoes, I would have predicted Dobob was probably the most likely to make it out. I mean, they were the highest seeded in the gauntlet, and also, I mean, they just have such solid players. They've been very consistent, so I think Echo is going to be prepared for this matchup, and they've been doing well against Dobob. It's one of the reasons why Dobob found themselves in the gauntlet, is they couldn't quite figure it out against Echo, but like I said, these two teams, they have a lot of history. They've been very back and forth, and I feel like either one of them could win on the day, so sets us up for a very interesting quarterfinals.
Definitely. And they've, of course, got that other series, StreamerZone.gg versus Under Pressure. We have no idea how that's going to go either. Never seen those two face off against each other in the broadcast. So very excited. Definitely make sure you are tuning in for tomorrow's games. But guess what, guys? We are not done with the day. We've got the NA games coming up as well, and I could not be more excited for those also. But before we get into that, we've got some spell guessing games.
No way! I didn't think we were getting that.
Yeah, we're gonna let the NA teams kind of get their groups formed. You know, EU, there was a little faster than we maybe expected. So
I can't believe how fast that was.
I know. We're gonna play. You can thank Buff Mistweaver for that. But in the meantime, we're gonna play some Who's Spell. Are you ready?
Ready. I'm ready as I'll ever
ready.
be.
All right.
I love this because we get to work together, Zico. You know.
Tear into an enemy with blank, inflicting blank power and blanking their 50% for 3 seconds. This is not. Power has a capital P. What does that
tear into an
mean?
enemy? Something that's 25-yard range.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is from the new Evoker. So you're gonna have, or not Evoker, Demon Hunter.
New Demon Hunter.
Yeah, new Demon Hunter. You better know this one. You're the Demon Hunter expert.
Me? I play Havoc though. I have not spent enough time on Devour. Tear into enemy.
I don't know. It just sounds like you're like tearing into their, their souls or whatever. But we need some options here because I'm not going to be able to guess
give us the options. Yeah. I'm glad that you think I'm the Demon Hunter expert though. That means a lot. Jedith on the desk here.
Well, let's see if my faith is misplaced or not.
Void Tear, does that sound good? D?
Isn't that Shadow Priest ability?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
But it says Void Tear. I don't know. It seems on theme with the description.
So
I'm going off vibes. I'm doing the Azale strategy.
Rip and Tear is Feral Druid.
Disintegrate is what my parents yell at me during Christmas when I'm opening my gifts.
Could it be Nice. Could it be Disintegrate? 25-yard range. It has spell power scaling. It slows for 50%.
Oh, because that would explain spell power.
Does it cost like three? What's their energy called?
I don't think it costs like. Doesn't it cost like those like little orbs?
Yeah, we should know what that is. I play Evoker a lot too. It costs 3 of their orbs. Does it cost 2 though, or 3? I think it might be 3.
I think it is 3.
Maybe it is Disintegrate.
I'm gonna go with Disintegrate, but
yeah, because also it does a 50% snare. It's Disintegrate.
Ooh, okay.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you're in it.
I'm locking in Disintegrate.
Me too. As a team.
Okay. All right. We're going with B production.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Nicely done.
The essence. See? It's the essence, the orbs.
Yeah, 3 essence.
There you go. I knew that. I was just testing chat.
Yeah, we knew the whole time, actually. We were just making sure chat knew. Cool. Did we get to guess the icon? All right.
Oh, this one's easy for me.
Is it?
This is D, right?
Yeah, it's D. This one's just I mean, I could play along and pretend I don't know, but for sure. It's D 100%.
Yeah, I think
we don't want to build any tension.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I could like.
Honestly, I think the other ones look kind of cool too. I kind of like the green. Wait, which one? Okay, so ignoring the fact that we all think it's D, which one do you think it looks the coolest? If it wasn't D, if you could pick now, and whatever you pick, that's how it looks in game. Which one would you pick?
C
I'm
or
biased
D?
because I like C.
C?
I like the color.
like
I don't
C
know.
too, yeah.
Like pinky blue. It's kind of nice.
I kind of like B. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like B kind of slaps.
Yeah, the pink and green.
Did you say
It's nice.
ew? Yeah.
I didn't
like,
say ew.
What's wrong with that?
I said yeah.
It sounded like you said
No,
ew.
no, I was agreeing. I was going, yeah. I don't know, I was just
Okay,
making
okay,
an enthusiastic chiming in.
All right.
Ooh, wait a minute. It's D.
Yeah, wow. I can't believe we
Yeah.
knew that.
Oh, I thought you said C. Okay, my
No.
bad. Okay, so it was D the whole time.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
knew
locked
that.
in D.
Yeah, of course. Right.
we were
My
ahead
bad.
of that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
we
was
shouldn't-
so
shouldn't have.
I was excited about the color of C, the purple. Okay,
We just
we
got a good luck. This one might be difficult.
got another one. Yeah.
Something, the
talent.
duration of something for more than, it's like 10
Reduced?
seconds, 20, 30, 40. I mean, it could be increasing the duration. It could be
Why
oppressing
would that be
roar.
oh, I guess.
Oh shit! I have this up.
No, it
That's
doesn't-
my
I
bad.
feel like
Sorry,
it
I'm
doesn't
talking to
have
my team at the same time.
Right? Oppressing roar?
Oh, I don't know. This is tough. When I see the options, I
I
feel
think
like
it's either
we'll
decreases or increases.
decreases the duration of incoming crowd control by 30 seconds. Then I don't know. Increases the duration of something.
No, but oppressing roar is a percentage, right?
50%. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so it can't be that.
I don't know.
Something that
think
reduces
we
the
need-
cooldowns. Could it be shifting power?
That's
No,
what I
because
was thinking.
It would have more text also because it does damage. It does like AoE damage.
Might be a druid ability. No, it's not enough text for that. Druids have
It's not enough. What is this?
Regenerative Heartwood, Verdant Infusion, Divine Procession, and Flourish.
So Divine Procession is the talent that extends your atonement when you smite. But I think it's 3 seconds, and now it's nerfed in PvP, so it's not, there's no 0. So it's definitely not C. It's
Okay.
not Flourish. I was thinking about Flourish, because I think, but Flourish has additional text where it like makes your hots ramp a lot more too. So it like increases the duration of your hots and also makes them tick faster. So C and D are out.
Okay. So what is regenerative heartwood? Is it druid talent?
Verdant Infusion.
That doesn't even sound familiar to me.
That's Prez stuff, right?
Verdant Infusion?
I don't know.
I feel like that's a Prez talent.
I'm
I mean,
lost.
it does something with verdant embrace, probably, right?
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is a situation where I
hedge
think
our
I might
bets.
I might just go with A because I don't know what that
You
is.
don't know?
I
Okay, but
swear.
do you know what verdant infusion is?
I think it's something with your hots, the druid thing.
Okay, I think we're
Maybe?
getting a hint coming in, though. Hold on.
Are we?
We've been thrown a
Are we?
lifeline. I don't know what this means, but the answer is on the screen in front of you.
The answer is on the screen in front of us. That's cooked.
What does that mean?
Is it the background image?
Well, I would hope so. I would hope it's either A, B, C, or D.
Yeah, but
Like,
like, is it like a
mean?
visual?
Wait. Okay, so you look at the Arena World Championship. There's no B, so maybe it's A. I'm gonna say A.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
going with it.
Arena World Championship. Wait, what?
There's no B in that text. I don't know. That's all I can go with.
Could it
I'm
be
going
like-
with A.
Could it be like
Is there
the
suppo- is there sup-
icon?
is there supposed to
is
be a
that
B?
pink
No, I'm-
swirly thing? Isn't that an icon of an? A, B, C, or D? Okay, well that's good. That's good to know.
It's not. No, this is actually wrong. It's not C or D. We've already established that. So
Yeah. Can we like
I know
phone
those
a
ones.
friend? Can we phone Super
Like-
Cheese?
if this was on an exam, I would go with A. So that's what I'm gonna lock in.
All right.
I'm locking
No, I
in
don't.
B.
I. Which
respect
one
it.
should I do?
I don't know what A does and I don't know what B does. I'm locking in B.
I'll do C. Sure.
If it's C or D, I'm gonna cry because I was very confident it was not those.
You should lock in D, Aya.
Okay, I'll lock in D.
No, it's
D.
not. Okay.
Final
fine.
answer. Oh.
No.
Ah! You made me change last minute.
That's.
I quit. I'm
Dude,
done.
what is that?
You're hosting your own show now.
Listen, what is that?
Oh, that's
3.0.
coded. That's coded.
3.0, really? At least I know what it was. Whatever.
Yeah. I knew it was C. I just wanted us all to get it wrong.
That's some technicality.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
I literally told you exactly what, and I know what this is too. So I'm not gonna help this time.
What? I'm not.
What do you mean you're not gonna help this time? This is a team. This is a team. This is a teamwork, guys.
You told me to change my answer to the wrong answer. I don't. You're on your
You
own.
trust me on this one?
Me and Ven are out. Good luck, bud.
Yeah, I'll see. Do you trust me?
It's A. I'm going with A, based on vibes, but I'm not locking it in. But that's like my gut reaction is A right now.
Well, what about you, Aya? What's your gut reaction? I know the answer, but I want to just let you all.
Right. I think Zico is sabotaging this, so I don't think it's A.
Yeah.
I will go with D. I don't know.
So Zico's A, ISD, and I will go with the right answer, which is B.
The fuck?
It doesn't even look like a WoW icon. It's so cartoony. Oh, we're doing it. What?
Whoa.
Does that not look like a different style than they normally go with?
It does, yeah.
It's interesting.
Very strange.
I mean, I like it.
Oh.
It's nice. Okay, well, I feel like I just got debated.
I feel debated from the 3.0. Like, what is that?
Yeah, the 3.0 was kind of sus, and then this, like, Microsoft Paint icon, I don't know about that.
What the fuck?
The poor artist of that is like, Zico doesn't like
no,
my work.
it's a nice icon, but it doesn't look like the rest of the icons. You know what I mean?
No,
So
that's
it feels
exactly.
like a trick
I agree.
question
It looks
because of that.
cartoony. Yeah, I
But it's a
agree.
nice icon. I like it.
Nice and clear.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'd make a
the
macro
outline.
with that icon.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Any comments on how we feel like we're being treated by production with these spell guessing games?
I feel like we did pretty. We got 3 out of 4, and honestly,
Yeah.
number 3 was a bit of a scam.
Yeah.
Number 3 was a bit of a scam.
Yeah, I agree. Whew. Okay, well, if you are just tuning in, we just concluded the gauntlet for EU. It was Dobob, and now we've got the North American gauntlet left, and it's F tier versus Wage Gap starting off in round number 1. We're going to head to a break. When we get back, it's going to be round 1 of that NA gauntlet. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Bye.
Oh, it's a housing ad. How long does this break? Bro, that mog is dog shit. That mog is dog shit too. That's alright, actually. $2K Tandy's not bad. Pet's kind of dog shit. Mount's kind of dog shit. Oh, the color changing pet's kind of cool. The game time's $15. Housing early access is the main thing. Oh, and you get an item for your house too. Oh, that's actually kind of insane. That's pretty good value, actually. I think. Yes, I don't know if you guys are cold Mog's dog shit. What the fuck, backstabby?
In the wind. An echo.
This is a BlizzCon ad?
A whisper.
No? It is.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin.
In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong. Are you ready, BlizzCon? It's about time.
A bug within, true. How long is the break for? 2 minutes. FT versus Wage Gapped. So this matchup previously just we're going into this now. I think Wage Gapped 3-0 to FT really quickly. Unless it was Montage's team, but I think that's what happened. But I could be wrong. We'll see. Give me 1 sec, guys. Am I competing? We're competing tomorrow. We're in the tournament. We actually managed to make it through. I'm surprised. But yeah, no, we got 3rd seed for the tournament, which, you know, considering all things, like, we are so much more prepared for this main tournament than we were for any of the cups. We just didn't put much time into the actual main tournament, into the cups. We were kind of like very split in terms of our time and dedication to things. And now we have put some time in. We have practiced. Well, I mean, the reason why it's surprising is if you look at, for example, our first tournament season of this expansion, we put infinite time in. 10 times the effort even now, right? And we didn't get top 3. We didn't even get through the gauntlet. It's just weird the way things work out. But give me 1 sec. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you guys for the resubs and subs today. So I thank you, Anonymous, for a whole bunch of subs. Thank you. Anonymous for 24 subs today. Liam, the 57-month resub. Cookie, the 250 bits. Wagwin, 10 gifted subs. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now in North America, and we are down in round number 1 again for the gauntlet. If you don't know how this works, I'll catch you up real quick. We've got the teams 4 through 8 in terms of the standings for the first 3 cups here in North America, and only 1 team can make it into the top 4 to fight off against the rest of the teams, the top 3 in North America. So quite a competitive day for all of the teams here in North America. And first up, D Machine, we've got F tier versus Wage Gapped.
Yep, a couple of teams that, you know, didn't do the best in the cups. I would say they got knocked out pretty early on, just about every single time. So to have the opportunity to fight their way back into the competition, this is their last saving grace. They've had a little bit of a grace period to prepare in order to see if they really can withstand the heat. But I have my prediction. I'm not going to share just yet, but I do think that this is going to be an explosive first series. I think these teams have come with their homework.
Yeah, I think so as well, Subatees. What do you make of the gauntlet for North America?
I think it's going to be as brutal as Europe. Honestly, it was almost heartbreaking to watch Buff and Mistweaver just battling it out in Europe, get to the final round, and Dobop just, no, we're not doing this today, Buff and Mistweaver. Get them out of the competition. And F tier have been a historic team in gauntlet format. They're actually one of the few teams that have managed to make it from round 1 all the way through into the top 4 in previous tournaments. However, this time around, I have a little bit of doubts for them that they're going to have to kind of prove to me that they are playing back in form with their former selves, because I feel like they've kind of been doubting their comps, doubting their options there. But there is a stacked lineup of rosters all throughout this. Left 4 Dead have picked up a new 4th player, Thugonomics. So having that Destruction Warlock in the current meta, I think is going to be critical for them. Z-Rated with phenomenal performances as well in the Cups, really surprising us coming in as a new roster to the competitive scene with their Ret Paladin comps, their Demon Hunter comps. And then Cats and Dogs have been going back and forth with some of the best teams in North America all throughout, signing up this season as a roster as the final boss of the gauntlet. And then Wage Gap, which I didn't mention here at the beginning of it, they put on a real show against Direwolves in the final cup. They went all the way to a game 5, almost reverse sweeped them, and they showed me their potential in that series. So for F tier, it's about the comeback. Can they return to their former glory? Wage Gap, can they tap into the potential that we saw from them in Cup 3?
Oof, a lot of questions on the line for the teams not in the finals, but let's look at the actual North American bracket. The winner of the gauntlet will move on here to face off against Welcome to the Jung, David. And then, of course, we've got that Gators back versus Direwolf series as well in the quarterfinals.
Yep, couple of heavyweights to note. Welcome to the Jung and Gators back have had a back and forth all season long. Welcome to the Jung taking some first place finishes as well as Gators back. I believe they were going back and forth over and over, but Welcome to the Jung did have one more win over Gators back. But the last win, if I'm not, no, it actually was Welcome to the Jung. It's just so close back and forth. With that being said, Gators back. That roster is one that I've been looking at for a while. Welcome to the Jung. They've been around. They've been really solid, and just welcome names that we've heard back and forth. But Calvish's new roster and Gators back just seems like the perfect storm of experience and hunger. You know, Calvish, he's been a player that we've seen perform time and time again, but we haven't quite seen him with these types of compositions, with the synergy and the experience on a roster like this. I think that this is kind of the perfect storm. This is his tournament to take.
Couldn't agree more. I feel like you always have these players in AWC and NA that they've been around for so long and you know what they're capable of, but sometimes just the stars align with the perfect roster, and I feel like that's what we're seeing with Gators back, with Wiz K, of course. We're seeing him finally find that glory, that consistent Cup 1 finish that I'm sure he's wanted for so long. So Gators back, excited to see how those two teams do against each other for Saturday's games. But first we've got to get through this gauntlet. First we've got to get through round number 1. We're starting here down at the very bottom, but we could see another run. We saw an incredible one from Buff Mistweaver in EU. We could have that again in North America. What do you think, Supatees? Is it F tier or is it Wage Gap?
I feel like F tier have the crowd favorites just from their former performance, the past performance in other tournaments. But this time around, I don't know. I'm not as confident in them. So I actually opted to go with Wage Gap this time around. I feel like their performance, specifically against Direwolves in Cup 3, showed me that they can play at a phenomenal level. And they had a really dicey tiebreaker series also to even get into this gauntlet in the first place. And so I feel like they won it more, honestly, right now, based on their performance than F tier does. And I think just based on that desire for victory that they're going to take this.
Interesting. All right. 2 to 3 from Supatees. D Machine, I feel like you're kind of always the guy that goes against the grain a little bit. Are you going to be doing that for this series?
I don't think so. I mean, listen, I think F tier is the more of the favorites in this situation, and I think that their compositions are strong but underappreciated. I really do think that some of the comps that they have in their lineup can be considered S tier. I know it sounds crazy, but I just think that they need to figure it out. With that being said, they have gone against this team before. Wage Gap seems to be kind of leaning on that Ret Hunter composition. I feel like that's a composition that F tier is going to have reps in on the ladder. So my money was on F tier.
Okay. All right. I can, my prediction, I am in favor of Wage Gap actually for this one, 3 to 1, which now that I'm thinking about it, feels a little harsh towards F tier. I always hope that these games go to a game 5. I really like watching them when they're super close and a back and forth series. So I may eat my words with that one, and I'm sorry if you're an F tier fan, but Wage Gap I do feel like is going to be the one moving on, but I'm happy to be wrong. Both of these teams have been so fun to watch throughout the course of them existing as a roster. So it looks like chat is 83% in favor of F tier, but let's take a look at the rest of the predictions for the casters and what they made of this series. We've got Benzigo and Azael Let's see if they are. Ooh, okay.
Across the board.
I am worried for myself. I apologize. But I mean, we've had some upsets kind of already, and I feel like this has been the season of upsets as well, Super T. So is this just copium for me, or what do you think?
It kind of just depends on how much F tier have been kind of at the grindstone, because I feel like they kind of doubted their main compositions at the enhance. Like, they named themselves F tier because they play the enhance comps, and then all of the cup stage they were just playing rep palette and stuff and kind of getting thwomped by basically everybody. And that's why I feel like if they're coming into this looking like that, I think that Wage Gap will have an edge on them in that regard. But if they come in having put in reps on the enhance, I think like enhance Windwalker was one of their best comps, and I think it's actually a really solid comp right now. Then I think they could do really well here. I think we're just voting on experience, I think, when we're voting for F tier, but on momentum, I think Wage Gap could take it away. And if they manage to do it, that's going to be a big payout for everybody who's betting on Wage Gapped right now. They're not going to be gapped in wages anymore if they win that bet, because that's like 1 million+ points on F tier. That's a lot of confidence on a team that I feel like hasn't dialed in yet.
Yeah, that's positive aura for sure. So we'll have to see when we get into this series. But something else, D Machine. It's been quite a while since we've seen either of these teams. I feel like it was the same story over in EU. Like, you kind of don't know what to expect from an audience perspective, from a caster perspective, as well as a competitor's perspective. They may not have wargamed each other in practice between the time that we last saw them and now. So these teams might be a little bit nervous in that sense as well. Do you think, D Machine?
No, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to the amount of reps that they had an opportunity to get in these last cups, they were knocked out in the first, second rounds almost every single time. F tier in cup number 1 was actually
all right. Sorry about
made it to the top.
And you're hoping to see move on. I don't know, honestly.
So they were going up against Welcome to the Jung in the top broadcast, and they got knocked out.
I don't mean when I want to move them, but I kind of think F tier easily could.
But they did take it the distance. They did go 3-2 against Cats and Dogs. So F tier, they've shown us
F tier or I think F tier or Awakens team.
Taking it to the distance against like a
so Void Weave
team,
or F tier.
They've been wildly inconsistent to Supatiz's point. The question is, are they going to be bringing their A game here in the gauntlet stages? It's kind of a now or never moment, a mom spaghetti time for F tier to figure out what they need to do against this Ret Hunter composition. And it's kind of crazy. I'm voting for F tier, but there's a Rep Paladin in the arena. I can't not be happy about that.
I mean, Windwalker does. I think Windwalker Enhanced as well.
Okay, well, it's time for these teams.
Which F tier have, I believe.
Reality, it is F tier versus Wage Gap game.
Well, they definitely have. It's the main comp. And then the question is going to be Void teams.
Best of 5. It is now or never. It is do or die for these teams. F tier versus Wage Gap, fighting to stay in the gauntlet, fighting to make it to the top 4 for North America. Game number 1, Sid.
Maybe I regret betting on Wage Gap F tier lock in the Windwalker enhance. I thought they were going to be doing Rep Paladin alt stuff, and I was really worried about their possible performance in that regard. But I've seen this comp on the ladder with Big Dam and Ronnie playing it, and I think this composition can absolutely slap. Wage Gap are starting with Lincoln Bio on the Feral Druid, although, and not starting out with the Rep Paladin composition that we've seen from them before. And there are no Rep Paladins, unfortunately. D Machine here for game number 1.
No Rep Paladins, but we do have a Windwalker Monk, and I'm a big fan of that. Wage Gap, they're running the patent pending Jungle Cleave. We've seen this competition just do magic. Incarnation is going to be invested immediately going out onto Sol, but Lincoln Bio is going to be slowed down quite a bit by the Windwalker Monk for now. Willie also in the back line, just avoiding any sort of swaps for now as the full Hodge does land out onto Smite. Nothing to follow it up just yet, but Lincoln Bio is taking so much damage. That's going to be the Barkskin invested. Smite desperately trying to bring him back up. He will with the Dorito caught into a stun himself. Sol reconnecting yet again to this Feral Druid, and it looks like this cat is just going to be on the run from start to finish.
Blinding light on Smite in the back. Looks like it breaks prematurely, and Smite is running the Void Weaver, the first Void Weaver that we've seen this weekend, and there were nerfs applied to it, but he's developing a lot of momentum. Look at this pressure, almost pushing for a triple kill right now against F tier. Not even a minute into the match. Feed God is struggling in the bash at the moment, rotting down to that sacrifice damage. They're cutting through Doritos Touch of Karma. Sol is exploding. They're absolutely dominating, but a Hammer of Justice comes in, but now Feed God into the scatter shot. Sol is low. Not a lot of options left. holding on to dear life into the Psychic Scream. He's stunned. He can't tremor. Feed got bubbles. He lay on hands. They have to commit pretty much everything. And Waged Cap have all of the momentum. Look at Willie popping off on
This
the
looks bad. What the fuck?
2.5 million DPS. He is smiling right now. The game's not even over. Oh, he's got to be careful. Feral Druid almost dies out of there. He's getting a bit confident and excited about getting the W pretty soon there, but they managed to make the exchange. They survive with the pain suppression, and now basically the next freezing trap wins the game.
So far, so good for Wage Gap. Can they keep the momentum alive? Feed God caught into a scatter shot. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Full main goes out onto Smite.
Yeah, I think I did 3-0 them. Super hard.
Just a quick CC, but Feed God's the one who's caught into the full fear. Main goes out onto Dorito as well to follow it up. Lincoln Bio trying to get aggressive onto this enhancement shaman, dipping him down. Saul holding onto his wall throughout it all. Feed God using that wings to keep his team's throughput alive, keep everyone nice and aggressive. Dorito catching a clone himself, but the full trap lands. What can Wage Gap get done with this? Another follow-up clone trying to be found, but it won't. It's going to get leg sweeped into a full hex. He can't decurse himself, Sid.
Oh, catching him off guard there, but Hammer Justice, Blinding Light, big push. Ascendance proc for Saul. Farrell's got to run. Is he going to get around the corner in time? They scatter shot Saul and deny his connection. Dorito looking for a sleep there, but he gets kicked. He's wrapping around the corner, looking to connect in onto the Feral Druid. Incarnation active. They have a Blessing Protection and a Trinket to trade for this. Another Ascendance from Saul. Barrier comes down. Will it be enough to deflect the damage from Saul? They paralyze Smite. Barkskin is up as well. Dorito's ripping in with the Fist of Fury. He's got Storm, Earth, and Fire here in a moment as well. He's going to pop it right away. They use a grapple weapon on Willie. They move over to connect, but it looks like Link is just sitting in bear form this entire time. Smite pre-fading, anticipating crowd control, but he's not. He actually avoids, I think he deathed the sleep there. They get a full trap. He's deciding to sit through it. Link is just taking so much damage.
Oh my gosh.
He's on the run once again. I can't believe it. F tier. Look like they might just be able to turn this around. Just at any moment, anyone could fall. It's looking dicey for both sides.
Willie has like kind of sat back. He is locked in, and it is showing. He is putting his team on his back, but this Feral Druid is so spooked. He's looking for a Cyclone. Is he going to land it? It doesn't look like he's able to. Another Ascendance is going to be popped by Saul. It's going to be scattershotted into a full fear. Feed God caught into the fear as well. Triple CC to set it up onto Saul. What can they get done with this? Follow-up stun onto Feed God. Saul is on the defensive back foot. Willie caught into a disarm. He can't get a whole lot done on that Survival Hunter in that disarm, and it looks like Saul will live to see another day.
All right, Saul, you've got your Astral Shift. Cooldowns are rotating back. Mana is still solid. Anyone's game at this point. Hammer of Justice onto Smite. Link on the run, trying to get next to Feed God here in bear form. Blinding Light whiffs on Smite. He's in a position to free cast. They paralyze him. He gets into his song. Nice Song of Chi-Ji, but there's a trap on the Paladin. Scatter on Dorito. Saul not taking too much damage. They land a binding shot, and they look to try and pull away from the engagements. They're swapping on Paladin. They might see an opportunity here with no Divine Shield for 20. They're trying to force that Blessing of Protection. You can't afford to be too greedy, but he gets a Hammer of Justice, and suddenly out of nowhere, Willie is taking so much damage. Now critically low.
Oh
my
gosh.
The Crackle is killing him through the aspect of the turtle. He manages to stay alive, but they are in shambles. If they get any crowd control on Smite, his team is going to be absolutely eradicated. They win share him. Link is in trouble. He's going to drop an F tier. Turn it around.
That's how I mean they got bubble back and stuff too, and life. They had everything back.
To die.
Unreal. And this is kind of the power that F tier's composition has available to them. Yes, they do not have the CC chain that you might be seeing from a Jungle Cleave, but oh my gosh, do they have the burst damage. They don't need a long CC chain. All they need is an interrupt or two. And especially as the game goes on later and later like that, I mean, opportunities will present themselves, especially against a Jungle Cleave like this. But Wage Gap, they're coming with preparation. You can tell. I mean, we saw a lot of Holy Priests from Smite in the previous cups. Now we're seeing him on Discipline. You know, we see the Feral Druid coming out as well. Good stuff being shown by Wage Gap. I'm excited to see what they do next.
Okay, game one defeat. They had momentum early game. Looked like they were going to be able to win it. That pre-sacrifice from Fee got also at the last play here to break the freezing trap. He was just staying on top of the Priest. He knew that pressuring the Discipline Priest was going to be important. Getting crowd control and stopping those Void Weaver windows are critical in winning this matchup. And Smite sits through this Hammer of Justice, but his entire team gets destroyed. Look at that crackle, just the Sith Lord Dorito right there for a second. Almost killing him through the aspect of the turtle and then chasing down the Feral Druid in the corner here. And then right here, I think Feed God makes a sick play. He uses Sacrifice on the grapple, which he anticipates will be followed up by a trap. So even if the Feral didn't die there, Feed God would have been able to keep his team going even further beyond here in game number one. And you know, This is a mom spaghetti game. Neither team can afford to let it slip through their fingers here. Down one game in this series. Looking very close, though. So I definitely think we got to give this series respect. This is one that could go the distance. It could be an emotional one as well, momentum based. You can't let it get to your head if you just lost this game. Felt like you're supposed to win it. If they're getting in comms and they're not level-headed, that could be definitely one way to spell trouble for either team. But good damage output overall. It just looked hard for Link, though. I would say I feel like Willie was having a really good game, but Link was having a tough time sinking his claws in a lot of these situations. So finding a way to enable Link more, I think, in this matchup is going to be key.
It's tough, man. The consistent pressure of this team on the side of F tier is no joke, and with the recent nerfs, I'm imagining, and all the things that Smite has to deal with, it's got to be tough to keep his team aggressive and get that damage out at the same time. But it seemed like he was doing a pretty good job for the vast majority of that game. It just kind of big dips in health just kind of slipped through, and inefficient trades just kept piling up. But something I do want to shout out with this comp, this is one of my favorite comps to play right now, is Enhancement Shaman Windwalker Monk. With the Holy Paladin especially, it feels so strong once you lock down your defensive cooldown rotation. It's so important. Obviously, for every composition, it's so important. But this team especially, you have so much burst, you have so many opportunities, so many swap opportunities available to you. But if you're not trusting your healer completely to keep those defensive cooldowns rotating as efficiently as humanly possible, you can quickly start falling behind, especially against a jungle cleave. Jungle also has lots of opportunity to take control of the game, lots of crowd control, the cyclones that you need to basically slow down of. And Wage Gap, though, they did a great job finding those small opportunities to try to gain control of the game. And I think if they're able to just do that a little bit more, just slow down F tier so they're not playing their game, this could be a very different game number 2.
I do believe Feed God's also stepping out of his comfort zone onto that Holy Paladin for this competition, which I think has been critical for this team. I think you need to have Paladin for this matchup. So he's having a great game, understands the matchup well here. So Wage Gap are going to have to figure out a way to navigate around it. There's no going back. The gates are open, and Willie's starting with a freezing trap right from stealth with no stun, so he doesn't have to deal with the grounding totem. Very sneaky, but Doritos out of the fight. Sol is stunning the Pharaoh, and they can't connect any damage despite that early crowd control. Willie getting clashed in. He's going to disengage away with Cheetah. He's just staying away. He doesn't want to stack and get double leg swept. So Willie's kind of using that range DPS on the Survival Hunter, waiting for his traps. But here comes an Ascendance. He feign deaths the hit. He scatters the Shaman. He's kiting away from Dorito. But he's dragging on top of his Priest, which could be devastating. As the Disciplined Priest, you want to stay really far away and just free cast in the back. And here we go. That Void Weaver window from Smite with a trap on the healer. That's going to force Touch of Karma. Good push here from Waged Gap, forcing the Trinket, the Karma. But here comes the leg sweep. They grip him away from the stun. Wow. There's great positioning there, but then he fades to try and hit the Hammer of Justice. Not sure if he's able to. We see a double fear, but that gets tremored instantly by Sol. Great response. Hammers are down. What is Willie going to do? Are they swapping to him? Are they on Link? It's hard to tell. Link's trying to go for a Cyclone. He fakes the kick. He's looking for it now and should be able to secure it. He gets it onto Sol. And he's going to jump over, set up a Cyclone on the Paladin now. He gets rebuked, though, by Feed God. Feed God with great positioning there to be able to rebuke that. Now he's line of sighting at the pillar. Doritos still ripping in. Link is unable to get pressure going. He's trying to get his bleeds back up with Feral Frenzy and Tiger's Fury in this position. He's got full dots up. He's looking for Cyclones. He Cyclones Sol again. They need a trap, and they need it soon. Feed God's charging into the middle of the map at the moment. It looks like Willie missed the trap. So Feed God's going to have free reign here for a bit, but he actually walks into a fear. That could be bad here. There's no Tremor Totem. Doritos at half, but he seems to be holding on. Ultimate Penitence, full stun on the Paladin. He breaks out with will to survive. And now Dorito, what are you going to do to trade here? Where's his port? Is he out of range? He's just keeping the pressure going, but Link's in bear form of paint suppression. Unlikely that he will be going down anytime soon, but this is bad. They're on top of Smite. They need to get Smite away from the engagement.
I agree. Oh my gosh, Dorito got so dangerously low there with no Karma available. They swap the damage over out in the Sol, and they get his wall as well. Wage Gap doing a good job slowing down the offensive pressure, but I absolutely agree. They need to get the CC chains going out onto Feed God, or they're going to fall behind in the trade. Nice DR clone lands into a blind. Nice control from both sides here, but it looks like Lincoln Bile still going to be the main kill. They're swapping the damage over onto the Paladin. He's going to wall right away. Is this going to be a bubble? There's the wings to follow it up. Dorito also using his Touch of Karma, and Wage Gap are getting the buttons they need.
I don't know. Smite had to use Void Shift, and Link had to use Trinket and Survival Instincts on that push, so it cost them a lot, and they didn't get the Divine Shield. They're trying to make a setup here, but Saul tremors the Fear, and he's reset his Tremor Totem here with his Totemic Recall. He's got Ascendance, and Link is just dying. He's on the run once again. I'm having flashbacks to watching Tony just running around in bear form until he just pitters out of steam. Hammers are down, no Trinket available. Willie is getting crushed by Dorito at the moment with Fists of Fury, and they're just all over him at the moment. Smite's trying to get distance and get away from this. He's trying to free cast. They get a stun on Dorito. Maybe they can turn this around. They have to wait for the sacrifice. They're just tunneling damage. Maybe they can swap on the Paladin here. They stun him on DR. He gets vortexed away from the Hammer of Justice. Smite is trying to run away. He has no trinket, no pain suppression. He has to avoid this Hammer of Justice as long as possible. He's kiting to the outskirts of the map. They get a trap. Feed Gut bubbles it. They know they can win the game. He's going all in for this right now. Is he going to be able to get the Hammer of Justice? Does he fade it? Hammer of Justice connects, but Link is already behind the pillar. And there's a binding shot hitting both players. He goes for a clone. He gets the kick, but he's at the pillar. Great positioning from Link right there, and Feed got committed for that. They get a double leg sweep. Can they finish it? Can they close it? Barrier is down, reducing damage to 2 players.
Wow.
Smite gets rebuked. He's going for Mind Blast. He's going to get into Void Weaver form and get ready to roll, but Link's in trouble. He lands a trap on the Paladin, but he kicks the Song, getting pressure on Dorito. Nice free casted damage from Smite to paralyze him. They're stacking him up for a Song. They blind. Dorito's low.
Gosh.
Game number 2, Feed God. Looks like he's going to be able to keep him alive, but I do think Feed God's team is playing from behind. We look at Smite. He's got Trinket and Pain Suppression available.
They gotta punish this. That over aggression. They gotta be able to get to CC to following up. Feed God is just playing whatever game he wants to, right on top of Smite. That is not what you want. You want your priest to have a little bit of breathing room, but instead of breathing room, he's gotten to a full Hodge, and that's just forcing Link and Bio to sit out of line of sight. But so far, so well. Like, he's not letting them touch him whenever the win condition is there, and there's the double fear. They're isolating Dorito in that full stun. He has Karma out of this, but if they can get follow-up CC,
oh no, it's 1-1, man. What the fuck?
Up and Feed God caught into a CC chain. Wage Gap find the win condition and take
Enhanced, yeah, Enhanced crazy.
Big
actually,
mistake stacking up right there to get double fear. They had Tremor Totem available, and they couldn't use it because they were both feared. So nice punish from Smite there. Wage to Gap show that they're not a pushover here in the first round of the Gauntlet. And every time Wage Gap win, I feel like the people who are voting for F tier are sweating in the chat. It's like, it's like a million channel points right now on the line there. If you bet for Wage Gap, it's probably the biggest payout maybe of all time, honestly. I don't know if we've recorded that data or not, but like that's a ridiculous scale and difference between those two teams. So you can tell these teams are evenly matched now as we are tied 1-1. Map definitely did them a lot of favors. They were able to get a lot of distance. I liked how Wage Gap used the map to position far away and drag their opponents into bad spots, and this double fear was just immaculate. The stun lockdown on Dorito so he can't Karma. Just really good teamwork right there from Wage Gap. Putting a point on the board, tying it up, and now we get to see, like, is this the matchup that both teams really ideally wanted? Or is it possible that F tier want like a Rep Paladin pick at all into a jungle possibly? I think that this comp looks good for them, but at the same time, Wage Gap are finding like surprises, swapping on Paladin. So maybe it's not going to be too comfy, at least riding the rest of the series on this comp.
It's hard to say, right? We saw that like aggressive bubble. We saw, maybe some of the Wage Gap's CC chains weren't necessarily covered. Like for example, in the very opener, when Willie got that trap, Dorito immediately port. If that was covered with a Feral Stun opener, that could have been a very different opener for Wage Gap. But if there's a little bit more cross CC, a little bit more cleaning up of the DRs and stuff on Wage Gap, I can see this team being extremely difficult for F tier to deal with. With that being said, on the other side of things, I think that if Feed God, Dorito, and Saul play this a little bit more patient and, maybe even swap their targets around more positionally to see whatever DPS is a bit more overextended, it could very well extend the game a bit longer. But it's tough. It's really tough. A jungle cleave in a late game is still quite a formidable challenge. So I think both teams have opportunities to improve. I wouldn't necessarily be going to the drawing board with a composition if I was either team.
No, I think it's probably this next game might be a more deciding game if it's not close at all. For example, if Wage Gap suddenly are just like completely dominating, F tier might make a change. I guess maybe possibly Wage Gap does also. They could bring in Zank on the Rep Paladin. Both teams kind of sitting with these like pocket Rep Paladins, but it's a small map, so Smite's not going to have that easy time of just chilling in the back, free casting Void Blast. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Smite in this game. So FTR are likely going to be a locking in the same type of composition, keeping their pressure up. The advantage also with this comp between the Paladin and the Monk is like the Song of Chi-Ji. I was playing with Vinruki, and he was playing Song when I was on my Boomkin. I was like, I'm so glad he has Song, because like I'm just getting trained and kicked the whole game, and he just rolls over there and gets a Cyclone basically for free, because no one cares or notices the Monk casting the crowd control in the game. So the Song can add a lot of variance to the game, and it disrupts them, because that's an extra crowd control that prevents these Void Weaver windows, which is critical when you're facing a team like Waged Gap. So look out for those Song of Chi-Jis from Dorito. His crowd control on the Discipline Priest Smite definitely could be game winning, and then Feed God's positioning. If he's able to get on top of Smite for a prolonged period of time, ideally avoiding the fear, then Smite will have a much more difficult time in this series.
You know, those Song of Chi-Jis too have been clutch. Not only, even like some of them he missed, but not necessarily because it's very slow, but it's at the very least area denial. There was a couple times where he casted that, and it was on the pillar, and it at least forced the opponents off the pillar, which, as we saw, Lincoln Bio was using that pillar whenever his healer was even remotely close to being CC'd. He was just gone behind that pillar in bear form whenever he saw that possible lose condition. So I really like that pick from Doritos, and it is making me reevaluate whether or not I should be having that on my bar, because I currently don't. I'm just not the same echelon as Benfuki and Dorito.
If it doesn't zug, I don't do it.
That's right. That's right. It took me a while to get off of Celestial Conduit, and I'm like, get rid of my unpeelable burst? What are you talking about? I'm trying to zug, dog. But yeah, I digress.
Game number 3. Is it going to be enough here? It's an important game. It's a turning point. It's a swing match. Can Waged Gap win on likely their hardest map and hardest matchup here, with the small distance that gets close here? Song of Chi-Ji from downtown right now from Dorito, that red cloud, just not going to hit anybody, but he's trying to pop somebody out of stealth with it. They were using it as like camouflage to move in on the priest, but it didn't hit anybody, unfortunately. Trap Fear, beautiful combo, gets the Tremor. They stun Saul. It looks like they're focusing Windwalker a lot more also in this series, as opposed to the Enhancement Shaman, which is a big adaptation. But we see Willie in the leg sweep. He gets gripped away, and then they stun Feed God. This is Ascendance Heroism. This is a lot of damage available for Dorito and Saul. So they're going to scatter shot Saul and binding shot him to stop him from attacking during that window, and their line of sighting at defense line and the pillar. So great crowd control on Saul. Good positioning. Link fakes a kick. They get another fear. Saul has to Tremor it again. And honestly, Smite is flipping this map in his team's favor. He's getting so many fears, but Feed God sacrifices the trap. So that red icon that's glowing right now for Feed God, that redirects damage from a target to the Paladin, which obviously redirected damage will break a crowd control like Freezing Trap. So Feed God breaks the crowd control chain. They're getting on top of Dorito, collapsing, looking to pressure him through that with just raw pressure and no control, as they are popping cooldowns into him at the moment with Tiger's Fury, the glowing icon below Lincoln Bio's icon right now. They're really trying to make a play here. There's the stun. Smite in position. No Tremor Totems available. Stun on Saul just for good measure. They're swapping on Shaman. Grapple over for Freezing Trap on Feed God. He can't heal. This is a great setup, but we just don't see pressure yet. 1 second left on the trap. They need to get a Karma. They're not going to get it. Dorito using Fist of Fury. With Turbo Fist, the PP talent, he can parry melee attacks, which is really important. We see that Hammer Justice song right there from Dorito. That red cloud clips Smite. He gets the crowd control. And now they're back on Link. He's got Barkskin. He's in bear form. He's behind the fence line. He survives. Just phenomenal positioning from both sides right now to negate these pushes.
Yeah, it's like a game of chess. Both teams doing a great job denying each other. Still Touch of Karma and Bubble and Trinket. Lots of buttons for F tier still available that Wage Gap needs to punch through. But they have buttons of their own, it would seem like. Both teams just doing a great job. But there's the CC chain to follow it up on the Feed God. But he does get tremored out of that full fear. And Dorito's going to use that Touch of Karma. Bash goes out on the Saul. Wage Gap trying to garner control. Karma's finally down for now. There's the Song of Chi-Ji. Will it land onto Smite? Oh, it's not going to, not this time. He's able to dodge it. It is fairly slow. But Lincoln Bio already on the run. He's already like seeing that Smite has the potential to get CC'd. He has no trinket available. Leg sweep goes out onto Lincoln Bio. Saul and Dorito trying to connect. Huge burst into the blinding light. Follow up onto Smite. Lincoln Bio without a healer. He has the incarnation. He's going to pop that to get aggressive himself. Incap is going to slow that down as they swap the damage over onto Willie.
All right, switching on Hunter. He's got Survival of the Fittest. He's reducing damage. They get Wall from Saul as well. So equal exchange here in terms of cooldowns, but the damage is still coming from Saul. So much damage! Billy has to trade out Aspect of the Turtle. They panic. They overlap Pain Suppression as well. Big overlap, big opening. F tier look good right now to try and push this to game 3. Song of Chi-Ji around the corner. He's trying to clip the Feral Druid with it, I think, during the stun. He actually does successfully. He clashed him into it to make sure he couldn't get away, but not too big of a deal, unfortunately. Ultimate Penitence to avoid the stun there. I think he immuned the Hodge, actually. Hodge was used there. It's on cooldown. So Smite immunes Hammer of Justice by flying in the sky with Ultimate Penitence, which immunes crowd control. It was a nice play. He's actually putting his team back in the fight here. Look at that pressure that his team has from avoiding one crowd control. He grips Willie back around the corner, but there's a paralyze. Now they're stacked up for a song, possibly, but Dorito is low at the same time. Does he trade the Karma, or does he retreat away? Saul punishes Link spamming clone by hexing him. He had to sit through that, but here comes a rake stun. This is the Tiger's Fury. Big pressure. Dorito Karma's right away. The scatter shot Saul. The binding shot. Where's the trap? Grapple. No sacrifice. Full trap might be a trinket. They're trying to be greedy. I think with the Karma already rolling, Saul healing, surging, they're going to sit through it. They kick the song, but Hammer of Justice is there, but they get a Cyclone on the Paladin. Just constant answers. Willie with limited options here. He's 1 second away from Exhilaration. He's trying to kite. He's got Rorschach. He's disengaging to the corner, but he might pick up that Shadow Side out of that purple crystal. Doesn't want to walk into that and make him take 5% more damage. We would be able to see stealthies here. We see a stun on Dorito. Link on the run. Doesn't want to throw the game here and get caught out of bear form. Both teams are playing a lot more cautiously. They're not as reckless in game number 3.
It's really interesting to see on Hook Point of all maps, too, this type of play style. But here we go. The full Hodge out in the Smite. Lincoln Bio, forcing that Barkskin, forcing to bear form. He's just line of sight. He's getting out of there. Feed God setting up for another follow-up CC, perhaps, on the Smite. Lincoln Bio finally getting back into line of sight, but he gets in-capped into a Hex. Oh, I think they're swapping the damage a little bit over onto Willie as well as Smite.
Dorito.
Whoa, Dorito almost dies in that bash. No touch of Karma for 30 seconds. And Feed God also had to use his trinket there. Finally, Wage getting some... but they're trying to swap it back over onto Lincoln Bio. He's so scared. That is going to be the hell swap and the trinket for Smite. Finally, some cooldowns being forced on both sides.
Oh, Link fakes a kick. He kills the ground. He gets the clone. Paladin with no trinket. Saul could be in trouble. Dorito's in trouble. He's a couple seconds away from his Karma. Can Dorito survive it? This push? Feed God bubbles. It's almost not enough. He's getting toppled. This is the swing match. He gets trapped up by Willie. Karma just came off cooldown, but Saul is getting rocked. They trade Karma. They trade Stone Ball.
This looks like a legitimately kind of bad matchup for...
They to hold on by the skin of their teeth right now. Everyone is still... They broke the Karma. They're busting through. Wage Gapped are almost there. They've almost stolen the swing match. They're almost there. Just a little bit more pressure. One more crowd control, and that's going to be it for F tier. They get a blinding light on 2, and Link is immediately in bear form. He runs into the song. He manages to get back behind the pillar with Barkskin. They just need to restabilize and land a trap. Just restabilize, land a trap, and they can close this. There's the trap.
Oh, and he pre-bops it, dude. He pre-bops it and ports it. He's okay. Feed God was able to get that off, and Dorito's going to be A-okay. The question is, can Wage Gap keep this up? I mean, mana might become a problem just a little bit later. Smite is way less mana, but the full Hodge into the full in-cap. Survival Instincts will be traded out by Lincoln Bio. Is it going to be enough? They need to get aggressive. Full maim finally lands onto Dorito. What can Willie and Lincoln Bio get done here? Smite going to get the fear onto Feed God, but it just gets tremored. Hand of Sacrifice going to be used as well. No CC to follow up on the Feed God that can easily be broken. Saul also taking a bit of pressure. We're at 30% dampening. Big damage now going to be traded out from Dorito. The Crackle does get interrupted. If you don't know, the Crackle from the Windwalker Monk, if they're spec'd into it, is terrifying.
Oh, Smite's at 0 mana. He's got Shadow Fiend in a couple seconds to get some mana, but he's in a paralyze. His team could be in trouble. Willie needs to get ready to trade here. He's got a Turtle. I like this. Just pre-Turtle at a high health because this crowd control is going to be a lot for Smite to deal with. So Willie makes a heads-up play here. Now we see a freezing trap on Feed God. Dorito still has Karma, but he's to pre-Karma. No, Link is stunned up by the lightning lasso around the corner into the leg sweep, and that is a KO in just a moment. Link Shadow Melt, but that's it. Saul
they actually recovered. What the fuck?
F-tier hold on to their advantage, moving to match point.
Bad map, though.
That was so close, and on Hook Point, nonetheless. Solid plays from both teams. So close. The Song of Chi-Ji really paying its weight in gold, but Wage Gap, they found so many opportunities. They forced so many opportunities for a win condition, but it was just not enough. F-tier doing a fantastic job rotating through the defensive cooldowns and also making it really hard for Willie to get these incredibly important traps.
Wage Gap, they had a different strategy in mind here. Kind of like these little hit and runs, retreating away, biding their time and finding their moments. And it looked good for them because Link's damage is way better in the matchup, but they ended up losing on mana in the late game. So by extending the game like they did, it allowed them to get more damage from their Feral, but then they just inevitably lost on mana, and they missed their window with that one moment with the pre-bop and the pre-port to be able to pull off a win. So Feed God's getting a lot of clutch plays. Game 1 with the pre-sag at the end of the game, now with the pre-bop when his team was on their last leg. So really good plays from Feed God. It will maintain his team's advantage moving into match point. And remember that this is single elimination, so there's no coming back from a single series today in these gauntlet qualifiers to get into the top 4 for Europe and North America. So one more loss and Wage Gap will be completely out of the competition. There's no second chances whatsoever, and F tier look like they're not backing down. So maybe the sweat is starting to dry off on a lot of the chat members here with their predictions. I want Wage Gap to pull us back off because I've been having a pretty good day with predictions, and I don't want that to go the other way. Because I don't want this to go the other way here. I need Wage Gap to pull this back. Fortunately, at least, is that I think Hook Point is the worst.
No, I agree. Yeah. There's nowhere to go, man. It's just so.
I mean, the map definitely matters. And unlike Hook, there's no Dalaran in this tournament either.
It was just like desperately trying to get away.
So in a game 5, it's actually kind of interesting. They're gonna play Imperi, and they already played Imperi, and that was second map.
Like little cubby holes. Look at Willie's damage. Goodness.
Ashmains or Tolvaron? I think Tolvaron.
BM Hunter, but
I kind of think Tolvaron.
He's been doing very well on that Hunter. The only thing that I want to see more of is those CC chains. I keep talking about it, but Feed God, Dorito, and Sol are just making it just so difficult to land them. Whether it's the tremor totems for the fear, whether it's the pre-sack, the pre-bops, whether it's just the in-cap in the stuns. I mean, the clashes, the Song of Chi-Gis. It seems like F tier, even though that they're playing this like cleave composition as Windwalker, Monk, Ela, Enhancement Shaman, it still feels as if they have like the cross CC of a more balanced composition.
A little bit finesse, not just all brute force, not just full zug. There's a little bit of high IQ here and some expert calculations made on their part. Not just kind of run it down mid and do as much damage as possible here. So F tier, I mean, this is what I wanted to see from F tier all season, and maybe it's possible that Feed God needed to get more reps on Paladin moving into the competition, and maybe that's why they were steering away from it. Also, obviously, Rep Paladin was looking like a pretty strong pick for most of the cup stage, but now I think a lot of teams are figuring out that, hey, this enhanced Windwalker comp's not actually that bad. So if Feed God can get some games in on Paladin, this could actually be our ticket. Similarly to how we saw Buff Mistweaver almost get out of the gauntlet with their Mistweaver composition. There's definitely a lot of like sneaky stuff that's underrated, you know, on a lot of the tier lists.
Okay. I'm happy to see this. Listen, this looks fun to me.
They are pulling the Rep Paladin lever. All right, like break in case of emergency, and there's like
I don't know. I think this is not great.
Springer next to it, and you can break in case of emergency, and then pull out the Rep Paladin. So it's match point. Is Zank warmed up? Is he ready for this? Because F tier are playing on point. This is what I was saying at the beginning of the series. Was like, if F tier can hit their former mark where they were at, then I think that they can take maybe the whole gauntlet. But if they're doubting themselves, no way. But they're hitting that mark. Wage gap, can they live up to their potential? It's close. It's close. They're almost reaching the potential. I feel like it's like an anime episode where they're like, you know, baiting out the next level of power up for them for a little bit longer. So maybe if Wage Gap can hit that power up, then I think we're going to game 5.
You know, I'll say this much. We didn't get to see a lot of Wage Gap throughout the Cups. They did get knocked out fairly early on every single time, but this is a team that I can see unlimited potential in. I see so much, like if you have a good jungle cleave, that is such a great foundation to just so many different other compositions like you're seeing here. Is the Rep Paladin going to be the answer against F tier? I'm not exactly sure. I personally don't necessarily think so. But I do think that they could pull something out. I think that they could switch something up. I respect their instincts here, but Wage Gap as a whole, as a team in terms of what I'm going to be looking for moving forward, is definitely a team that's going to be on my list. They've impressed me immensely here, but the question is, can they step up to the plate when it counts? Can they be the tournament players that are capable of keeping a presence of mind, keeping steady, and being able to have the flexibility to overcome a situation like this? F tier is not necessarily bringing a composition that is going to give that has a lot of optional reps. Like, how much practice do you think Wage Gap has against Enhancement Windwalker Monk? I'd be willing to bet
honestly,
not a whole lot.
On the NA ladder with Big Dam and Ronnie, maybe they actually, I don't know, they might actually, there might be a decent amount of practice into this setup. Maybe not as much, obviously. F tier are going to have way more rehearsal, I think, into Ret, but the Survival Hunter is also a bit of a wild card with this Ret Paladin comp. A lot of teams opt for Marksmanship Hunter or Beast Mastery Hunter, so I think the surprise on both sides. At the end of the day, potential does not put food on the table. Results puts food on the table, so can Wage Gap perform here and put some results here and stay alive in the tournament, because they've been back against the walls since Cup 3. They were desperate to even qualify for the Gauntlet. They were in a tiebreaker series to even get here for this opportunity, so they're backed into a corner, and I don't know, Ret Hunter backed into a corner sounds pretty scary.
I love me a Cinderella story, especially one with a Ret Paladin, though. So I'm just going to be funneling all of my energy into Wage Gap this game. Bias all day long. But the question is it going to be enough?
What the hell?
The Titans, that is F tier. We've seen this team be a team that's capable of even taking down the hardest teams in North America. And I feel like they're bringing their A game today, and Wage Gap is going to have a big brick wall to break.
That grounding. Oh, he grounded the freezing trap on their setup. They have to scatter, but here's the Ascendance, the heroism. Every single cooldown out for F tier right now, and Zank is the target. Is he going to be able to deal with this attack? He's already at 50% health, and the wind strikes are crashing in still into his skull. Smite pain suppressions. He's free casting in the back line. Beautiful answer from Smite in this position, but he has traded his medallion, and Feed God is standing right on top of him to kick him on his Void Blast. He has beautiful positioning. They get a Hex off the kick. He can't death because he kicked on Shadow. That's beautiful teamwork from Saul there, and Feed God.
It was something on their end. I'm not sure what, though.
From the engagement. Hammers come down. He actually decides to get the Hammer Justice on Feed God. Where's the freezing trap? Well, he's not going for it. He's killed the grounding totem. He kills the grounding totem, gets the trap, but it breaks still to some AoE damage. Actually, maybe going to swap on Paladin. I actually don't mind that. I think going Holy Pally as a Ret wouldn't be too bad here on match point, but it's a risky gamble. Do you run that line and go after the healer on match point? You're down 2 pain suppressions. You have no trinket on your healer. They're going after Dorito. They get a triple blinding light, but Dorito's just on the run, and I don't think Willie's going to be able to get there. And Dorito's actually confident to stay in now. Zank is trying to ramp. Smite is ramping. Gets kicked on Shadow again. But
oh my gosh! That's the power of the Crackle, baby.
Oh no!
There it is, Sith Lord Dorito.
Bro, the weak core is so OP for that I made
in his back pocket at any given moment. Woo!
But any moment, it's a specific moment.
That's absolutely true.
There are teams bad at dealing with though.
Has been confirmed for F tier. They are looking like they are prime and ready to go, and they're going to need it. They have a long gauntlet ahead of them if they're going to make it to the finals.
I could see them going through, honestly.
Oh my god, I was thinking like maybe
they're like the second most likely.
Like they're trading cooldowns one by one. They're in a decent spot. Like they can maybe even like bop off a cooldown or something later on and play aggressively. And what hit? Can we slow this down? Is there like a -4x speed or something? Because he gets hit by the Thunder Gods themselves, I swear, between Dorito and Saul. They're both just lightning lords. And they just zapped him like he's a little mosquito with like a electric fly swatter. Like, what just happened to him? So, Dorito pops Storm, Earth, and Fire. Saul pops Doom Winds. He's at like 70% health. Bro. And this is, look at the time at the top. 1 second. Crackle. 2 seconds.
Unlimited power.
What is this? This comp needs a name. Something to do with lightning. Like,
true.
I don't know if I'm on point enough
Sith
to come
Lord
up with something.
Cleave.
Sith Lord Cleave. Palpatine Cleave.
Hello there, Cleave.
Unlimited power, Cleave.
Oh man, it's so important to kick that crackling Jade Lightning. Obviously, if you've seen monks in the past, they have this usually that tickles, right? But there is a talent where you can kind of build stacks, and then all of a sudden, if you build enough stacks and you pop that crackling Jade Lightning, it can do an immense amount of damage. But it is vulnerable to being kicked, and it is a very short duration. But it is just so important to slow that down. And in matchups like this, when you're running Enhancement Shaman, Windwalker Monk, there's just so many small windows of like crazy burst, good amount of consistent pressure, and a Mortal Strike. I mean, who even needs CC? Look at that.
Do we have a deathlock? I want a deathlock now. Like, how many ticks of Crackle? What does Saul hit him for at the end of this here, man? Man, I kind of feel bad for Wage Gap. Like, Zank comes off the bench, looks pretty decent. A minute and a half into the game, like I'm thinking they might be able to do.
They've earned my respect at the very least. They brought out like it might have been 3-1, but that was a great series. Wage Gap should be holding their heads up high. I cannot wait to see what they do coming into next season.
One Crackle did 1 million, 2.4 million. 3.3 million. My math's not great here.
Very great.
4.2 million, 5.1 million, 6.1 million, 7 million, and then he procced elemental focusing lens also, so like 8 million crackle.
Sheesh.
And then Saul's like, I'm here, guys.
Hey. All right. Well, unfortunately, you guys already said it, but Wage Gap, that's the end of them. But I really loved watching this team. I feel like they kind of came out at like the last minute for the War Within Season 3, and the games that we did see from them, from my perspective, were so fun to watch. So Wage Gap, that is the end of the road for them, unfortunately, but hopefully we see them come back in midnight. But here is the gauntlet right now. F tier 3-1. They're going to be hopping on up to round number 2. D Machine against Left 4 Dead.
Yep, Left 4 Dead, definitely a staple team. They performed decently well, a bit better than F tier in the cups, but they also did get that new addition of Thugonomics, a well-veteraned and hilarious, I might add, Warlock caster player, if you will. I think that is going to give them the versatility to go the distance, but they're going to have to go against the Juggernauts F tier, a team that, as we just saw, can find kills out of literally nowhere with no CC. So this is going to be a tall challenge for the team, but it is exactly the type of challenge that they're up for, or have shown that they're capable of being up for.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
Good times weekend. We're playing tomorrow.
So far in EU, and NA is proving to do exactly the same thing, really keeping us on our toes. So we're gonna be heading to a break. When we come back, it is round number 2 of the North American Gauntlet. We are finding out who makes it to be the 4th team in the top 4 for North America. Left 4 Dead versus F tier coming up next after this break. We'll be right back.
So from what I understand, it's 6 series both days. It's 6 series every day. It's 6 series today and 6 series tomorrow and 6 series on Sunday. The way it plays out is you play tomorrow until you lose, unless you win 2 games on both regions. So they basically determine the team that's in the finals on both regions.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in round number 2 of North America for the Gauntlet. F tier beat Wage Gap, and now they're facing off against Left 4 Dead. But before we get into the predictions and talking about this individual series, I am being told that we have an updated leaderboard for the predictions for today. Are you guys ready? How do we feel like we've been doing?
See the damage.
Should we just rip the Band-Aid off?
I'm not ready. Yeah, let's
All
just
right,
do it.
let's see it.
Okay, I'm doing pretty well.
Wait, shared.
Coin's getting farmed.
Oh no, I don't know about
bad.
shared. You don't have any perfect.
That's true.
You're the
That's just
bottom
pad,
of the
though.
rank one.
Those are just
you know?
those are just pad. If perfect counted, then they should have put me above the chat last season, and they didn't. So like,
Well, they just give
I
chat. Chat is just built diff. Let's be honest. You know,
chat is always perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Chat. It's just a
Good job.
default state.
Man, me
That's
and
where all the
Sid
rank
need
1
to-
players are.
And
They're
the
in
coin
chat.
need to figure it out. This is bad. Only got 2 right today. It's been hard. It's been hard today. I feel like we've had a lot of like series where it could literally go any way, especially since we haven't seen these teams for some time. So it's this might be my copium, but I'm gonna put it out there that it's not my fault. And I need these players to lock in because we've got another series here. Left 4 Dead versus F tier Zale. What do we make of these 2 teams who you think moves on here in the Gauntlet?
It should be pretty exciting. Honestly, I do think it's hard to say exactly who's going to win. I feel like it should be pretty close between the 2 teams. I don't think they actually met in any of the cups, but Left 4 Dead is pretty flexible with their comps. Now they have Thugonomics, and there's a lot of players there with quite a lot of experience. So I feel like I'm kind of slightly favoring them. But F tier is one of these teams that I feel like just always plays the kind of.
I think F tier. I think the finals is going to be F tier versus
a little bit less flexible, and I think sometimes in these
versus the Void Reef team, and I feel like F tier can
that
win.
could be a bit of a disadvantage.
Fair. All right. Given that, what you just said, what is your exact prediction for this series?
I'm going 3-2. I'm going 3-2 for Left 4 Dead.
3-2, Left 4 Dead. All right, Zico, what about you?
I'm doing the same thing. I feel like, so this is my logic.
Okay.
I think Ven is going F tier, and I think the chat is going F tier. This is my time to get ahead. The perfect predictions are not going to matter if we just get 1 more point on the board. So it's time to be bold. It's time to put some of my chat points on F tier because this is looking a little too close right now. And hedge my
Literally
bets
looks
as
like you're
well.
looking off of a second monitor right now. Is that what you're doing? You're actually doing this right now?
Nah.
See, we all thought Zico copies Vemruki's predictions, but really Zico copies the chat's predictions. He's just waiting for the geniuses in chat, you know, to let the thousands of BlizzCon winners that are hanging out in chat every day.
Caught me.
All right, we got 3-2 for Azale and Zico on the side of Left 4 Dead. I'm in favor of F tier for this one. I'm just kind of copying off what I saw in the EU bracket, where we saw a team ride that momentum all the way up to round number 4. So, are you reacting to the chat prediction, Zico, or me?
It's not going. No, we're all. Oh man, I'm telling you, my mojo is off today. My mojo is off today.
I'm sorry.
The real battle is at the bottom versus the coin, because I did a different prediction than the coin. So someone's falling behind. You're worried about you and Vemruki. I'm worried about the coin. You know.
Oh my god. All right, well, here we go. Game number 1. It is Left 4 Dead kicking off against F tier. Here we go.
It should be a banger. Let's see how aggressively they want to start this out. It is going to be Shadow Priest Feral as the option here. Axton just out in the middle of the map, going to be opening up onto Dorito right away as Gage going to get pulled in. Leg sweep does come down on both, but he's just going to trinket, throw down the fear immediately. Tuna looking for Repent is going to find it onto Feed God as Dorito's in a bit of trouble here. Dorito already down to about half HP. They do have the second core to follow that up, but Feed God just sits through everything and is pretty unbothered so far.
That was a sick play from Gage already off the rip. So they got the hammer into the Repentance onto Feed God, but they knew that Feed God wanted to use his human racial on the Hammer of Justice and then sacrifice the Repentance, but Gage pre-silenced his human racial, so they still got that off, but wasn't able to find too much with that. Didn't even get the
Didn't have to.
magic actually. But look at Tuna in the
We'll do some bets in the next. I'll start doing bets in the next series if you guys want.
Find it. Axton gets interrupted on the Cyclone as well. Gage trying to find the fear here onto Feed God. Feed God doing a great job though, kiting away from Gage here, but he dispels a VT, and that is going to secure the fear. They silence Saul to deny the Tremor Totem. And
Yeah, they did. They got kind of blasted. They got 3-0'd in the finals.
Here from Left 4 Dead, but Gage is actually the one in trouble. Saul just trading out his wall in that position, and he should be fine. And Axton also taking a lot of damage, trading out his bark skin. And that's how Left 4 Dead likes to play this composition. They're absolute experts at this.
I mean, Left 4 Dead could win this, I suppose.
Fear, stun, repentance, and always covering whoever can deny it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see they're just looking for these multi-dots. Nice MD there. Grip into the MD by Gage. Gets Tuna out of that CC and is trying to keep them offensive. His Feet God just spam dispelling all these dots, but does catch the VT fears as a result. Gage trying to look for some of these fakes. Is going to get sheared, though, on his VT, trying to re-dot. And the more of these VTs you can interrupt is he's going to get kicked again. The further and further behind you can kind of fall on that Shadow Priest because Feet God has just been spam dispelling off these dots as much as he possibly can. Now, finally, he's going to get the re-dots out there. There's an in cap looking for the Song of Chi-Chi. Hodge over on a Feed God. That can't be followed up, but Tuna is slept. Axton into the leg sweep, but looks like he is okay for now, down about 30-40% HP. Tuna going to be getting out of the blind, but he's into the Hodge, and now Axton's in a lot of trouble here as Tuna doesn't really have everything. See, Axton's going to be able to survive, though. Does have the Bark Skin back up and available once more. Doesn't really feel like Left 4 Dead, though. Or
Gage is playing Night Elf.
Was burst down about half HP, but going to get topped once again.
Yeah, and here comes another CC chain here. Axton leading the charge, gets a stun.
It's 2 now. You can see the Night Elf icon next to his thing.
Here, doing a nice little swap here, doing decent pressure, and that's another way to play this composition. Just try to triple dot everyone and kind of overwhelm them, but at the same time, Gage sitting through some pressure. Tuna in that crowd control chain. Gage has to trade out his dispersion into a cap totem. Saul is not done here. He's going to go for a second cap totem into the fist as well. Big damage coming out here from F tier, and they might be surprising us here in game number 1, but a full repentance slips through there from Tuna onto Feed God, stun onto Saul, follow it up with a Hammer of Justice. Saul in big trouble, restun connects as well. There's the full fear as well. Saul trades out the Tremor Totem though, and uses his Dwarf racial, that Iron Dwarf, the Dark Iron Dwarf, doing some serious work in that position. And now Axton forced to be a little bit defensive. Charges back into a double leg sweep. Here comes F tier. There's no dispersion onto Gage. Tuna has a lot of work, but he's going to respond with the sacrifice and should be able to pick his team up.
Yeah, should be able to be okay for now. The Barksman now going to be expiring there for Axton as Tuna's pushing forward. Does get the Hodge. Saul in a lot of trouble into the maim stun. Is going to get picked back up as the lay on hands was spent, as well as the trinket there from Feed God. Blind now over on a Tuna as they're getting the pressure rolling, but a great MD. Gage saw that coming. Is able to remove it very quickly. There's the big fear coming down on all three, as he called out. Gage trying to get the dots rolling as much as he possibly can. Feed God now into that repent. That is going to expire, though, pretty quickly. Tuna now going to be the one getting CC'd up. Song of Chi-Chi coming through is going to land onto Gage, but it's immediately broken as Axton's trying to get back involved once again. Both these two teams getting some good goes, but it just doesn't feel like they have that big pressure right now to look for a kill until they can find another CC chain.
Saul just used his Astral Shift, and they got Feed God's Trinket, so the next CC chain is going to be deadly. Saul has the Tremor Totem. He's going to need to make sure that he's a bit preemptive with that. He's trying to pre-kite the goal here around that corner. Also has the Stone Bulwark Totem there as well, but Tuna gets paralyzed. They still get the Divine Shield, though, from Feed God. Beautiful push coming out here from Left 4 Dead. Another massive
dampen mana
to take off the box, but now Axton, a little bit of trouble. Has the Incarnation rolling right now, but no defense. Axton is going to
I think
survival instincts there. Doesn't have any of those short cooldowns like Renewal or Barkskin. So he's just going to trade
The
back
tough
to the
part,
Engage, taking a lot of
it
damage
comes
as
down to
well.
like I think they rely a bit on Crackle to get dispersed at a random time or kill Axton, I suppose.
Seconds, Tuna gets paralyzed on his
No, they're kind of blasting.
Instead, they try to launch a counterattack on F tier.
So that's their one. Oh, it's not really though, is it?
For a moment, and there's the full repentance out of that cyclone, but Axton in big trouble.
Crackle.
What are you gonna do? Axton gets gripped back to safety. Nicely done there by Gage.
I don't know. It kind of looks like F tier pretty decisively ahead here, right? This is prior to dampening to big damp.
Yeah, they went through a lot of cooldowns there. They pretty big overlap.
I think they just have. I think the thing with F tier here is they just hit way harder.
They do still have
They just
that life swap available here for Gage. We'll see if they can get any CC down onto Feed God, but he has his trinket back, and Feed God looking like he's chilling right now. The sleep's gonna be expiring here onto Tune as he comes out. He's looking for some CC over on a Feed God. Looking for the repent, gonna get sheared on it by Saul, so can't get that repentance down. Is gonna throw out the Hodge now onto Feed God. There's an in cap over onto Tuna. Saul getting incredibly low. Feed God has some work to do to try to catch him back up. Axton gonna get topped again one more time as the Barkskin about to expire, but really no more major defensives for a while now on the side of Left 4 Dead, so they have to try to get this pressure rolling. Clone gonna come down onto Dorito. Now there's that repent over on a Feed God. Saul still the target here, and Saul could be in a lot of trouble. He's gonna get stunned up, and it's a triple fear, and Saul looks like he is just going down.
The fuck, man? I'm very wrong.
Time. Big CC chain came through from Left 4 Dead and able to get that first game.
Beautiful, beautiful CC chain there, like you mentioned, and a lot of it is actually Axton. So there's a bit of a mini game going on here. So Tuna lands the Hammer of Justice onto Feed God, then he tries to follow it up with the Repentance, and usually before he does this, he casts a Repentance to get the wind shear out from Saul. And you can see here, right here, he gets paralyzed on that Hammer of Justice Repentance, and then Dorito tries to turn it around instead with the Paralyze into the Sleep. But you can see it every single time Tuna is going for these. When he actually wins that exchange, it's immediately a big cooldown. And you can see it here towards the end. Tuna not able to find it, but instead, they just wait, and then they stun Saul to make sure that he can't access that Tremor Totem. Anytime they're going for these setups, they're trying to shut down.
I mean, I didn't expect this at all. This is already we're now in territory where I don't expect this at all. I think it's time for some predictions.
With that Cyclone instead, so really, really good synergy between Axton and Tuna. Whenever Tuna gets interrupted, Axton is also.
If you guys would like to predict,
and then here at the end they do.
I no longer have any idea what's going on. I would have thought.
So all they gotta do is just wait for the stun to land on the Salt. Then you can fear Dorito and Feed God. No Tremor Totem being available when you're stunned means that you have that 3 versus 1 situation.
Okay, you guys got 5 minutes.
To back it up as well. And this was a pretty back and forth.
I mean, it really felt like F tier were. I mean, they're having to make trades, but I just feel like Left 4 Dead, they have these little windows to kill with like Fair Silence, Silence Stun, but like at the same time, and they cross that with Hodge or something like that. Like we just have buttons here, right? Oh, we don't have buttons here, actually. I mean, Dorito's blasting. Soul is really durable.
When you have people like Axton and Tuna that are going to be playing these kind of like casted CCs, because even if you get interrupted, you're opening up the ability for Gage to actually play the game, right? Like one of the things that I think was a bit of a struggle for Left 4 Dead early on is Gage is constantly eating all of these interrupts, and then Feed God was just spam dispelling the VTs every time they would finally come out. It's like goes for a cast, gets sheared, goes for a cast, gets kicked, goes for a cast, finally gets it, it's insta dispel, then he's stunned, now shears back up, and you kind of got stuck in this never-ending rotation. But when Axton's going for clones and when Tuna's going for repents, even if they get interrupted, you're opening the door for someone else to get something done. And we saw a lot of times when CC would finally land, they spend their own interrupts, like trying to stop a clone or trying to stop a repent or whatever. And then MD was always there to actually remove a lot of these magic CCs off his own paladin. So I thought it was really nicely played. And I mean, I'm sure you've played a lot of caster comps and stuff like that over the years. It can be so much easier when you're playing a comp that multiple people are eating interrupts. Because if you're just playing where it's like, you know,
Carries fails out of the kill
melee and someone who's just spamming instants, you're going to eat every
maybe.
interrupt. So I like that they're actually speccing into repent and playing that kind of style.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really nice when you're the Feral Druid too, because you get those windows where, oh, nice, they interrupted his Repentance, they interrupted my Shadow Priest on his VT. That means I can go for a Cyclone here.
Clone.
And it's a game changer when you land those clones. Like we saw it even during the first bubble of the game, getting that low Cyclone when the Paladin trinkets to heal his teammate, it just generates a lot of pressure, and you might be able to get an additional cooldown. You might be able to get Saul's Tremor Totem. You might be able to get a Lay on Hands to go with that bubble. So it's really enabling Axton as well when his teammates are playing that kind of game. But at the same time, F tier, they definitely had some good, they didn't pull any punches that game, had some good pressure. So we'll see here. It's going to be all about Tuna landing that Repentance onto Feed God, and Dorito is kind of the goalkeeper here. So Dorito actually not able to shut down this first Repentance, too far away. Tuna with excellent positioning, getting a Repentance into a Repentance. Look at Saul, he's taking so much damage already, having to trade out his Dwarf Racial as well as that Stone Bulwark Totem. Means that he's actually lacking defensives here, but Gage needs to be very careful in this position. He's taking a lot of damage. He's just trying to heal through it, not trading the dispersion here. Finally, Tuna is going to trinket, trade out the sacrifice. They get the Cyclone onto Saul as well, and they are going to weather that storm.
Yeah, they're going to be able to survive it. I mean, Feed God was the one eating a lot of the early CC, but he sat through it all and then was able to force out that Trinket Sack. Now, there's the Hodge into the Repent, looking for another Repent. That's going to be the Divine Shield already here from Feed God. So he's got no Trinket, no Bubble. A lot of defensives there. They're just not stopping.
I don't think Unity, I mean, they're still a little, they actually win this game really fast.
Every single Repent, it feels like that he ever wants to. Gage is taking quite a bit of damage as a result, though. Nice life grip there, pulling Tuna back to safety. Tuna, though, going to get sheared, and you are going to force that disperse out right here. Gage going through a lot of those defensives, but Feed God as well. It's pretty aggressive start from both teams.
Yeah, this is brutal. Oh, nice pre-magic bop here right before Feed God gets put in that crowd control, and he trades out his human racial here to keep Saul aggressive. But what happened earlier was that Saul used his Dwarf racial, and then that puts his Trinket on 36 CD. And then in that 10-second window where he doesn't have Trinket, that's when they were able to get that Repentance. Now, Tuna, though, had to use his own Divine Shield here, as well as his Lay on Hands. So, F tier striking back here, getting some major defensives, but at the same time, Feed God has nothing. That Trinket that it says Feed God has is fake news. He actually has, he used his human racial, so that Trinket is on cooldown right now. If they land one CC chain on Feed God, Saul is dead. He has no way out of this one. Can they push in? Can they find it? To try to stall it with the leg sweep. There's the stun onto Saul. Axton leading the charge, trying to find a stun onto Feed God. But now they actually wasted the stun here onto Saul. They weren't able to find it onto Feed God because he used that preemptive sacrifice. And instead it's going to be Gage under trouble. How is he going to navigate this one? What are you going to do? He does have the sacrifice there from Tuna. They're trying to stall. They're trying to make sure that they can survive a little bit longer. But now Saul actually still doesn't have his trinket. So they still have a window here to kill Saul. But he could pre-astral shift the setup here. Saul is going to have to be on point because right now he's still in a kind of a checkmate situation. Who is going to pull the trigger? There's the stun onto Feed God. Saul didn't use his astral shift. Feed God actually gets his trinket back up, but he does get manages to get around the corner there and keep Saul alive. So Feed God rotating his trinket back up there. Must have just came back up with that human racial, but still in a fear, still in a repentance. Still a lot of pressure to try to push for that astral shift. Cyclone now as well on DR, and they will get the astral shift. So Saul, he is still in a lot of trouble.
They use the bop as well there on a Gage. Now Tuna going to be slept up, and they're putting that pressure on a Gage. Gage getting incredibly low, is going to go back into this burst, so still has that life swap available if he's going to need it. Axton now is the target at this time. You can see they're trying to push in, try to keep this pressure onto Feed God. They want to get the CC on him, but he's just been hugging this pillar, repositioning constantly as Tuna's going to get thrown into the Hodge. Axton has to use the Barkton. Gage pushing forward, wanting to play in the face here of Feed God. Looks like he maybe just whiffed on the Psychic Scream, though. Didn't actually connect on a Feed God, so that's a pretty big deal as he's pulling back behind the pillar, being bought some time to be able to actually get those cooldowns coming back up. The silence did land on a Feed God there, but it did not last for long at all. Dorito thrown into the clone, but it feels like some of the pressure that Left 4 Dead had earlier really has dissipated. Tuna gonna get pulled back. There's a double leg sweep on multiple members. Axton trying to go for the clone, but he's gonna get sheared, and Gage is in a lot of trouble. Down to 20%, 10%. There's the life swap over to Axton, but he might just get killed through it as Tuna trying his best to heal him back up, but struggling to do so. There's a fear over on a Feed God. Hodge to follow it up. Do they have any more CC? It's gonna be a shear on a Tuna as he was looking for the repent. Saul getting incredibly low. Lightning Lasso used defensively there onto the Feral Druid. No one can interrupt it, and it does allow them to finally stabilize. But the cooldowns are getting so low here, Zico.
Yeah, and they actually stunned Tuna's trinket, and that's what kind of led to that void shift being used as well there. So really nicely done. Feed God, though, in a full repentance, does have the trinket. He's just going to trade out the divine shield, hold on for the trinket later. The chance of him getting CC'd on his trinket is simply too high in that position, but they have the cooldown advantage. Tuna with no bubble now for 20 seconds, with no trinket as well. They could try to take Gage down. They could try to take Axton down. They could maybe even swap the Tuna and try to take him down. There is a little bit of a window here for F tier to get something going, but they need to act very, very quickly here. Saul creating out the astral shift to get offensive. This should be the dispersion from Gage, and he will make the trade. Tuna sitting through that hammer of justice, but now Tuna has his divine shield and his lay on hand, so a little bit of a cooldown lead still, but Feed God also has his trinket, so both paladins with an answer right now for that next setup, and it's going to be about who can land the setup first. It's going to be Axton getting the Cyclone. Saul in big trouble here. Look at Tuna pre-spamming the repentance onto Feed God, knowing that he potentially has the trinket in that exchange, but Tuna's being greedy. Feed God is being greedy, but he gets put in the full repentance.
It actually looks bad. Soul is getting cooked.
While he's in that crowd control, they get another repentance, a third repentance potentially onto Feed God, but Saul
comes out.
Holds on. They sit through the CC chain.
Clone Soul, man, disgust.
And it looks like F tier is going to survive that go.
Yeah, and look at Tuna now. He's just trying to run away from Feed God because they're going for the CC.
I mean, Tuna's getting cooked on mana, though.
Paralyzed came through, and there's the leg sweep. Fear now onto both members. It's a 1v3 for Saul. Saul's in a world of hurt here. Tuna looking for that repentance.
Trinket lay.
Interrupted, though, by Feed God now.
21's. Oh, he might die before then. Maybe. Prime wave. Living. Silence on Soul.
So he's not really a great target. It's going to be all about Gage.
Trinkets the silence.
Like, as Feed God now finally
It's a
getting
kick.
That repent,
No.
he's going to be able to top Saul back off one more time. Gage, though, in a lot of trouble. 15 seconds until that is burst. The sacrifice is ready for Tuna if he feels like he needs
Sack
it.
onto Soul right now.
A little bit longer. They're just waiting till that CC chain can come up on Feed God.
Soul getting blasted. Wall coming out of this, and Bullock. If he survives, he doesn't survive it.
And that is just that. They burst him.
Oh, they actually had so much. I wonder if Soul just had to run there, but normally you don't have to run as Shaman in that situation. But I think if they were able to survive, like literally 3 seconds. Yeah, but the win condition was pretty clear. I think from if they had the way, but a win condition, you have. I mean, you can't see his mana now, but I think it was about 20% mana. So Left 4 Dead were they didn't have enough time to. They just would die to mana in the end. I think that was what they're looking for.
Fear him, and then Saul is not going to be in range of that tremor totem, and that's going to give us the opportunity to actually end the match.
But F10 may be going down here.
Feed God in a stun and into a fear. Saul is way too far away here to do anything. That tremor totem not going to be able to do too much.
Kind of crazy.
There's many situations like that where they find those setups. Like here, Tuna gets interrupted on the repentance, but
no, F2. I mean, Shamans are typically extremely durable. This comp is insanely durable. It makes me wonder if they should be playing Paladin at all for this.
And this was the moment earlier where Tuna actually got stunned on his trinket, and Gage had to void shift, almost dying through it as well.
Well, when Walker gets healed by the enhance, and as you just add extra defensives. I mean, Feed God's got magic pop here. Yeah, I think Paladin might.
Paladin pick is exactly what Left 4 Dead wants to play
you.
Into,
so here's the thing: Left 4 Dead are a team that has lots of instant CC. They don't deal with hot super well. I don't know. Feed God, I mean, Feed God plays Prez. Does he play Asham? I feel like, but double Shaman's kind of awkward. Priest? I don't know about Priest either. Maybe just having like, no, I don't think the extra health really changes much. The problem with Enhancement Shaman is like, what do you play Enhancement Shaman with? Healing wise, Druid? Druid would be kind of sick.
Feed God can stay away from CC pretty well in that way.
If Audrey doesn't die,
like kind of what happened in the later stages of the game.
If Audrey doesn't die, I could see Audrey for this.
Then Axton stuns Saul when he's really far away. That allows the
yeah
to then get in between the Shaman and the Pally. And
I don't know, but the thing is, they've got so much prep as Holy Paladin. They do really well on ladder with it, insanely well. Makes me wonder though, like if they just win this matchup, normal. So I think there's history here that you aren't seeing, by the way. I think quite often I see Dorito play with Big Dam and Montage, and I think they win with Big Dam and Montage. This matchup, the specific matchup you're seeing right here, I think right now Dorito's confused because I think he normally wins it. That's what I predict. That's not to say that like that Feed God isn't as good, But I think that Montage is extremely good at rotating in those situations. And I'm wondering if, because like Figo's on a main HPL, right? Maybe he is. I have no idea. But Montage seems quite ahead when it comes to Paladins at the moment. And I wonder if that's what we're seeing. I think they're surprised by the result of the matchup because of that. Yeah. So I think what we're seeing here is like they had stuff and they're like 3 seconds or like this series could easily be 0-2 Left 4 Dead. And I suspect that on ladder that the kind of like the results they're chasing, I bet they're already winning that matchup on ladder. Yeah. I mean they had both times. I think they had Magic Bop. They just used Magic Bop in the previous game, and then in this game right now they had Magic Bop up, and they had Wall, and they actually had Wall and Stone Bullock Totem available at the end, and they just had gone through sack, and then they were hit on mana by a mile. So like from their point of view, I feel like they're just winning. They feel like they're winning. They honestly survive that if they just have Orc. Like Orc Shaman survives that randomly. I don't think it actually matters in retrospect. Yeah, I mean, it's possible it's just the way that the games are going today, Chrome, but I've played against Dorito playing with 2 different maybe it's always the same. I don't know. All right, here we go.
It's very, very tough.
Probably a 5-minute game, so I'll leave predictions open. I don't think you'll see anything for a while.
Predict Left 4 Dead. I think we might actually have somebody losing to the coin here. If Left 4 Dead,
the coin is goated.
Yeah, the coin actually is the goat right now. But we'll see here. Feed God in a crowd control. You get a double fear, but actually looks like it's just gonna break there. Oh no, he trinket sacrifices. Okay, so Feed God.
I doubt that, Colonel. I very much doubt that.
For a little bit period of time, so. Feed God now getting actually very aggressive towards Tuna, but unfortunately his Hammer of Justice got mass dispelled by Gage, so they're not even going to find a dispersion here with this opener unless they can get something onto Tuna. He's just going to trade out the early sacrifice, and so far both Paladins making an even trade here. It's still anybody's game. Who is going to have the next assault, though? It looks like it's going to be Tuna charging forward here. They get the Psychic Horror disarm into the full fear, covering Saul here with the stun as well. Tuna's there for the backup, getting the Hammer of Justice right as the Tremor Totem drops, and Feed God has to bubble. Actually, no, he got out of the Hammer of Justice. I think it was on DR there. That's what it was. So he manages to get around the corner there, actually. That could have been his bubble if not.
Yeah, absolutely. It was DR'd, so he got his own Hodge into blind combo to actually stop Tuna from getting much done. And Feedgod's done a really good job. He was playing around the box, now playing on that side on the pillar. He's LOS'd or interrupted basically every single repent, but we'll see if this one is going to land now, and that is where the problems do start. It's such a long CC. Saul's getting incredibly low. There is going to be the lay on hands coming out already to try to top Saul back off, and Feedgod is going to be in some trouble. I mean, that was his bubble. That was his LOH, so one more CC chain could be really tough for them to deal with here. And Tuna does still have that bubble, has his trinket available here, and is just playing in the face of Feed God, who has just been struggling with his position. Gage is just pulling him into these awkward spots where, you know, if Dorito and Saul chase, it means that Feed God doesn't have a great pillar right now. And Tuna now out in the middle of the map is going to get gripped away from that Song of GG. Nicely done there by Gage. Going to be able to avoid the sleep. And Tuna now trying to push in. Going to be looking for the CC on a Feed God. There's the Psychic Horror. Do they have anything to follow it up? Not just yet, but Saul getting incredibly low. And Feed God has a lot of work to do. There's the DR Hodge coming through. He's looking
Bro, they really hurt them a lot.
Interrupted, but the fear is there on him from Gage. Saul still in trouble here. And Tuna can
I think Left 4 Dead can beat them. So this is stage 2. Stage 3 is
using the silence on the Saul, but Saul might just go down right now. Huge damage coming in. Saul is going to trade out his entire spellbook in response here, getting very aggressive with the Doom Winds, with the Ascendance there onto Gage. They do manage to force out Tuna's trinket with this exchange.
Who's the third stage?
Feed God Repentance out of the Cyclone. What are you gonna do, Saul? He's not feeling too confident, but Gage at the same time is taking a lot
Oh,
of damage.
Crackle.
Half HP, but Tuna not in any crowd control. Follows up with the CC, gets interrupted there on the Repentance, but at the same time, Gage is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Tuna has his work cut out for him. Gage channeling the Void Torrent, getting some nice counter pressure, and this is the situation.
Oh, Z-rated.
There's no trinket on Saul. There's no trinket or bubble on Feed God. Next CC chain is
I think
going to
Lift
be a
did one
KO,
against that.
and Tuna is going to lead the charge here.
I think.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to Saul trying to stay alive here in these moments. How far is he going to chase? He got trying to position well back behind this pillar, trying to stay away from Tuna.
I think H12 can damp that.
We're covering both sides. In goes Tuna, but he's going to lose out on that Hodge. It comes down first there from Feed God, but there's Psychic Horror. There's the Triple Fear. And there's nice defensive incap coming in from Dorito, trying to stop this push. The big leg sweep comes across as well. Dorito doing a really good job breaking up that go as Feed God coming out of the Repent now. Looks like they have withstood the push, and now going to try to turn it around here onto Gage. Dorito with some great defense there, keeping F tier in it.
Yeah, that was really, really good, but still, they're going to need more because Feed God finds himself in a full stun once again.
Big Crackle, he just tanks it.
Doesn't look like they have the Repentance with that sacrifice denying it, and they're just going to Cyclone Saul on that Repentance to buy time. Axton here looking for another Cyclone, but now Axton got paralyzed, which means there's no paralyze for Tuna, which means that he's very likely to land this Repentance right here, and he is going to be able to find it, but Feed God trinkets out, gets Repentance again on his trinket. Stone Bulwark Totem trades for Saul. They have the Psychic Horror. There's the Silence as well on to Feed God, but Saul with that Stone Bulwark Totem heads up play is going to be able to survive yet again. He now also has his trinket Astral Shift, so he has an answer.
Spurs
and they
trades.
also get the dispersion from Gage, so they're showing some signs of life, and it's all thanks to Dorito playing an
We got a lot to work with
earlier on.
Yeah, every single one of these goes that you can break up as Dorito is going to buy a lot of time for your team. You got the Disperse, you got the Barkskin. Now there's an opportunity to try to get aggressive, but Feed God still has to make sure he's not compromising his positioning. Axton now is going to be a major target. He's getting incredibly low.
This is biggest
come
Sands.
out from Tuna as well. Tuna getting low here
Oh,
too
whoa,
from that
whoa.
sacrifice damage. Gage is low. Tuna's got so much work to do, but Saul getting knocked down quite low also. Feed God
Dies.
There's the Repent. He's going to have to bubble, but they just get the kill onto Axton. I love that they got him involved in this. That's kind of what I was talking about.
Blasted, what the fuck?
Game, and they're able to
They're actually
find their
triple killed in the
window
SN, by the way.
just falling so far behind. They know there's no Barkskin. They know there's no survival instincts on this Feral, and they just stop chasing Gage. They just turn it around on him and are able to get their first win.
Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, that's the thing. They were able to get that dispersion a little bit earlier on and kind of survive through that checkmate position. And then in the end, they're able to actually ride that momentum and find their own setups here, getting nice pressure. And that's one of the things about F tier. They are so good at playing this composition. Even when it doesn't look too good, they find a way to actually make it work there. So really, really nice stuff. And we can see exactly what happened, because there was actually some answers still available on the side of Left 4 Dead. I think Tuna still had his trinket here right at the end, but the damage is just overwhelming. Yeah, so he got caught in a stun, used his human racial, traded out the sacrifice, and then what actually happened here? So Saul gets stunned. You get the full repentance, and yeah, Tuna, I mean, going for that repentance at the end, maybe didn't respect the damage, and he has a really tough job there at the end too, because he has to be aggressive. He has to keep looking for those CC chains because that's their win condition, but you go for them at the wrong time, you can definitely end up paying for it, and that's kind of what happened here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, everyone was kind of getting low at the same time. So, I mean, you look at the health bars right now, you realize, all right, he has to pick up multiple people. It did seem like he prioritized picking up Gage. I guess he was still kind of convinced that Gage was that main kill target, that Axton was going to be okay. And in that moment, obviously, making the wrong decision, you know, throws a heal on a Gage, looks for the repent, Axton goes down. So that is something that maybe he will be kicking himself for a little bit, but have to give a lot of credit to Feed God. I think he positioned so well in the early moments of that game. But really delayed having to use those big defensives from him for a long time. And then Dorito, we called it out, you know, when they were kind of tapped, when it was supposed to be that checkmate type position. Dorito, you know, really good in cap defensively, then multi-man leg sweep, and you know, finding these interrupts at key moments to really shut down the damage on Saul, bought them enough time to kind of get their opportunity in this game.
Yeah, and that's he has a really tough job. That's what he's gonna have to do throughout the entire series. He's gonna try to put his team on his back there. And those songs of GG, I always call it the song of GG, but it is a really nice tool to kind of break up some of those CC chains. and to actually secure their own pressure. But same time, Gage has been doing a good job gripping, mass dispelling, and just playing around that talent. So both of them with a nice little mind game there. But we are going to hook point. And it's not typical that you see a team that plays, you know, with a Shadow Priest into 2 melees pick hook point. Usually it's the melee side that wants to play on hook point. But that is because they don't want Feed God to have this big space that we saw on Asha mains to kite around and reset. They want to just continue to kind of overwhelm him and find those big moments. So let's see if they can do it here. Match point, Left 4 Dead versus F tier.
Yeah, I mean, already you can see there's a Hodge over onto Tunas. They're just charging in. Psychic Scream comes down on a Feed God. Looks like he's going to be getting knocked out of that, but it was a trinket already having to be used. Saul down incredibly low. Did pop his Lust, trying to stay aggressive. Tuna going to be thrown into the blind. It's all about Feed God staying out of the CC as long as he possibly can. Feed God's sacrifice is going to expire. There is Gage taking quite a bit of damage, trying to get the Insanities down over onto Saul. Dorito just sticking right in on the back of him. You can see Axton was looking for a clone, but it's going to get sidestepped there around the corner by Feed God, who's doing a good job thus far. And Tuna, once again, now trying to push in, going to be looking for this CC. Both of them have the Hodge. It always feels like Feed God is getting that Hodge down first. There's a multi-man fear coming through, but a Song of GG does break things up. Once again, Gage now going to have to use the Disperse. Feels like that's the earliest he's had to do it. So yes, Feed God is going to be more vulnerable to these pushes, to the CC, but so is Gage on that chase down. And now Axton going to have to use the Barkskin. He's over into the bear form, and this map pick may be turning around on Left 4 Dead a bit.
Yeah, but they do find the full repentance on the Feed God. Saul, what are you going to do? He's in so much trouble. And Feed God is going to trade out the Divine Shield as well as the Lay on Hands there. Manages to get a Mass Dispel too, actually, on the Hammer of Justice onto Tuna. So really good exchange here. It was not looking too good, though, for Left 4 Dead. But now they found a nice, massive cooldown from the Holy Paladin. Now they need to stall for that Dispersion, which is a minute away here. But at the same time, they need to keep playing aggressive. Feed God has his Trinket coming up in about 5 seconds. So he should have that for the next CC chain. He's trying to stall for it. There's the stun onto Saul. They have no stun, though, on the Feed God. There it is, finally getting the Hammer of Justice. But now Saul is out of crowd control. And look at Saul. What a nice play right there. Wind Shears to Cyclone on Axton, and then Lightning Lassos Tuna to stop the Repentance as well. So the fact that they actually pulled the trigger a little bit too soon on that stun allows Saul to make plays like that and actually break up the CC chain. And now Tuna finds himself in some CC of his own. Has a lot of work to do here. Gage taking a tremendous amount of damage with no dispersion for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, no Disperse for a little bit more time here. Feed God, though, thrown into the Hodge. They have the follow-up CC. There's the fear across everyone as Saul is stuck into that maim. Going to get pounced out of that. There is another CC coming over on a Feed God. He's stuck into that Repent. Doesn't want to trick it out of it. So Saul is just trying to survive on his own and is going to be able to do just that. They push in. They don't get too much on this go here. So now it's the other team's turn. F tier trying to get something rolling here onto Gage. The sacrifice is going to be traded out, though, by Tuna. It's Axton now who is the target, but he does have the Barkskin back up and available. They're trying to keep him involved, trying to make this Feral Druid feel scared on his pushes. As he's going to go back in once more. Going to get in-capped there as he comes around the corner, but a great fear again coming down here from Gage. Saul just hammering away on the back of the Shadow Priest, trying to keep that momentum going. Tuna going to go in looking for the Repent, but does get blinded out there by Feed God. But Gage is so far away. It's Axton who's in trouble.
Axton.
He's into the leg sweep. Axton getting incredibly low, does use the Barkskin, will be able to survive, but this Feral is definitely a kill target this time.
Yeah, and he has no Trinket and no renewal now, so Axton definitely could get swapped to, but at the same time, look at Saul. He's in big trouble. Once again, Feed God Trinket uses the Magic Bop, saves the day, but now running very, very low on defensives. We're once again in that situation. Saul with no Trinket, Feed God with no bubble and no Trinket.
I will say, though,
has the sacrifice, though, so
we'll wave into this.
A way to get a sacrifice onto Saul right before he gets stunned. That could be the play here. Tuna's trying to bait it out here, but Feed God is not biting just yet. Let's see if they can actually find it in time here. There's the sacrifice right before the CC chance. Actually, yeah, right before the CC lands. So Feed God making a huge play here, but they're just going to swap the Feed God, stunning him up there, but looks like
Crackle
he's going to be able to survive.
almost kills everyone.
Now big trouble, triple leg sweep coming out. They're forcing the dispersion from Gage there as well. Feed God with a big play right there to keep his team in the game, but still long time with no trinkets, no bubble. He could definitely still be a target, but at the same time, look at Gage. He's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Tuna still has the bubble, though, so he should be able to keep him alive for now.
Yeah, Tuna did sit through a lot of CC, but really fell behind there. Now there's a stun over on a feed god. Looks like they just want to make him the main target. Hodge there to follow that up as there's another pounce stun. The silence coming down. They're trying to take out feed god. I think he's going to be able to get away and survive for now, but Gage might not be that lucky as Tuna has a lot of work to do. Tuna now stuck into this Hodge, trying to sit through here as Gage trying to survive. Big fear again coming out there from Gage. He's incredibly low, does have that void shift, holding on to it for now as there's the bubble sacrifice coming through from Tuna, but the survival instinct's going to have to be used by Axton. Also, Tuna really starts to feel like he is falling behind here. One more CC onto him, and they could be the ones taking him down. There's a leg sweep from Dorito. It was DR, but the Hodge comes across onto feed god. They're trying to look for some cross pressure here onto the Paladin. Tuna running for his life right now. Saul trying to get back there and to connect. Axton looking for these clones to try to buy some time to try to break up this damage. Is going to be able to land one onto Dorito, and that allows Tuna the time he needs to stabilize.
Yeah, but Tuna is not in good shape right now. Going for those Paladin swaps on the feed god is very risky. He has all his cooldowns available. Saul has basically all of his cooldowns available. Tuna now, what are they going to do here? Double fear connects. They get the stun onto Saul, and they will get the trinket sacrifice there from feed god. Gage, though, at the same time, has the dispersion. Might have to use it here in this position. Tuna is falling further and further behind on his healing. Gage still doesn't have to make the trade, though. Manages to survive for now, kiting around that pillar, but Dorito is heating up. He's going to have a lot of damage here. The leg sweep is available. There it is. Double leg sweep. Axton's going to trigger it out immediately. Song of GG there, trying to snipe Axton. They do find it there onto Axton, but at the same time, full repentance onto Feed God. Gage at 50% HP, going for the Dark Ascension, trying to get some counter pressure here. Feed God pushing in, finds the blinding light onto Tuna. Doesn't find the Hammer of Justice, though. There's the stun onto Feed God, but they look at the paralyze onto Gage, knowing that Gage wants to stun into a full fear, not able to get it there without a gap in CC. Dorito is making absolute MVP plays, and here comes the pressure onto Gage. How is he going to respond? This surely should be the dispersion here. If Feed God can connect with some kind of crowd control, doesn't look like they are going to be able to find it, but dampening is so high, they might just be able to brute force it. Even with Saul in a Cyclone, Dorito is basically solo forcing that cooldown with Zwen. Can he actually push for it? There's the full Hammer of Justice onto Tuna. Surely Gage trades, and he will make the trade there. Saved by the Life also proccing now Axton, getting swapped to as well. Things are falling apart for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and Tuna's going to be caught into that sleep. Gage in a lot of trouble, does have the life swap, might have to use it. Sacrifice going to be traded out now by Tuna, but Saul getting low as well. Hodge over on a feed god. They're trying to turn it around on
We're away,
Saul.
they're biggest stand
Tuna is struggling here. Tuna is working with very little cooldowns.
Oh, Axton survives. Swap goes through. No, I lied. Land hands.
To keep him going, but
Gage
now doesn't have much to survive
has the swap.
at all.
Has the swap.
Over onto Tuna.
Thinks about uses it. Commits it to Tuna. Bop connects onto Axton.
There's the bop from Tuna over onto himself, just trying to get
himself. Okay.
CC. He's barely able to stabilize the team for now. Hodge comes out over on a feed god. There's the fear across multiple members, but it just doesn't feel like Left 4 Dead have any pressure whatsoever. Feed god just early sacrifice, going to be trading that out, throwing the Hodge over on a Tuna, trying to
disperse 35, but huge trouble.
Doing just that for
Tuna
now.
very this map is backfiring hard.
Down about 30% HP. He has the Bark Sim back, but he will hold on to it for now. Now Axton looking for the clones. Will he be able to find it? Can't get it just yet. He does land one now onto Saul, but they have no pressure. They haven't had pressure in so long, Zico.
Yeah, this could potentially be it. Dorito finds
Crackle gets kicked, gets fed.
He's 10 seconds away from that dispersion. He's trying to stall the best he can, but at the same time, Axton also.
We have got a lot of buttons rotating here. Triple D out Hodge. We've got Bubble now. Oh, we had so much. 2-2.
Instead, it is going to be Dorito with the touch of death that finds.
Actually, 2-2. That's crazy.
41% dampening. F tier tie us up in the series, and they are taking us all the way to game 5. Left 4 Dead.
It may be a reverse. I think the small map seemed awful.
The first half of that game, but as soon as they started going after the Holy Paladin, Feed God, he looked so comfortable with that. He played out of his mind, constantly predicting when those swaps were happening, having good positioning, having good early cooldown trades, rotating his cooldowns. Even towards the end here, he pre-sacrificed the setup.
Yeah, the map did not seem good.
Could have forced all of his cooldowns.
Can't argue with that. Map seemed real bad.
His trades, Feed God really making such an excellent game here, playing such an excellent game here. You can see here towards the end as well. It's over now, but he finds that blinding light into the paralyze. And yeah, just doing a phenomenal job in general. I feel like everyone on F tier really stepped up this game.
Yeah.
Saul had excellent interrupts. Dorito had good. Dorito is basically kind of like the back line, or like the goalkeeper in a way. His job is to make sure that he uses everything he has to prevent his paladin from getting CC'd. So he always has to be on point with the paralyze, always has to be on point with his Song of GGs. You can see there, like when Tuna's pushing in with the crowd control onto Feed God, Dorito is the one who sets him up. When they're
That's the
dancing around a pillar,
season 1 cup one.
it's kind of 50-50.
The bracket for this is kind of awkward though. The next game, the next series, the winner of this plays against Z-rated. I think Z-rated are probably not favorites to make it through, just because I think there are quite a few mistakes they can make with comp picks and stuff. Like for example,
that constant synergy between Dorito and
I mean, I'm sure they know.
That is a big reason why.
And then after that, they fight against the winner of that fights against the Voidweave team.
FTR are getting more comfortable in this matchup.
Jax's team with Awaken,
and FTR are kind of evolving their strategy. They're using their in-ups really good times defensively.
Dallas,
There's a couple moments in the game where it feels like Left 4 Dead basically feel like they can't win without CC, right? They're all about the setups. Whereas FTR kind of feel like they are just slowly but surely inevitably winning. Just kind of by nature of the composition. And a couple setups in a row, you see finally it's like they're chasing after them, they're looking for a Hodge, then there's in-cap comes. So, Feed God gets the Hodge first, Tuna can't get it. Then finally, Tuna is able to catch up and gets a Hodge and gets a Repent. And then Axton just instantly gets leg sweep, trinkets the leg sweep into a Song of GG, is already slept. And it's like, that's the go you just spent 2 minutes going for and struggling to set up, and then it's instantaneously shut down. And I feel like when that happens a couple of times throughout the game, that just means that Feed God's cooldowns rotate back up, and they're able to get it deep enough in dampening that Left 4 Dead just can't keep up, right? At that point, it felt like everyone was a kill target for F tier. Like they could have knocked down anyone. So really nicely done by F tier, and it feels like Left 4 Dead either have to find some way to land this CC earlier onto Feed God, or to change up the strategy a little bit, because Dorito is kind of just like doing whatever the hell he wants in the middle of the map. He feels like he's not under threat at all, and it feels like Left 4 Dead are kind of losing out in this Hodge mini game. It always feels like their paladin is getting CC'd first.
Now, you said something very interesting during the game. You said it feels like the map is backfiring a little bit here onto Left 4 Dead. And it's interesting because F tier, they picked Asha mains. They were picking, Tiger's Peak, so it's like neutral to big maps. And Left 4 Dead, they're like, okay, well, if they're picking the neutral to big maps, that means we pick the small maps because that's our advantage, right? And then they lose on Hook Point. And now we're going to Moldraxxus, which is, it's like Asha main territory. So
we actually went from small to big. Yeah, I mean they won on Tolvaron, so it makes sense, right? No, they won on Asha mains, so they have to play big map again.
That's what it did win that.
So I need space.
Maybe it does come down to map, or maybe F tier.
I think it's limiting Dorito. I mean, it's a melee cleave. You don't want to fight a melee cleave in a small map.
Who's gonna take this? This is so close.
Honestly, what I would like to see is Gage, like when he's being just kind of relentlessly trained like this, rely on your teammates to get the CC, pull Saul and Dorito into an awkward spot that exposes Feed God. Because sometimes I feel like he's pushing for CC, and that's just allowing Feed God to kite away and maintain his positioning while still healing the DPS. And I feel like sometimes when you're the one being trained, you have to say, I'm not CCing the healer. You guys have to do it. I'm going to run 10,000 miles away and make Feed God walk in the middle of the map so Axton can clone him and so you can repent him, and kind of depend on that. Because if you're the one pushing and you're the one being trained, then the opposing healer never has to sacrifice their position.
If you stay back, then you might have to actually force the opposing healer to run into your other teammates. So that can definitely be a little bit of an adaptation, but we'll see how they play it out. They get a full cyclone there onto Feed God. Good pressure here in the opener. And look at Saul. No trinket available because he used that Dwarf Racial to get a full repentance onto Feed God. And Saul is in big trouble. He can't trinket these stuns. And right now, doesn't have to actually. Just manages to stay alive there with the Stone Bulwark Totem. Catches a huge heal there from Feed God as well. And opener is looking pretty decent for F tier. Feed God only used his sacrifice. Saul still has his trinket and his Astral Shift. Feed God still has his trinket and Divine Shield. This is the best opener that F tier has had to any of these games. So maybe they are just getting more comfortable in the matchup. Tuna gets interrupted on the Repentance there, but there's a Feed God. There's a silence onto Feed God, double X sweep onto Gage as well. Good pressure, but so far Gage holding onto that dispersion as well. Finally, the Repentance is going to land onto Feed God. Can they find any follow-up CC? Tuna's trying to fake cast the kicks here, but Saul is just tunneling Tuna a little bit here, trying to shut him. Oh my God, Gage almost died right there. That was a huge swing of damage. He dropped to like 10-15% there, but manages to survive with the sacrifice. Tuna with the quick reflexes there.
Yeah, got him chunked incredibly low as Tuna was trying to chase
Soul,
for that CC. You can see Dorito in the face of Tuna there was looking
dying.
for sleep. Going to get pummeled. Saul now down to about 20% HP. Feed God has some work to do. He's going to be able to pick him up, though, no problem. And because he used that first sacrifice right on the opener, Feed God almost has his second blessing of sacrifice ready already, and he's going to be pushing in there. Tuna was looking for the repent, but he's going to get thrown to the Hodge. Gage in trouble. May have to disperse right now, and he does. An early dispersion forced out there as Tuna's now thrown into the blind as well. They can try to turn this pressure around onto Axton if they want, who's jumped into the bear form. Dorito again just harassing Tuna every time he's trying to push in for that CC, looking for the Searing Glare. Nice fake cast. It's given to land it. Axton gets the clone over onto someone, and in fact it got grounded. Feed God though into the Hodge. Repent is going to come out. Now they need to get some pressure down. Everyone is CC'd. There's the fear on the Feed God out of it. Saul though is still so high on HP. He's just completely fine through this go.
Yeah, that Dark Iron Dwarf doing so much work there. Also boosting his stats here as he's getting aggressive onto Gage. He's got no...
It's a really fast season, DOS.
How are they going to respond here? It's going to be Tuna's Divine Shield. F tier is in the driver's seat right now. They are looking super comfortable. They have every breaker. Full Cyclone onto Feed God. How is Saul going to survive? He's in a full stun right now. He's taking a lot of damage. There's the Repentance to follow it up as well. They surely need to make a trade here. Feed God is going to trinket. Straight out the lay on hands there. So finally, Left 4 Dead getting themselves a big cooldown early on, or kind of in the mid game here actually. Gage though still taking a lot of damage. Tuna trinkets out to try to save Gage, but Gage dropping very, very low there. Once again, the sacrifice is going to connect, and that should be more than enough to keep him alive. But again, Tuna had to trade out his trinket. Tuna had to trade out his lay on hands, and these are big cooldowns, and Tuna's getting swapped to. He's got no bubble as well with that sacrifice dot doing work. Dorito might just be able to take him down. No, they forced the magic bomb here onto Tuna, but they don't care. They just keep going. Beautiful grip there on the leg sweep. If Gage didn't do that, I think Tuna would have actually been toast right there. It's still so much more CC coming in. There's the blinding light. Axton is taking huge damage as well. The Barks kid, is it going to be enough? He's almost in touch of death range.
Oh, almost the reverse, man. So close.
There, but this is looking more and more F tier. Gage now also
That's
dying
swap.
here in this position. It feels like F tier is just close to getting a triple kill at this point as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tuna's just miles behind. He is really struggling to keep up. Feed God, again, just uses a sacrifice to keep his team aggressive there, to keep them in the face of their opponents. Axton looking for these clones, trying to slow things down. It just keeps getting grounded. Gage incredibly low.
Disperse.
Finally, they get that MD down, but the disperse has to be used. Axton
So I don't know if you guys can see, but Soul has 20 seconds left on Ascend. It is guaranteed game over in 20 seconds. They are salivating over the fact that there's no hope of survival in 20.
Clone over on a Feed God. The leg sweep comes out on a Gage. Axton trying to get some damage rolling. Is now
Here's
Saul was
Incan.
put low there, but he's going to get top right back off as
We trade the whole book for this Incan.
Too late from Gage.
And now
He's
here's
trying
the
to
Ascend.
type, but Feed God is chasing after him. There's the Hodge that did come down. It's going to be triggered
Wait.
immediately. You can see Feed God is trying to pick them back
Yes,
up.
the
Gage
Ascend
is in
still.
trouble. Saul was low, but does get
He should
caught
be dead,
once
hey, yeah?
again. Axton looking for the clones. Gage incredibly low, has no life swap. The sacrifice is going to be used, but that means Tuna is a viable target here as well. And even with that sacrifice, he's just struggling to keep his team going here.
He
And it
actually
feels like
survived
Feed God
it.
is completely chilling. He's massively ahead on cooldowns and on mana. Axton now, he's going to be the target. He's popping that bar. Going to be down
Buckskin.
incredibly low. Repent is going to be grabbed there by Tuna. They need to get something going. But they
Here's
just
Doomwind's
can't
Prime
find any
Wave.
pressure. Another Repent comes in. Is there any more CC? Saul still sitting pretty here. The silence is there. Nice fake. The clone.
There's
does
the
come
Prime
off,
Wave.
But all of this CC is just doing nothing. Saul's still just barely now below half HP after like 20 seconds of CC.
Yeah, but they did get Feed God's
GG.
trick there and the magic bomb, so they got something, but it's too late with the grip there. Tuna gets caught up in the sleep. There's the double cap totem as well. Gage, what are you going to do? He's got no cooldowns left. 3 more seconds on that dispersion from coming back up, but he does manage to stall enough.
He
for
gets
it. Not to
the...
pull the trigger on it instantly. No, it's going to be
I
Tuna
mean,
instead.
this is the first game that's going into the game has ended every time around this point. Usually, F has been losing in this point.
at Gage here.
So what's
but
FTI got?
slowly
Nothing.
Tuna is getting his divine
I think
shield back
FTI is
as well,
behind.
trinket, but like you mentioned,
Soul's
mana
dead.
is a problem, but
Maybe
here
now.
comes the CC, here comes the
Bubble.
damage. They do force
Silence
out
on the
the
lasso.
divine shield from Feed God, and finally
Clone.
Left 4 Dead
Gage.
are finding a grip of the
Disperse.
series, but as I say that, he has to trade out his dispersion as well, and now Tuna is ahead with his bubble. Tuna is 1 CC
So
ahead.
Soul has died every time at this point. Right before this next, yeah, there's the light, but watch this.
Double fear, but he gets tremored by Saul.
This is where he's died every time, pretty much.
But a DR rep comes through. There's the stun.
Oh my God.
They do, and Left 4 Dead takes it 3-2.
Bro, it was like a slow-moving train, man.
Second there, finding their way back in the game, and the dogs are even excited for that one.
It's actually like a slow-moving train. They've actually died at that same point all 3 times.
Finish that series. Left 4 Dead finally able to take it, winning the first 2. It felt like FT.
I mean, I thought,
was really starting to
I don't
take
know.
control of this series, but Left 4 Dead able to clutch it out at the end. It really felt like F tier had more pressure, but honestly, just that one major CC chain, they kind of finally ran out of answers here. Axton did a great job of keeping Gage alive.
So Left 4 Dead
clones, then finds a
win
clone here, clone
3-2.
Forcing out cooldowns, and then finally when the repent
What
starts
Soul's
coming
Ellie?
through,
Ellie just isn't that
it allowed them
tanky.
to
Ellie
get
Ellie would die
everything
much
they
earlier.
needed, in onto Saul. Feed God just fell too far behind. The Hodge is back up. Even
Damn, it was actually very even there. You guys had a lot of faith in the fact they could pull off the, they could prevent the reverse.
Well done by Left 4 Dead, because honestly, for a lot of this game, it was looking rough. Like there was a couple moments where all 3 were low, all 3 were really lacking cooldowns. You know, at a time where Tuna had no trinket, no bubble, and he threw a sacrifice on Gage, and they're both sitting at like 30%. I thought F tier was going to take this last game for sure.
Yeah, no, me too. At some point, it was looking like F tier was just going to get a triple kill at them.
Yeah,
they had so much pressure. They had so many cooldowns. It really was looking like their game to lose. But Left 4 Dead, they found that setup, and they were able to snowball it into a win. Even at this point, like a minute before that kill happened.
Yeah, I mean, Hans basically is Ellie, but better.
And that's what's so scary,
in almost every way.
You're going up against Left 4 Dead. In that 1 minute, they can just force your entire spell.
Well, it's already an upset,
You're thinking
for sure.
that you're ahead. You're thinking you can play aggressive, but then all of a sudden, they just find those repentances, they find those cyclones, and the game just turns in their favor. So Left 4 Dead definitely had to sweat for this one, but they are going to be able to take the series.
They did have to sweat, but it worked out in the end. I mean, they're the ones that are going to move on. They're the ones that are going to take it. So got to be really happy about that. I mean, those kind of series I feel like are the most rewarding ones.
Yep.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. They're probably thinking the same thing. And as a prize, they get to move on to play Z-rated. Yay! Another tough series for sure is coming up. Round 3. Also, sorry about that. As soon as they won that series and I unmuted, there is somebody ringing our doorbell. So you guys got to get excited for that win as well. But
am I commentating next WC? No.
Number 3, Z-rated versus.
I mean, I would love to be still playing, competing.
These teams have taken for the North American Gauntlet. As you can see, we are in round 3. So the winner of this next up one moves on to face Cats and Dogs, the team at the top, the final gauntlet, the final boss of the North American Gauntlet. So no matter which team you are, you're not going to have an easy time making it out alive of this gauntlet and into the top 3 or the top 4.
Cool that Isaac's competing.
You would make it if you went up there for a total of top 4 in NA. So either way, super excited for how this bracket is going to end up, but we're going to head to a break before we do that, and it is Z-rated versus Left 4 Dead.
I think
we'll be right back.
there are a few mistakes that Z-rated can make here.
What does BlizzCon mean to me?
Yes, we'll see.
BlizzCon means competition.
BlizzCon means passion.
BlizzCon means celebration.
BlizzCon means glory.
BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong bonds.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game changing.
Charge. Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legend.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit. Hype. BlizzCon means home.
Z-rated plays DH right into this. WQ Shadow Priest and wins. I don't think they can play Preservoker into this. JB was definitely part of that broadcast for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to keep in mind, you know, the last time there was AWC or MDI, any of that kind of thing, they didn't have that footage from 2023. Didn't happen. '19 was the last BlizzCon with a competitive center. That footage is all 2019 footage, 2018 footage. They didn't have a stage for either at the last BlizzCon. It was just a really tiny little, like, so the way that was set up was when you went to 2019 BlizzCon, 2018 BlizzCon, 2017, 2016 BlizzCon, they had an entire stage area, a huge stage for the tournament section. They had like a huge, you know, a stage with all the PCs on them, and it was like a big like centerpiece of an entire, like it was just like, I don't know how to even describe it. The whole hall is dedicated to just the esports section. In 2023 there was a BlizzCon, and there was some small competitions going on there, but the actual stage area for the tournaments was tiny. It was there's nothing to really show. Yeah, it was just like it was 6 PCs, or 8 PCs, I guess. And it was just, it wasn't really a stage at all. Just a couple webcams, basically. Still awesome they did it, but yeah, it was nothing compared to the previous BlizzCons. We had these big stages set up. I would say that the tournament at Gamescom was very similar to what we used to have, where there was an actual stage, but no viewing area. That was kind of weird, but there was an actual stage at that. Yeah, I know. People want to, like, this. It was the same thing at you know what's funny, Backstabby? They did the exact same kind of thing at Gamescom. At Gamescom, they had an area that was about the same. It was actually a bit bigger, but not much bigger. At Gamescom, but yeah, same problem. They didn't have enough seating, so it was just kind of packed, and yeah. It shows an interest though. Like it was interesting walking around Gamescom and seeing the other kinds of esports trying to do the same kind of thing. And the funny thing is, like, other games at Gamescom would try to give out free shit to get people to watch, right? That was kind of the whole point. Blizzard didn't do that shit, but there was still more people trying to watch. Well, it's already happened. They already announced it, you know. That's why that particular promo video exists. That promo video was about like showing, like, you know, BlizzCon's got they've announced all the different tournaments already. Like the next AWC finals will happen at BlizzCon. Well, not okay. It might be the season 2 finals of next expansion, but they've announced that BlizzCon will have a AWC finals and an MDI finals, and also what they call a Classic Cup. So there's actually 3 different, lots of AWC stuff. I mean, so the comment from Zarek was AWC has been on a constant downfall since the toy incident, not in terms of content, just the effort they would put in. I disagree with that. I think they actually put in a very, like, they've actually ramped up things quite. They did a good job during COVID. They made a really good adaptation to No Lands. I think for what it's worth, I think they made a better adaptation to No Lands than most esports did. The problem is that the pendulum has long since swung back, and esports have been back for a long time. And at this point, you can't go low effort. So they basically were able to streamline their costs a lot, right? The cost of like flying all the players out from 8+ teams, it used to be 12 from each region to a big LAN, very expensive, right? Just the hotels alone for what is probably 60 or 70 people for a week. The flights for 60 to 70 people, renting out the studio, having a studio and renting it out, setting it up, all the different things, like paying all the different people to be there. very, very expensive, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And obviously to run that same tournament online is going to cost a fraction of that, right? Like not even a third of that probably, right? They like cut their cost to do the AWC broadcast. And to be fair, I don't think, so let's say the cost was 75% cheaper, right? To run the AWC the last couple years to keep the lights on. I don't think the broadcast is 75% worse for what it's worth. I just don't think it provides much value. I don't think they've done a bad job. It's not just, well, there's other things as well. You know, I agree, but at the same time, nah, because the Gamescom, they're able to have an international tournament without too much trouble. You just give people notice. But it's just, I don't know. It's expensive to run a LAN, 100%. No, you can 100%. Like they just did we just did Gamescom. I mean, I guess you're saying America's worse in some form. I don't think so. Most countries have Estes and stuff. It's not. There's a few regions, like maybe China to US is hard to do, and usually that requires a few months to work with. I don't think that USA getting a visa to, like, getting into the US is hard from a lot of countries. Many, like I think all of EU, all of oceanic countries all have basically like a thing you can do a day before you get in the flight. But China's always a hassle, I believe, and they always need a few months to do it because they have to be able to basically provide information to the admin in China that the people are like legit, they're going for a legitimate reason and not just trying to, like, you know, vanish in there. It's still, from what I understand, it's still very free to get into the US. People don't want to go to the US. That's the difference. It's not that the current administration's a problem in terms of getting to the country. The problem is the current administration, like, they've created some distrust internationally with the tariffs and all that kind of thing. And I think, like, for example, like, from what I understand of tourism in the US, this is very off topic, but from what I understand of tourism in the US, like Canadians were a big part of the tourism industry over here, and Canadians aren't super happy when the current admin may have requested that Canada become a state of the US. For example, I think maybe Canadians took that a little bit personally. So apparently, like, tourism's down a lot, but that's not because they can't get there. That's because they don't want to come in the first place. They don't feel welcome. Which I guess goes hand in hand with the country in question asking you to just become part of that country. I think a good amount of people like their identity being their identity, right? I think it's fair. Some people have been held and deported for coming vacation. Have they?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the
I'm not trying to start that conversation. I'm just saying it's reasonable to expect that some people wouldn't want that. But anyway, Left 4 Dead just F tier. I wouldn't think you're that worried about
Z-rated. We've got some
getting lobbed at the border.
The old school Left 4 Dead has some of the longest standing players that we've seen compete in AWC. Z-rated, kind of a new roster and new players as well, Supatees. But do you think that experience is going to carry into this series?
I'm leaning more into experience, definitely. With Left 4 Dead, they're looking like
I think Left 4 Dead probably make it. I honestly think Left 4 Dead could make it through now. I wouldn't have thought that before, though. I really would have thought it was.
This Shadow Priest Feral, they've dedicated all of their time to it, and Economics could be a wild card throughout the series for the rest of the day if they need to. But they just seemed really warmed up, really ready to go. So
why is it saying F tier still? It shouldn't be F tier.
From them, Z-rated newcomers. They've had some flashy games in the cup stage.
There you go.
I don't know. In the gauntlet,
yeah, I mean, look, Z-rated's got tough. The problem with Z-rated consistently is, and it's kind of funny because I talked to them. I played with them at the start of the season before ABC started the season. I'm like, man, you guys could win this season really easily. And it was because Prez was insane. The game was super fast and Prez was great. I think Prez is a liability now.
I'm cold.
I think Prez is just not it anymore, unfortunately.
right next to the coin.
We were technically.
You know what the
not tied,
difference
okay?
is?
My score was calculated incorrectly.
The difference between Z-rated being god tier and being kind of like in this problem spot is actually the stam changes. There's 10%. They've buffed stamina on all players by 10% this season.
Okay, well,
Before that stam change, I think Prez was OP as fuck. And then the stam change came through, and they are not OP as fuck because of it. Games resolve in dampening too often.
Positions come out from them. We saw some of the preservation evoker. Saw some aggressive play.
I've seen Xeon Priest, but I don't think they've had tons of success with Priest. And I've seen Xeon Druid last season a lot, and he's very good at Druid, but I don't think Druid's at either. They need Shaman. But I don't think Zay plays Shaman. I think if Zay was a Shaman main, their results could be quite different. Because I think Shaman, I think they have all the comps that are good with Shaman, actually. But I don't think Zay plays a Shaman. I haven't seen him on a Shaman. Maybe Chrome can say. If they had Shaman though in their roster, I think they could do some pretty crazy shit.
I'm going with my new faves. I'm going with Z-rated. I think they got what it takes.
Right. I think that's fair.
Because Shaman's basically like not as offensive as Prez, but really good. It's still very good with Ret, and still very good with. I mean, all their comps really.
I would love to see.
Well, he can multi-class as a healer, but Shaman is like very specific.
I love seeing underdogs win, but Left 4 Dead is going to be my vote. I do think it's going to be a close matchup, though. But also, don't take that with a grain of salt, because I'm at the bottom, according to Super Tees, in terms of the predictions. So don't listen to me, chat. But it looks like the coin, they are in favor of Z-rated. Let's take a look at the rest of the caster predictions as well. But like David said, they've only played each other once. It was Z-rated that ended up winning. They took it all the way to a game 5, so it was fairly close. But you really never know here in the AWC, in the Gauntlet especially. Looks like Azale's 3-2 in favor of Z-rated, and then everybody else is in favor of Left 4 Dead. So now we know, Super Tees, Z-rated, they are the underdog. What do you think it's going to take for them to win this series?
I mean, just leaning into their strengths, right? The Rep Paladin Demon Hunter composition has been one of their bread and butter setups. Anytime I've seen a team that kind of doubts what they've put the most amount of practice into, it usually doesn't work out for them. So I'm hoping they're leading in with like kind of their main composition pick and not too many curveballs. It's possible.
The basic structure of all these games, by the way, I expect is Left 4 Dead is going to play to dampen. If the game goes beyond 5 minutes, Z-rated a room. Game ends. That's how this goes.
Team, it can be really effective because there's not a lot of interrupts. Well, it's basically just the Feral Druid, so it can be decently effective in a matchup like this. But there's a lot on the line. These guys, they've been grinding all season, trying to get enough points. They managed to scramble together enough to make it into this gauntlet, and they're really fighting for this last shot to get into the top 4, get in there for the big prize money, that championship title for North America, the last opportunity in the War Within to say that you were the best team for the expansion. And this is really what it's all about here. And you can see how close it's getting. D-Machine, he's got a really good argument as well, given the history here in Cup number 3 for Z-rated. So we're split pretty much right down the middle.
All right, we're going to see who's going to come out on top, who's going to move on up into the gauntlet, into the North American gauntlet. There's only one step after this. Cats and Dogs, they've been waiting in round number 4 all day long. They had to watch EU as well, so they've had a long day of watching everybody else get their turn, and they are waiting. They are hungry for this next opponent. It's either going to be Z-rated or Left 4 Dead moving on to that final spot up against Cats and Dogs. Looks like we are getting a quick remake, though. But while we get into that matchup, once again, D-Machine, I'm kind of curious, what compositions do you want to see in terms of the blind pick? We mentioned it a little bit just in terms of like the options that we could see from either team. And last we saw them play, they were kind of bouncing back and forth between their 4th players. So what do you want to see from either side here?
I want a Ret Paladin, Aya. For no reason in particular.
Wait, weird. I would never expected that answer from you.
Give me the Ret. Give me the Ret. I mean, we saw we saw JWaz also come out on that Hunter for Z-rated as well. Decent performance. They did win the blind pick with him. So
The mistake pick here, I think, is DK, but we'll see. They've been playing some DK. I think it'd be. I think Death Knight Hunter Prez would not win here. Shaman maybe could dampen it, but
is putting forward. I feel like whether it's the Deathstar Warlock Feral Druid or the Shadow Priest Feral Druid, there's a decent shot, more so with jungle in my opinion. But you know, I really want to see the Ret Demon Hunter Preservation Evoker specifically. I love that composition watching it. I think it's just so absurdly aggressive. Preservation Evoker, they have a little bit less of a long range in their cast, so they have to kind of be in their face. Going up against Left 4 Dead. And we just saw Left 4 Dead was able to get so many Cyclones off, and as well as Repentances galore, as even, I believe, Searing Glares as well. So the more in their face, the more interrupts available to Z-rated, the better.
Wait, did I put Zeta instead of Z-rated?
Definitely so. Well, we're going to be finding out soon enough. We know how crucial a blind pick is in a competition.
Wait, did I actually?
Or in a matchup such as this. So you can bet that they are working behind the snes here as quickly as
I put it correctly. That'd be toxic as fuck. We are seeing red. So DH red.
What you wish for, D Machine, Z-rated versus Left.
Interesting. They predicted it. I think you're chilling.
This is a gauntlet match. Single elimination. Final tournament of the entire expansion, and the gates have opened. Zozo is going to get opened up on by Action, slowing down that Ret Paladin right away, and we are seeing a legendary Thugonomics and the Destro Warlock enter the arena.
And Tuna on a restoration shot.
Yeah, I also was not expecting this at all.
Play, and the Pharaoh Lock Shaman is a comp we've not seen at all the entire season. So leading the blind pick with a complete curveball. They get Darkness from Zizzy in the opener. Thugonomics going to portal away from it. And away from the Essence Break. Well-timed Demonic Circle there. Thugonomics faking interrupts here, looking for a fear. Spamming these out. Chaos Bolt connects onto Zozo, taking him down below half. Zagorn gets in position with the rescue and the time dilation to start to stagger the damage incoming. But a Cyclone sneaks in from Axton. That forces Zagorn's Trinket. They fear up Zizzy. And those spam Chaos Bolts and the spam Cyclones are quite deadly in tandem. Nice sleepwalk off the Hammer of Justice, though, from Zagorn. Thugonomics is going to portal away. Zizzy is chasing him down. Zozo is there as well. More sleepwalks incoming. Into an imprison. Excellent crowd control chain. Thugonomics is getting dunked. He goes for the double coil, but it looks like it was immune by Zizzy's Vengeful Retreat. It was a clutch Vengeful Retreat. He stuns the Chaos Bolt. Zagorn's in the Cyclone, though. Big damage incoming if he gets this Chaos Bolt. He gets kicked by Zagorn, but a full Hex. That's why they locked in the Restoration Shaman. They knew there would be no decurse from their roster. So these Hexes are definitely going to be...
Yeah, I don't think Destro's sleeper. I think Destro's just really good in general at the moment.
Walk on Zagorn, denying the crowd control chain. Tuna can reposition at the pillar. Line of sight and Tremor if he needs to. Thugonomics getting stunned on the backside of the gateway here. He's taking a huge amount of pressure. Essence Break is available. Zizzy, when's he going to go for it? Eventual retreats to try and immune something here. He gets rooted out of range. 2 Chaos Bolts, but they get cloned. He was actually going after Zagorn there, trying to throw him onto the healer. Now, nice Hex out of the Cyclone. They need to get a bubble here from Zozo. They don't. It doesn't look like they... Oh, double coil, double bolts. Can they get the bubble? They're so close to getting the bubble. They get the Sanctuary. Not enough. They do get lay on hands at least, but Thugonomics is taking a heavy hit. He's going to pop Dark Pact, and Zizzy is still sitting on that Essence Break. Zozo, here comes the Wake of Ashes. He's got Avenging Wrath active with that now. He gets Cycloned on it. Nice Cyclone. Here's the Essence Break. How are they going to deal with it? Thugonomics, they just Cyclone him. Beautiful Cyclones from Axton, denying some of the cooldowns here. Zagorn's flying in. Axton goes for a kick, but Zagorn fakes it. And now Tuna's going to have to deal with these sleepwalks. He goes for a Hex. He gets a Hex on Zagorn into a fear. A little bit overlapped. And it does end up breaking, but they get the Divine Shield regardless. They get the Divine Shield regardless. So Left 4 Dead in a good position offensively if they can stabilize.
If they can stabilize, it would seem. Thugonomics, he's been just taking the onslaught of this team, but this is the first time he had to use that unending resolve, that big wall. And here we go. He's trying to light up Zizzy, but he's caught in a Cyclone. Another Cyclone eats a bunch of that Chaos Bolt damage. Now Thugonomics still at half health here. Tuna has the Spirit Link available to him, but he's caught into a full sweep. That's going to be the Dark Pact. That's going to be the port away. And they swap the damage over on Axton! And that's going to be the Spirit Link. Insane quick stun swap. A couple more of those, and they could easily take out a kitty cat.
Yeah, these Feral Druids are liabilities most of the time. A lot of teams are ignoring them, but as soon as they look at them, they almost fall over. Now Thugonomics is taking a huge hit. Stuns are down. That's it, I think, for Thugonomics. He's about to die at any moment. He thunderstorms them away, buys time to get a Healthstone off, I think, there, and clutches out some Riptides with that Nature of Swiftness, and actually stays alive. The thunderstorm from Tuna was vital to Thugonomics' survival right here, and Zozo has one last line of defense, his spell warding, which can immune all magic damage, but not all physical. So Axton will do full damage. He catches him behind the pillar. Massive catch here. Rewind from Zagorn in the nick of time to pull Zozo back from the brink. Now Thugonomics on the back foot. Ports back behind the pillar. Tuna gets stunned up. They're swapping to Tuna. Big collapse on Tuna, and that is... Oh my God, he's at 1% health. Holds on to dear life. And now Zozo is cycled at low health. Zagorn
Well, this actually looks kind of
coming
sketch.
up in 3 seconds. If he gets cloned on it, it could be game over. Zozo Chaos Bolt in the sky. Is he going to trade? He's got that Overfiend casting Chaos Bolt on him as well, but he manages to greet it out, holding strong. Thugonomics, big blast of damage with the Fire Breath. He ports away from the Deep Breath. Nice port for Thugonomics. It's Zozo versus Thug right now. Full stun, catches him. Where's the Communion? He doesn't even need to trade it. I can't believe it. He gets fully cloned. Chaos Bolts are crashing in, and it's coming down to the wire. Both teams are running slim on options.
All right, coil into stun, into the infernal stun, cross CC up the yin yang. This is exactly what they needed, but the Emerald Communion is the final button, as well as Darkness will be committed to keep Z-rated in the offensive seat. Stuns followed up on the Thugonomics over and over and over again. If they can catch momentum one more time, it could be it. No Spirit Link, no walls available for Thugonomics. Axton just desperately trying to get the momentum back in his favor, but Zozo's the one on the back foot, dipping lower, and Zagor's mana is becoming a problem. They need to kill Thugonomics, and they need to do it right now.
He has Ascendance, though. Healing Tide just rotated. Tuna's got some cooldowns here to recover the team, and Zagorn has 0 mana. A couple more Chaos Bolts, and it'll be it for Zozo. Thugonomics is baiting kicks with Fear. He gets a full Fear. Double coil, but Zizzy immune to Fear with the Vengeful Retreat, and he kicks the next, but he's going for Chaos. He gets quelled. Beautiful lockdown on Thugonomics. Crazy lockdown. Would have been game over if they didn't stop him right there. Tuna gets incapped on his trinket. Thugonomics is on the run, wraps around the side to Tuna, trying to recover, but there goes the instant fire breath. Nice sleepwalking. Zagorn is the playmaker.
Oh my God.
0 mana left
I got
in game number 1.
The game only needs to go 20 seconds longer.
You said the foreshadowing before this game.
Oh my
started.
God.
As soon as teams lock in something that we don't normally see them have, it usually doesn't go in their favor.
don't even remotely know.
I thought that looked pretty cool from.
That's not what I expected. Yeah, I know, it was literally the end.
But man, in order to bring that game the distance, it felt like Left 4 Dead had to pull off multiple miracles in a row.
Yeah, Thugonomics is just always on the back foot. I don't know if we caught that moment. This is the moment where Tuna lived on like this sliver of health. I don't even know what the exact number of that was. But
look at that
Thugonomics.
Did you see the druid was able to suck back the hunt there? That was insane.
What ended up messing up Thugonomics there, if we watch the replay again, was Zizzy. He was just vengeful retreating the double coils. So when you run vengeful retreat and you run a PP talent for it, it makes you immune to crowd control. So if he sees Curse of Havoc, which is the cue that the Warlock is going to cast double Mortal Coil, he's using Vengeful Retreat. So after this moment here, watch Zizzy's Vengeful Retreat. It's the kind of the pink and red dude doing a backflip, and he backflips right there midair. I don't even know how he did it. Like, how did he even do it? He did it mid I-beam. I want to replay that frame. Like, what? He was literally casting I-beam, and I watched Vengeful Retreat go on cooldown, and then he just immuned it. Like, how did he? So he knew when he I-beamed that he would want to coil the I-beam because it's important to stop I-beam from fully channeling. Yeah. So Zizzy knows, Thugonomics knows that he wants to coil that, so he can't, or he cancel auras it, and Vengeful retreats it the millisecond he's in the air. I'm pretty sure.
The vortex,
the vortex on the hunt.
And then
right here. Vengeful retreat I-beam. Vengeful retreat I-beam in the air, so he couldn't get coiled.
Wow.
He knew he was going to get coiled there, so he just completely immunes. If he's coiled right here, they lose.
Yeah.
I guarantee if Zizzy is coiled right there, they lose. He will Chaos Bolt both of them, and they have nothing.
I mean, they looked at Tuna and almost killed him, but that small window in which they looked at Tuna and gave Thug the opportunity to free cast, it almost shifted out of their favor because of it. It's crazy. You cannot let that guy cast.
Okay. Well, they lose game number 1. They've been playing, the Shadow Priest Feral all day so far. Are they going to begin to doubt themselves, or are they just going to go for it again here? They do have a big map, which is going to be paying them a lot of dividends here as far as positioning to avoid the cleave and get away from the crowd control. But Zagorn was unrelenting, man. He was at absolutely 0 mana at the end of the game, and he goes for the tip the scales Fire Breath and goes for a sleepwalk on his last leg of anything he can do for the game. It reminded me of that BlizzCon finals where,
are you about to say Soda?
Where Sodes,
yes,
where Sodes offensive penance
dude.
to win the game. That's what that reminded me of there, where he's got he could have used that to heal, but he's
what
like,
year
nah.
was that? Was that 2012 or something? What year was that?
I don't want to think about how long ago it was, dude.
Like the last bit of mana, choosing the offensive penance. It's those moments that kind of make you a higher echelon player. Those moments where you are on your last bit of mana and you choose to go offensive with your tournament life basically on the line for the whole expansion. This is the final tournament of this entire expansion, which just adds a little bit more significance to this. Everyone also with their sets on BlizzCon next year, you really need to get your ducks in a row right here, right now. But they are going to be switching, or they're not going to be switching. Tuna is continuing to be locked in. How do you feel about the Restoration Shaman?
Well, they're benching Thugonomics.
Oh,
so,
Gage and the Shadow Priest. Okay.
What do we have stats for Left 4 Dead? Like, what's the win rate of the Warlock comp that they have overall? Because I feel like it's not looking too hot, unfortunately, for the team. I feel like they're picking Thugonomics up, and he's just not been able to clutch out too much for his team.
Both times Thugonomics was played against Z-rated in Cup number 3, Thug did fall to the Demon Hunter Ret Paladin team. But that was the Holy Paladin on Tuna. But still, now we have another loss for Thug. Though it was very close, it did still feel like the momentum was in their favor. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. They forced bubble, they forced land hands. They were getting buttons like crazy, but they just kind of ran out of steam. And then they just were just keeping Thug locked down quite well.
All right. They knew exactly the win conditions. They'd block Left 4 Dead left and right. Now we're moving into game number 2. It's Maldraxxus Coliseum. Tuna is, I would imagine, putting some time into the Resto Shaman. I mean, he had some clutch plays right there. It's not like they just fell over instantaneously. They rotated through all their cooldowns. They just got outplayed in a couple of key moments on their kill conditions, and the Z-Raider were able to run away with it. So will they be able to find those key kill conditions now with Gage on the Shadow Priest? Much more durable target than the Destruction Warlock for sure, and a lot more instant crowd control as well here. Maybe we see them actually attack Zagorn with this, like a double fear on DPS. He's just immediately Dark Ascending, and those Void Volleys got zero value. They're just staring at Gage like, yeah, buddy, do that. Nice Dark Ascension, dude. Like, they didn't hit anything, and now they're going to go in. So Gage, I think he was a bit premature with that, and pre-darkness from Zizzy also. He knocks him out of it with a Thunderstorm. They catch Zizzy on a swap, and the Sanctuary comes through to break the fear, though. So they should be able to recover. Gage is looking for Mass Dispel. Oh, he fakes the kick, and Mass Dispel is a Blinding Light. Nice play from Gage of that defensive utility. But Hammer of Justice will connect. They sleepwalk to Feral. Gage is isolated, and I said he was tanky, but he's not looking too tanky right now as he pops Desperate Prayer. Greater Fade there. Rebuffing the Fortitude through the Fire Breath Purge. Really good awareness from Gage. You have to protect that Resto Shaman's Earth Shield from being purged. So he's going to be using Power Word Fortitude to rebuff and protect it throughout this match, but he is taking a beatdown right now. Another sleepwalk from Zagorn, and I was saying Z-rated, they were like new blood, they might choke, but I don't know. I think they're making plays right now.
Yeah, doing super well so far. Double fear, however. Gage trying to gain back control with the lasso onto Zozo as well. Zagorn is out of the CC finally. A nice static totem to get that Ret Paladin off. Oh, and they actually get silenced up on it to follow it up. But Zozo is just on top of Tuna. He's basically playing a caster on this Ret Paladin, getting the damage in that he needs to onto Gage, but staying on top of Tuna and just getting the cross CC that is needed. And even a couple of kicks here and there, making it harder and harder for Tuna to play the game that he wants to play. But a reposition of the Earthen Wall totem. Gage should be okay throughout all this. But look at Zagorn just on top of Tuna. A fear defensively to follow it up. Any sort of CC that follow up onto Tuna, and this could just be easily a dispersion.
Oh, but Zagorn's falling behind on heals. Verdant embraces over. He goes for the sleepwalk again. Pre-tremor, but he killed the tremor off.
Oh,
sick play from Zagorn. I think they're going to get the dispersion here. Another sleepwalk into a triple deep breath. And Zagorn is MVP right now.
There it is.
Into the in cap. That gets dispersion. They get Barkskin. They sleep him again. They stun him on DR just in case they can run away with this. And maybe they will. What a huge amount of damage out of nowhere. Ancestral Swiftness just came off cooldown for Tuna. He's trying to power through with the Healing Tide. He's line of sighting Zagorn, but Zagorn is just flying, just hovering on his face, constantly harassing him with crowd control. They silence Zagorn, but he is able to use the rescue. Get a big shield on Zozo, but they stack up with the rescue for a triple fear. It does fortunately break there. Actually, Zagorn actually used Trinket. Now he's flying in on top of Tuna. Can Tuna stop it? He grounds the sleepwalk. He wraps around the right side of the pillar. Zozo's getting a lot of damage thrown his way. Tuna's trying to sneak in a hex behind the pillar, but he gets stunned out of line of sight. But maybe it doesn't matter. So much damage. But a reversal on accident. Engage. No dispersion available. Life swap.
Doesn't Gage, it's got a little bit, but not a huge amount.
Might just fall over. He life swaps. They've used everything.
Ooh, we're just getting cooked.
Should be able to take this.
Yeah, they're swapping it over onto Axon, forcing him into.
We got a commune sitting, yeah.
Huge heal will come in the nick of time to keep Axton alive, and Z-rated just seems like they could kill anyone. The swap damage over onto Zagorn. He's got to be careful. A nice triple fear to gain back control of this game. Full maim stun onto Zozo. Emerald Communion will finally be committed from Z-rated, and they should be enough to get back into this. Full Hodge goes out onto Tuna. Gage is now being reconnected to as well. Full stun onto him. Jaegorn caught into a bash. If there's any follow-up CC, this could be the momentum they need onto Zozo. Zozo's got his bubble and lay on hands available to him. Z-Rated's got buttons for days. If this onslaught continues onto Gage, I really feel like Left 4 Dead is...
Zay,
Oh my gosh, the
late,
last
no.
That surely was it, but he stays alive.
He's a.
It all. That's the lay on hands.
They have Psychic Scream. Oh, he wanted a trip.
Oh, it was Land Hands ago. That's what I figured.
Zozo's still sitting through a fear. They can take Zaygorn down. He gets kicked on the cast.
Oh my god.
Defense left. Another huge heal comes in.
So when they train Zay, it fucks up his mastery too. So they actually can all kind of rot when that happens.
Top of your healer like this. He gets a sleepwalk out of the blind. Gage trades his dispersion right away. Tiger's Fury is rolling. Axton is ramping. He's trying to get bleeds, but he's getting destroyed while he's making his push. They swap on Tuna. He's got cooldowns available. Being greedy, gets gripped away. Looks for a Hex. Hex is the Rep Paladin. I like this. Fear DPS, Hex DPS, and kill the dragon. Why are you just letting this guy bully your shaman the whole game? He's just BM on your face. They need the pressure, and finally they get the triple fear. They're pressuring Zaygorn. They're forcing him back and almost taking him
Oh
down.
no.
For a moment longer, he rescues in for his shield.
We're ooming faster too. He's cooking his mana much harder.
He gets a sleepwalk. He just almost died. Like 500. He's not backing down. He's still standing right on top of the shaman. They can't let him get away with this, but Zaygorn fakes an interrupt. He gets a dream breath onto the entire team. Stuns are down onto Tuna. Gage gets a triple here with Void Vault.
Zay might die. Super close. Lasso full. Lasso kills him, man.
From Tuna. He's finally gonna get his revenge. Tuna's revenge. He just had to deal with this annoying dragon hovering around his face like a fly, and he's trying to catch him with chopsticks, but he finally does it, and he puts a point on the board 1-1.
Wow, I thought that dragon was dead about 4 different times. It's a different type of player to see Incarnation being popped on a Feral Druid and pressing W to get more CC. But respect where respect is due, but Left 4 Dead find the opportunity, they figure out the strategy that they need to do, and they punish Z-Rated on map number 2. The question is, will the map be a big contributing factor moving forward if the healer continues to be the main kill target?
I mean, it means that they can win on small maps too. I actually think this is an advantage for Left 4 Dead. They can win on small maps with this strat.
I don't know if Lasso's gonna remove, does it?
Like a double fear.
They're putting a lot of shit.
Like a double fear, double root, double knock, Hex 1, Lasso the other. Like, I feel like that we haven't even seen the full potential of Left 4 Dead's composition right now. I actually think that they should win this matchup.
I'm so surprised
really
we didn't see a bop right here on Zaygorn. I think Zozo was caught in cross CC.
Was he on Lay on Hands for Barons, maybe?
That
He's also
too,
not
that
playing
too.
Spell Warding. I guess maybe he'd rather have the regular bop for
Get
like
him out of
a
Maims
or something.
Yeah.
But that can get dispurged instantly with the shaman and the priest, so it's kind of risky. But he was feared, and then he comes out, he gets rescued, and he thinks he's fine, and then he's feared by Vault.
Zozo bubbles at the end there, so I feel like he was in CC at the very end, which is he's in a fear.
Oh, he gets feared.
Yeah, he's like, do I really trade my bubble right now to get this bop out? The answer was yes. Too little, too late, though.
Too little, too late. And now we are tied 1-1.
Hats off to Left 4 Dead.
Because they were losing. Letting Zaygorn just do whatever he wanted. Just letting Zaygorn just own Tuna the whole game was not going to work. They were going to lose. So they see that. They punish him. And they take him to the grave here in game number 2. Both teams are fighting for a final ticket to the top 4 for North America for a huge increase in prize earnings for the entire season as they're running a single elimination gauntlet right now head-to-head. There is still one more team remaining in the gauntlet after this, which is Cats and Dogs, which have been a phenomenal roster with Jax on the Rogue and Shards on the Destruction Warlock, also Boomkin, and then Awaken on the Discipline Priest. So
No, also Boomkin. Dallas is feral, man.
Beaten and bruised throughout this gauntlet, and they just have to keep going. They just have to keep going if they want that final spot. Left 4 Dead are immediately locking in the same composition. They see their advantages, they're learning, and they're adapting. I think they're just going to get better and better throughout this series. So now how does Z-Rated adapt? They actually went for a big map themselves. They realized actually that, like, oh, wait, maybe we need the big map. This is interesting. Interesting how this has completely switched. Because Left 4 Dead picked the big map, you're thinking they want it. You know, the Shadow Priest needs space, but in reality, it's no. The Shadow Priest is actually the aggressor. He is the captain now. And Z-Rated, they've got some comp swaps possibly, so I do wonder if they have
the
any
Hunter.
types of adaptations. Nope. Okay, they're going to be going in again. Is Zaygorn maybe going to change his build at all? maybe take a little bit more versatility if it's possible, to make himself more durable, get in better positions. I mean, it was really unfortunate with the timing of that lasso at that key moment that no one could stop it. So I can imagine that Z-Rated, now that they've seen that, they're going to be able to switch their strategies here. But if they can't, Left 4 Dead, they can take the swing match and have the advantage in game number 5. A very important game 3 here between these teams fighting for the final spot in North America.
Z-Rated, a team that kind of everyone counted out, being newcomers on the block, but have shown us some serious performances, not only in the Cups, but most importantly in this gauntlet. Been a big fan of them ever since they made their debut. A couple of players on that team, have a little bit of tournament experience, but nothing like, Thugonomics, for example, on Left 4 Dead. So definitely a team in my mind that is positioned more as the underdog, a team with a little bit less experience than Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead, we've seen this Feral Priest, Holy Paladin / Restoration Shaman on Tuna time and time again in metas where those weren't even the best compositions, you know what I mean? And they still were able to make it work pretty decently well. So we know that this team is capable of going the distance, capable of making it to the grand finals, but Z-Rated is going to be a heck of a team in order to get past. So with that all being said, I am pretty happy about game number 2 because I did predict Z-Rated wins 3-1. And so to get a perfect prediction,
don't get ahead of yourself, okay?
They just needed
don't get too ahead of yourself.
One win on the board. It's perfect.
You're gonna eat your words here. You just commentator cursed them here. So
probably.
Zozo immediately breaking for your crowd control, and I think Zagorn is going to be the target here. Axton is chasing him down, catching him with the first incarnation. Full bleeds have been loaded, and he's sitting through with that double fear. This is where I really want to see Tuna capitalize on the hexes, but Zagorn's just getting crushed. He has to fly out of there fast. Hexes are coming in on Demon Hunter. Unfortunately, going to break to some damage. Zagorn free casting. Is he going to push in, or is he going to stay here? He's hovering closer, but he's holding charges of mobility. Verdant embraces in, anticipating a stun. He fire breaths off the earth shield. Deep breath to try and avoid a stun, but Axton was patient. He still has the maim, and he's ramping. He's getting full bleeds up. Spirit Bloom, he gets stunned on the Spirit Bloom. Big push, nice hex on the ret. Beautiful lasso. I love that control from Tuna, taking 2 players out, and they cyclone into a fear for even more good measures. Zagorn's been alone for some time, and they got his communion on that push. They got so many cooldowns and renewing Blaze as well now, and he's only got 1 more Obsidian Scales if he's not careful. And they're actually just racing the healer as well. This could turn into a healer race. I actually think that might be their best option, honestly.
Think so. It's just way more value on the Prez doing it, I think, because your damage sticks from the priest and everyone.
Use that sanctuary onto Zagorn on that stun from Axton, but he's not going to be able to do that every single time. If they do a healer race, I will be very scared for Z-Rated. Yes, Ret Paladins have so many tools to be able to help. Full sleep on the Tuna. What kind of damage can they get going on a Gage? And that's a dispersion. A couple more of those. They need him to keep this Shadow Priest defensive. I think that's the play. I don't think they should race. I think that'll.
I don't know. I swear if they just can avoid crowd control from the Shadow Priest, I don't know. Searing Glare hits 2 here from Zozo. Big Wake of Ashes. They're still attacking Zagorn, trying to pressure him, but he's.
I mean, Gage is getting kind of destroyed.
And they know Gage is on the back foot right now, and Zagorn's trying to keep the pedal down, but he's taking a lot of damage, immense pressure with that silence. He uses rescue during it. Pulls Zozo, but not out of line of the hex. It does, fortunately, at least break. It actually dispelled it. He can cauterizing flame off hex as well, so great usage there, but he gets maim stunned with the double fear. That's the setup we like to see. Zagorn has to trinket out of that setup. Every stun double fear. He's just way out of the game. He's trying to make his way back into the fight here. I-Beam going to connect on a Gage. Still no dispersion for 45, and they got Tuna's Link earlier and his trinket, but Zagorn's being pressured. It is an absolute race to the finish right now. Zizzy's vengeful retreating, trying to avoid a stun here. Gage is ramping. He's healing himself up too. He's got the damage reduction from the flash heal. Zozo in position out of range of the fear. And they get a full sleep. Gage grips Tuna in to get cleave damage. But he grips him into a deep breath stun as well. And now Zagorn's crossing. He gets kicked on Disintegrate. Goes for Dream Breath instead. He's ramping up. Hovers back to the pillar to line of sight the Shadow Priest. But he gets caught in a maim stun. Here's the Tiger Sphere. Can Gage hold on long enough to win the game here? Zozo gets silenced, so he can't sanction.
Lay on hands.
Beautiful silence, but they do get the lay on hands. Gage is still on the back foot. Void Shift available. He's going to have to press it right now onto Tuna. Almost just dies through it. He's trying to get flash heal damage reduction. Tuna's got the Spirit Walkers. He's got Healing Tide. He might be able to keep Gage going for a little bit longer. Dark Ascension. Oh, Zagorn flies into it. He's able to hover away from it, but now he's kicked. He rescues back in onto Zizzy away from Axton, trying to to get distance. He's got
I mean, this is looking really brutal. What's his last Obsidian Scales? Time dial. He'll live for the time dial.
They have Sanctuary. Where's the Sanctuary? Where's the Sanctuary? It comes through just at the last second. Now Tuna.
Oh!
Huge swap on Tuna, and Z-rated.
What is going on?
They will move to match point.
Hey, Ponyo. How you doing, buddy?
Actually, I think it would be really good if they swapped.
Crazy.
That's what I always said the whole time. So.
I don't like it if they attack the healer in the Shadow Priest free casting.
What just happened? I need to see the replay. How did Tuna's health bar go away? That's crazy. But well played by Z-Rated, very aware of their the cross CC condition to force additional pressure onto Zagorn. And I think they did exactly what they needed to do. I want to see more of the positioning that we saw in this map. Like, keep an eye on Zozo. Whenever they got...
I mean, he's got annihilated. That's his, I'm pretty sure it's NS Fire Breath and it just annihilates him.
Look at Zozo on the end here. Like, he had to get...
Watch this. He comes out and it's like, oh, just normal Fire Breath, actually.
Paladin and the Dragon at the same time. And just having to always keep that cover while at the same time Zizzy doing a great job pressuring Gage. It's a lot for Left 4 Dead to handle.
All right, Left 4 Dead, they get overwhelmed. Tuna just evaporates here. He's a fish out of water. They got so close, man, so close.
Tuna.
He gets hunt. It's the full burst. He gets hunt at the end of the Hodge, and then it's gonna be Blade Dance with big mana. Actually, no, it's normal meta.
He feared the DPS during the Hodge. Dang, man.
He's probably running... I don't know if we can look at his gear and like hover over his equipment on Tuna, but I would imagine he might be running some greedy gear and a little bit lower versatility. I mean, he's got a Pharaoh and a Shadow Priest, right? Those are pretty high priority targets. Yeah. So he might be running a little bit lower versatility than normal, and if he's not, then that was a very scary amount of damage.
I'm doing great. Thanks, Ponyo. A little bit of a headache. Other than that, good. I'm trying to be in the right schedule for tournament tomorrow.
I think it stripped the Earth Shield.
Oh, that's huge. That's gigantic.
So, I mean, it's just everything crit him at the same time too. I bet this Deathlog is like a Fire Breath.
That was Rose.
Crit and like some sort of Demon Hunter crit. I don't know.
We don't play today. Yeah, we play tomorrow. We're in the. This is the gauntlet today. Tomorrow is the main tournament.
Lined up in a row, so it's a little bit of unluckiness there, because they were so close. They were so close to winning, and now they're on match point. Z-Rated robbed them of that opportunity.
Okay, comps are locked in. We are going to Tolveron.
Another big map. So Left 4 Dead lose, Tolveron. Z-Rated lose, big map. Everybody's just picking big map. I feel like they're just scared, honestly. I feel like they're scared. They don't want to do the small map because they're worried, both teams.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some nerves here on the line. And there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Tuna because it's the first time we've seen him on Restoration Shaman. So they really need this. They really need this. And he's seen now that his life can flash.
Well, no, here,
in just one hammer of justice.
I normally like it's not that big of an adjustment for me because I'm in the States already, but normally you try to be in a position where you're like fresh at night when you start playing, and in this situation I want to be fresh and like, you know, on like a normal schedule.
All right. So yeah, so Haste Master, so he's running 4-set, which is totally fine for this season, but it's going to mean your versatility is a little bit on the lower side. 25,000 versus versatility at the bottom.
It's not low. He's playing a lot of us.
Off pieces like his rings and stuff. Is that PvE?
Is that scaled? Maybe it's scaled.
One of them is PvP. I think one of them is PvE. The top one looks PvE, but we got to get into the game, okay? I've got time to look at his gear.
Ponyo with 20 gifted subs, and what the actual fuck?
The action. That's what we can't
hold those, bro. I will happily hold those for you, man. You're second on the week. I fucking love you, man. We actually do. I don't understand it, man. Thank you so much, Ponyo. Unfortunately, I will not be around as much tonight. I think we're doing off-stream stuff tonight for a bit. Need those? Yeah, no, exactly. Need to be fresh when we look. It's a really interesting tournament for me. This one, I actually think DK is pretty sick for. I gotta play. I think I'll have a shot this weekend, and I gotta play well. But I think I genuinely will have a shot. I will be involved in some form, I think. Maybe not right away. Maybe right away. I don't know. I haven't talked about it too much. But I think DKs are really good.
Immediately going to get stunned up on his horsey by the Feral Druid. Gage is starting to light up Zagorn caught in the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, hopefully we get to go to it, Lobs.
Has to position him. So this wide open map could very well be the answer.
Thank you very much, Funny. With the 20 gifted subs, we're at 55 subs today. I'm pretty sure as well with that. I'm not sure if it's the math. Might be 32, 52.
Both getting static totemed away from the Shadow Priest for just a brief moment, and an Emerald Communion already. That's a big button.
Oh, Zagorn fakes a kill.
I'll be around tomorrow, definitely after games, and then I'll be around. Maybe not for too long because we play the next day. We guarantee play Sunday, Saturday and Sunday. The way the tournament's structured, we play both days no matter what.
Anticipating an interrupt, double fear stacked up for it. Who's gonna fall first?
Ponyo with 3 more gifted subs as well.
The last possible second. So
Now it's for sure at least 55 because that's the math on that, right? 1403 total.
Next attempt and
I mean, I might have been wrong the first time. I'm not sure. My math is pretty bad. It could be 58. It might be 58. I'm not sure. I don't quite know where we're at beforehand. It's something. We'll see what it is. I could have been right or wrong. I didn't want to be wrong the first time, but I could be wrong the first time too. I may have scammed you,
time stop from Zagorn,
but not intentionally.
Stun and hits 2. Zagorn's on the run. Now he's going for a sleep walk. Zagorn with excellent positioning, but he can't get the sleep. Tuna grounds it, wraps around the side. Zozo's charging in now. Hammer of Justice catching Tuna. They knock him away. They don't have a follow-up stun. Tuna looks much more solid here, and Zozo's getting blasted. Lots of cleave damage from Gage. They've left him open for some time, and Zagorn's being overwhelmed. If he doesn't pre-wall his stun, or his cast, they're leading into it with a lot of pressure, but they're chasing down Tuna at the same time, wrapping in on top of him. Is Fire Breath available? They have to purge that Earth Shield if they are going to close this game out.
All right, Axon looking for Zagorn doing a good job being aggressive and defensive, but the 2 stuns will have followed up. Is the darkness going to be enough?
It actually is just a healer race. I just figured that it would be really difficult for Axton. Like Axton can just prevent it so easily. I don't have enough stops for clone when they do that.
Is going to stabilize his team as well, but man, it is neck and neck. Both of these teams are just pushing each other to the absolute Left 4 Dead. This is a single elimination gauntlet. If they fall, so does their tournament lives. Axton forced into bear form for just a little bit there, but it seems like Tuna is just the main kill target.
Oh, full hammer. Nice cyclone from Axton on Zizzy. He can't get any damage during that Hammer of Justice. Tuna can reposition here, but Zizzy's still tearing in now with the Essence Break. Will he solo Tuna? He's connecting a lot of damage. Tuna preventing the Demon Hunter from connecting. They kick Zagorn now. He's almost out of mana. He's got Emerald Communion 15 seconds away from it. Will he buy the time that he needs? Searing Glare hits onto the Feral Druid. Zozo's trying to assist. Will he get to it in time? He's trying to be greedy. He survives it. Triple fear. Actually, Zozo dodged the fear. Beautiful positioning from Zozo to avoid that Psychic Scream. Tuna's repositioning away from the Demon Hunter, crossing the map, looking for he's stunned. Is Zozo going to solo him? There's no way. Nature Swiftness, Zizzy's coming in hot. All 3 players on top, but he gets gripped to the opposite side of the map. Now Zagorn has to use Emerald Communion immediately. Static Field is down to pull him away. Triple Void Volleys hitting multiple targets here. Tuna's trying to reposition. He is dead in this 5-second window. If they can catch a stun right now, do they have the stun to win the game? 1 second away from his Trinket. He's got Trinket Link available. Now Zozo on the back foot.
This is a bloodbath matchup.
Clone right now. He's got Incarnation 17 seconds away. They have a Psychic Scream and a Silence. They can absolutely win this game in that window. They just need to buy time, but a triple deep breath from Zagorn as he flies in from downtown, but he stacks up for a triple. He gets caught in the main stun. Zozo Sanctuaries immediately with those emergency measures to break out the crowd control. Zagorn should be able to stay alive, but guess what? Incarnation is up. There's no Sanctuary. Zozo needs to get ready to use Blessing of Protection immediately on this Incarnation. Accident is
Yeah, it actually is a really close matchup. I just wonder if Shaman's the ideal thing. Oh no, I scanned. Wait, I was wrong both ways. It was 54, and now it's 57. Pony with 23 gifted subs. Thank you. I hope you had an awesome week as well, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for making my week that much better, man.
Will slow down the damage just a little bit, and Zagorn continues to stay alive. All these swaps to the Shaman has got to make it so hard for this dragon to keep himself alive. He gets kicked. Zagorn is in so much trouble. There's the
lay.
Finally going to be used from.
Oh, he's just dying straight through it. He's dead straight through it. 2-2, man. Every game is going to game 5.
Gets the final bite in the
Every game is going to game 5.
2-2.
All right, game 5. Predictions on the line. 4th qualification spot on the line right now. Who is going to take it? So evenly matched, is adapting.
I actually feel the last series could easily go the distance as well.
Adversity is AWC season. Saying at the start of the day, this is probably the best time to be watching this level of play, this level of competition. Every team, whether it's the newcomers, or the veterans, everybody is getting better. Everybody is leveling up, and they're all bringing in their own flavor, their own styles, and their own compositions this season. It's been absolutely fantastic, and it's looking like it is going to culminate and fulminate into an amazing finals, to say the least. And this series is going the distance. We're going to game number 5. Zagorn finally will be crushed from the tail end of that incarnation and the Dark Ascension of Gage. And Tuna survived swap after swap, had really good positioning, preventing them from connecting, dragging them into bad spots for his teammates to set up with life grip and the like. So great adaptations from Left 4 Dead. Tuna's leveled up.
Wait, what are we looking at here?
The board, because I feel like
is that the replace? That's the new one that just came in?
He's getting overwhelmed and getting dominated, and he has had to flex a lot for his team. Now he's playing the Paladin.
This one's this is another new one. Wait, which one? You had one that broke, right? And then you went and you got a different one instead.
Just by far, sometimes that can happen, but
that's the one. This is the one you talked about a couple weeks ago that you ordered as a replacement for the one that's on warranty for a while. The ridiculously expensive one. From memory, I think you had an expensive one and you bought an even more expensive. Is this the more? Wait, which one's this one?
Train to blue. We're going small map.
Okay, this is the real. Oh, we're looking at the real. I mean, it looks bronze. If I'm being real, is that bronze?
I mean, that sounds like it would work, and at the very least, they would look really cool doing it. I mean, I think that is
that gold bronze.
The cool points, winning the hearts and minds of Twitch chat, is just as important as getting the W.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
They probably disagree with me though. They probably want to get the championship Sunday. They probably want to get to the finals.
All right, game 5. I bet they wish Runes of Lordaeron was in play. I wish Runes of Lordaeron wasn't in play because I think it would be locked in right now and I would be having a good time. But
yeah, because
you're unfortunately not
patent pending.
My patent. I need to get that patented before somebody else does. They might. Or it's like I can't let that happen. But okay, they're nervous. They're going to a big map. Enigma Crucible. Z-Rated do not want to lock in an all-in strategy. They want to keep their options flexible here for game number 5, an entire season of play between these rosters, and it comes down to this final moment. And no matter who makes it out alive here, they still have to face Cats and Dogs, which have been an absolute lethal team throughout North America. So this is not over by any means. This is going to be the ultimate test for these teams, and that's the best part about the gauntlet, is that it's whoever can evolve the most, can overcome the most amount of adversity, who claims that final spot, and then they become like this unstoppable monster possibly in the top 4 when they get to that point. So I always love this part of the season play, the gauntlet, the last ditch effort, and seeing what kind of tricks people are able to pull out in the final moment. Reminds me of like the Dragon Ball Super, where they're fighting the tournament power to keep their universe alive, and like what can they do?
Yeah.
How are their limits going to be pushed when everything is on the line? So last chance to get in there.
Vegeta voting for Goku right now. He's just all in on Goku.
I don't even know who's Goku right now or who's who.
This map's a weird one. I don't know who this is. I mean, I guess it doesn't actually matter because the healers are just training each other. I just don't know if this is a good match for like Left 4 Dead picked this, right? No, Z-Rated picked this. Oh, this is a smart match. Smart map for Z-Rated, I guess, to pick. It's a tough one for the shaman to ever escape on.
Game number 5, Gage is ramping with the Halo, Dark Ascension.
I think it's fine I think it's fine. I can see a slight advantage here to Z-Rated, just the structure of the pillars. The nerfs to Void didn't do much. Not in my opinion. Very little.
Zozo is on point right now. Fire Breath hits 2. Sleepwalk on Tuna. Tremor was down. Beautiful read from Tuna, anticipating.
Still exceptionally good. A little bit better at being trained. A little bit worse at being trained. It dies a little harder when it gets trained now, but it's still really, really good.
Gage gets positioned back into the earthen wall. Tuna looks for a hex that's going to hit Zozo, and he lassos at the same time. Beautiful combo, but not enough damage to finish Zagorn there.
Zozo's just got so much CC. They're doing a great job cross-CCing between the Hex, the Cyclones, the Lassos. Now Gage caught into a stun of his own as this Ret Demon Hunter finally connect onto him. Tuna caught into a full Imprison. It was just enough to get Gage down to half health, but now that Tuna's out, Gage should be A-okay moving forward, and Zagorn's really the one who's just always so spooked. There's the time stop. He's going to be okay throughout this, but Axton, as soon as the time slot is over, puts him into a rake stun. Huge damage into a main follow-up. And an Emerald
Nice, but it's awesome.
is used. I just feel like they're not getting the buttons that they need in Left 4 Dead or in the driver's seat.
All right. Here comes the big attack on the gauge.
We just had no choice. We had to train super hard.
Cracking in with that blade dance. And now Zagorn hovering in, gets wind sheared. Zozo, Searing Glare, gets skull bashed. I love that Zozo's backing up Zagorn, though, with these casts, so he doesn't have to deal with every kick, but he's caught in a stun. Zozo's in a lasso. He can't use the Sanctuary, and Zagorn Trinket rewinds, but he walks into a triple fear, and that was the Medallion now burned out of the way. Medallion and Communion, major cooldowns for the Evoker's survival moving into the future. They stun Tuna. Are they going to swap to him? They're not playing with as much confidence as they were in that last game when they had some wiggle room with 1 point on the board, and if they don't have that confidence, I don't know if they'll be able to win. It's a lot of tankiness on that Shadow Priest to cut through. Zagorn manages to recover with the rescue, gets on top of Tuna, gets the sleepwalk, but it looks like he terminated it again, and now Zagorn, he's just going to fall over at any moment if he's not careful. Big heal comes in. We see the static field pulling Zozo away, but oh no, they stack up for a double stun. Zizzy punishes there. Nice punish from Zizzy, but he gets the double fear regardless. Engages ramp, he's got power infusion, that's the incarnation. How much damage can Axton get off in this window? Tuna's lava bursting as well. He roots Zizzy. Massive damage incoming. Zagorn could top.
I don't know if I think Harold's better
battling so hard in the series, they knock him out of his darkness.
at killing Gage, maybe.
Deep press to get back inside of it. And
Oh no, he's dead.
Sank.
Sank.
He bops the stun.
Oh, bopped. Okay.
And scales. And oh no, a huge swap on Tuna again. No, the flashbacks to the Empyrean domain. But
He walls it though.
he has astral shift. He stays alive on that swap, but now he has no trinket, no wall. Zagorn, no trinket, no wall. Anyone can take this if they're caught sleeping at the wheel at whatsoever. It could be game over. Catches a main.
Time stop.
It looks like he was on DR, so he's gonna time stop. He's gonna immune the.
I don't know that time stop does much.
He's also got time dilation. A couple other options. Spirit
We got lay on hands.
Line of sighting Tuna on his purges. He hovers in, and Zagorn's going for the win right now.
Just wall. Just wall. Just wall, Zay.
Zagorn's throwing everything that he can at Tuna
He gets kicked.
to finish this
Stunned.
match. Can they actually close
Here
it
comes
out on Tuna? They
Lay.
need
We've
to
got
take-
Sank. There's
Tuna
Sank.
recovers with the series.
Do we lay as well?
Zagorn is on the back foot.
We don't.
Just to recover with the rescue and a huge
He has an obsidian scales and lay on hands. We've got Link, no trinket. We've got Fair from Gage and no trinket. We've got Life Swap, no trinket. I do think that Z-rated are behind. Not just mana, but in general cooldowns. I think Zay is getting cooked here. There's the time stop. Time stop gets cancelled. We've got full maim, no trinket. Here comes Lay. Is my guess. No, it just comes out of it. He's okay. We almost have. We've got timed out. He just got renewing blaze up right now. Gets cloned on renewing blaze. Really kind of insane, actually. He's got a commune, but we have trinket, no wall, but Link. Zay dying. Here comes. Whoa, we're actually holding on here pretty well. Here comes Sank. Late Sank, communes, no Sank. No overlap, that's good. Very, very good to no overlap there. Almost have wall. We've got trinket Link still. We've got trinket swap as well. So again, Left 4 Dead are ahead on cooldowns. We've got to go through lay on hands from Zozo still, and this could be right now. That's through. That's wall. He survives with it.
Manages to get an interrupt there with his wall, and Axton is low. It's game number 5. Link comes in.
There's the Link. Still have trinket. That's a sand as well. We've got wall and trinket from Tuna. We've got a lot. Only Axton can die. It needs to be Axton. We've got swap still though too. We still have Lay.
But Zagorn on forbearance, he's not. They can use that as a this last pocket heal to try and save Zagorn.
There's the time stop.
He has a bubble lay on hands, I think, or trinket. He time stops.
MD's it. MD's it.
Doing a lot. Dampening is a 23%. It gets caught in a stun. He needs lay on hands. He sanctuaries lay on hands.
Okay, that's it. He's dead. Cooked. Over. Rescue available. There's the rescue. Rewind next. And renewing blaze both available. Time dial, renewing blaze, still have rewind. Held on to 1. We've got trinket as well. We need trinket the next thing. That's no matter what. We've got. We trinket. He can't press. He can't press rewind these to him.
I think Zagorn's gonna do it. He's out of mana, but they're actually gonna do it. Look at the pressure. Everybody's dying.
We've got swap, disperse.
This could be a 2v2 situation here for either.
So Z-rated cooked.
With absolutely zero mana, he's kicked. He goes for the spirit bloom. He clutches out a heal. He's somehow holding on, but look how many.
Darkness comes in. That's huge. That's huge.
He needs a knock. He triple fears him in the dark, but they blinding light in reverse, and who is gonna fall first? Stun connects.
Zay dies.
And Zagorn will fall.
Super close. Could be a 2v2.
He goes into bear form. Emergency levers. Dispersion trades. I think with the dispersion and
He can dispersion into life swap.
And Left 4 Dead pull it off.
Wow.
3-2.
Crazy.
My prediction.
That is an insane fucking series. I honestly, truly am surprised and really, really impressed by that. I expected Z-Rated to go down 0-3 here because I did not think Prez could keep up. But Zay plays so fucking well on Prez that he makes it work. Yeah, they had to play. And there's so many spots here, by the way, that I see it happen. So, like, the communication between Zay and Zozo is insanely good. Lots of moments where I'm like, oh, he might need lay on hands here, and he time stops. And it's so, I was like, man, he's going to 100% lay on hands into one of these time stops, right? Or he's going to use something, they're going to waste a cooldown into one of these immunities. If you time stop, you cannot, you're immune to all status effects. You can't be lay on hands, you can't be sacrificed, you can't be anything. And I was like, I was so sure there would be like some sort of overlap, but there's no overlap. Like, Zay literally dies to the game and nothing else. He dies to the fact that his class goes and it's criminal that they like Prez Evokers should not. If the game was a little more, if it wasn't season 3, they would have improved that aspect. Prez Evokers just go They get outmaneuvered by every healer in the game. And that's why they lost. They didn't lose to their own gameplay. They just lost to the fact that they have not been, Blizzard are one set of changes away from fixing that if they actually, cared to like kind of adjust stuff this season much. But yeah, they played it, no overlaps. The game timed out in the most, obvious way, unfortunately, in the end, but they played really, really well. Void Melik Leave's not very good usually. The healer I would have liked to see for this comp was not that at all. I think Asham would have been interesting. Asham v Asham, because I don't think that Zay can really do much when he's being trained that hard. He can't really get sleeps. He can't really, none of his offense really pays off too much. So I think just playing Asham v Asham and taking the game to dampening and seeing how it goes would have been better from my point of view. But yeah.
Maybe he doesn't. Actually, I don't think he's gonna play Shaman now that you've ran me through this. So it's good that you ran me through this. I actually think he's gonna play.
No, that's exactly what I was intending.
I don't think he's gonna play Shaman actually. I think that was mainly for the Evoker. I think against the Void Weaver, who's gonna play a bit more passive, it might not be. But at the same time, if he plays a Destro, I don't know. There's a lot, man. There's a lot here.
I mean, regardless, we know that he can now, and we know that he can have those series where he's under immense pressure. I mean, you could see how desperately both teams wanted that win, and Tuna still held his head up high despite not playing a main spec. So well done for Left 4 Dead. Z-rated, incredibly close. That was such a fun series to watch. I keep having to, like, every time we have a series like that, I keep having to adjust my volume, like, up and down, because you guys get so excited. No, it's great. I love it. You guys just get so excited and so passionate, and I'm sure the audience is feeling that as well, because it's just fun. So fun to see a series that close. We've had 2 in a row now that have gone to a game 5 and have been, extremely close. So I'm sure Left 4 Dead is having a bit of a rough time right now. A rough time in terms of, like, that's a lot. That's a lot for one team to have to do 2 games in a row like that, and now they have to do it. 2 best of 5s, David, and now they have to go it again, potentially maybe going to another game 5 against Cats and Dogs, as we can see here on the gauntlet.
Yeah, Cats and Dogs too. This matchup against Left 4 Dead, we never actually got a chance to see. Unfortunately, in Cup number 1, their Left 4 Dead was not able to compete, and so Cats and Dogs just moved forward in the lower bracket. So a series that should have been never happened, and now we get to see it right here, right now. The final series of the gauntlet to determine who makes it to the global finals is happening now. A series that I've been waiting for a minute. Left 4 Dead having all season to try to prepare for this opponent, Cats and Dogs, a team that we've seen take it to Dire Wolves. I mean, they were like the brick wall for Dire Wolves to get to top 3. They kept knocking them out in the lower semis over and over and over again. So a team that absolutely is capable, very similar to Dobob in that regard, where you could easily see them making top 3. But now Left 4 Dead, this is the real challenge. They just went through 2 really long, strenuous series. But the question is, can they get past Cats and Dogs? That's a good question. I should go send in my prediction to the producer.
That is a great question, and we'll have an opportunity if you're in chat also for you to send in.
All right, this one's a bloodbath. It's gonna be some variant of Void Weave. I'm not sure who's more powerful there, to be honest.
We'll be heading to a break and working on our.
I do know for a fact that Cats and Dog are backed into playing Void Weave though. They don't really, they've only been prepping from what I've seen Void Weave. So it's gonna be Void Weave, Feral Lock, and I mean they've been really all Void Weave. They'll just play Void. They're gonna play Void Weave, Feral Lock probably. Is my guess. And see what happens. But yeah, give me one sec, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Ponyo, for the 23 gifted subs. Hope you guys have an awesome Friday so far. We're gonna watch this game. We're gonna head off for the probably until after tomorrow. Is my guess, because I think we've got games off stream tonight. But yeah, thanks very much for watching. We'll be watching this last series in just a sec. Thanks, guys.
The void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through. I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
All right, we're back at a good time. Okay, let's do some predictions real quick. This is between cats and dogs. We'll leave 5. I don't even have that much time though. Next expansion? Is Raid even look good next expansion? I haven't even looked at it. I haven't paid attention to any of that stuff, to be honest. Yeah, no, you'd think that, but Evoker actually lost on both regions so far. They both had decent runs, though. Have Left 4 Dead run from the entire back of the gauntlet? They haven't, right? But they have.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last series of the day, last round of the day, and we will soon be determining who will move on to face off against Welcome to the Jung in the top 4 for North America. It's either going to be Cats and Dogs or Left 4 Dead.
Oh, okay, no, second series. Okay, they're in the second part of the gauntlet.
This is their 3rd series in the row. What do you make of their kind of tear through the North American bracket here?
They've honestly been playing really well. It's been really, really close, though, a lot of their series. I thought they were probably going to lose the last one, honestly, but I'll win all 5 games. They're able to take it down, and now another big challenge. Cats and Dogs, I think, is a really tough team. And, yeah, I'm honestly thinking we're just going to have another close series.
I don't know if chat agrees with you, though, Isaiah. Look at that, 99% to 1%. Okay, 97 now. It moved just as I was saying that, but Super T's, I think the difficult part about this.
Any questions? Can they beat Voidweave?
Play in top 8. Cats and Dogs are Left 4 Dead, so we're not really super sure how this might go. But we.
Weirdly enough, Shadow Priest Asa is a counter. Well, Shadow Priest Rogue is a counter to Voidweave because they already got smashed by Calvish's team. So.
Struggled with kind of like the Shadow Priest Rogue comps that we've seen. from Gator's back.
Shadow Priest Feral is not so different, right?
Particularly challenging for them. But Left 4 Dead, I don't think they have the rogue aspect of that. And I don't know if the Feral Druid is as threatening. So I think Cats and Dogs don't have to worry about that too much. But obviously, Void Weaver nerf is directly targeting Cats and Dogs because that's been their focus for basically the entire season. So it's going to be a little bit flimsier, a little bit easier for them to shut down with kicks. So maybe that Feral Shadow Priest Shaman can operate like the Rogue Shadow Priest and overwhelm them. So that's kind of what I would like to see from Left 4 Dead. But at the same time, I don't know what to expect from Shards. Because he's played Affliction, he's played Destro, and he can play Boomkin from what I've seen so far. I think he might be able to even play more than that. He's been grinding up on the ladder for a long time. I know because he appeared on the Boomkin ladder and started taking my spots for the top in solo shuffle, and I was like, and then so he's been playing a lot of stuff. Jax can play Subtlety, and he's got a very unique play style of Subtlety, and I don't think we've seen a huge amount. Wasn't this a 3-player roster at some point? I don't recognize the name Enzo on the roster. I feel like they've almost always exclusively been playing the 3, Jax, Shards, and Awaken here. And Awaken's been playing the Priest mostly, and obviously as a Priest main, Priest meta has been really friendly for him. But if Tuna's Shaman is on point, I think it could be challenging for them.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like perhaps a good thing, though, that they do have that flexibility, especially heading into a series like this, because they didn't know Azael who they were going to end up fighting, who was going to make it up through the rounds and actually compete against them in round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, that is always the difficulty of the gauntlet. I mean, the other side of that is, you assume that they're all sitting in a call and chatting through how they want to play against each team and kind of figuring it out. And you get to see all these teams kind of like fighting for their life. So if they have anything that they're holding back, they kind of have to show it in the gauntlet a lot of times. So they'll have had a little bit of time watching the last series, figuring out how they want to play out these matchups and seeing how that's going to go for them. But it is always tough because it's like you want to get warm and you want to play games, but you also need to watch the games that your opponents are playing. So we'll have to see if Cats and Dogs can come out hot or if they're going to be a little bit nervous and stuff to start off the series.
Yeah, certainly will. Looks like chat is starting to be a little bit more split. We've got 45% in favor of Cats and Dogs now versus the 55% for Left 4 Dead. So given that, Azael, what is your prediction for this series?
I think Cats and Dogs is going to take it. I think it's going to be a close one. It feels like everyone from Left 4 Dead today has been really, really close. So I think we're going to have another really close series.
Okay. Super Tease, what about your prediction?
I'm also leaning into the side of Cats and Dogs, and I think it's also going to be a very close series. So I'm happy with my prediction for once here. It's not looking like I'm going too far against the grain, I think, but we have only gotten through 2 predictions so far. But yeah, Cats and Dogs. I feel like their Void Reaver setups, I think Jax and Shard synergy is really good. I think it's going to be challenging to overcome for Left 4 Dead.
All right, I am going against the grain. I am on the side of Left 4 Dead 3-2. I'm on the side of you guys thinking it's going to go to a game 5. I do feel like it's going to be a very close series, but I don't know. Hearing what you guys have to say, I feel like I might want to flip it. I'm not allowed to do that. I have to stick with Left 4 Dead, but we'll have to see if they can pull it off. Let's take a look at the rest of the casters' prediction of the coin, of course. Also on the side of Cats and Dogs. So
we really just need to see the coin in chat. Those are the 2 most important predictions.
You're right. You're right. They are. Chat can't seem to agree, but they're usually actually towards the top every time we do one of those prediction leaderboards, which I think is really interesting. So D Machine and Zico on the side of Cats and Dogs, and Ven is the only one that is with me for Left 4 Dead. So seeing as they're the underdog, Azael, and that they've had to play so many series in a row, it kind of seems like they're up against a lot. Do you feel like that's playing on their mental a little bit?
It could be. I mean, it just depends like how tired they're feeling after those last couple series. But I think, the positive side of that is that you're going to be really warmed up. You've played a lot of games already in this tournament setting today. So, it just kind of depends how they're approaching it. But I think they definitely shouldn't be nervous. They should be ready. And I think we are in for a very exciting series here. The final one of the North American Gauntlet here. Whoever wins will go forward to play Welcome to the Jung in the AWC Grand Finals in NA and get a piece of that big prize pool.
All right. So Dallas, the new player on the block here for Cats and Dogs, and he's going to be
so
playing game number
they've been
1
doing really well in this. They've been dominating online with us.
180
actually.
And
they had like a 6 or 7 1 the last couple days.
Playing it all season. So are Cats and Dogs ready for this? It looks like Awaken is playing the Void Weaver, but he's caught in a stun and a silence at the moment, trading pain suppression onto the Warlock with the Dark Pact early on, likely in a moment here at high
as
health.
Destro.
Crashing in, Shards going for another, trying to fake through the possible interrupts here, and using fear to bait interrupts as well, so that he can Chaos Bolt in the near future. Static Field down, pulling Shards away, as well as Dallas. He gets caught in a maim stun. Axton rotting down at the moment, and this is a big.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jax is more sub and Asa and less Outlaw.
Qualifying series.
And then they're going to Ubisoft Outlaw with this comp.
Yeah, absolutely is. You know, we did see Dallas play once against Welcome to the Jung before, but definitely has been Jax almost always playing. So coming in, as you say, in that first game, a lot of pressure on him to perform. Shards, though, getting pretty low. Awakened to use his first PS very early, going to get silenced. Shards might have to do something here. He's going to be able to port back and should be safe for now. We'll see if he can start to get some CC out here, as Tuna's going to get spell locked on that, and Axton going to get coiled away. Axton relatively low in the center of the map. Shards went for
I mean, the win conditions are all good because I actually think they're really durable on the side of Left 4 Dead.
Comes out defensively there from Dallas over on Axton, trying to set up this gas bolt here for Shards, trying to find that opportunity for him, but not able to get too much damage down. So Tuna is able to stabilize. Axton, though, going to be bashed in caster form, taking a lot of damage there from Dallas, as Dallas, looking for a clone, is going to get it back over onto Gage, and now Cats and Dogs starting to get a bit of pressure rolling. The Chaos Bolt crashes in. Axton getting incredibly low, looking for a clone of his own, is going to find it over on the enemy Feral Druid.
All right, Axton moving in, getting bleeds up here. Full stun. Lands here onto Shards. Dallas gets Windshirt on his Cyclone. Really tearing into the Warlock, but he's out in the open. Baiting Tuna to move forward, but Shards needs to get into a spot where Tuna needs to move off the pillar, I think, if they're going to start to take this. And I don't like the positioning on top of Awaken. Awaken just wants to stay max distance and do as much damage as possible. So Shards is going to gate away, and Awaken's going to reposition on the outskirts of the map as well, and free cast on Axton. Chaos Bolts are incoming. Axton uses Bear Form. Surprisingly, nothing else. I was really anticipating some sort of damage reduction there. He gets Infernal stunned, and Nether Ward is up to immune the Wind Shear for a second. Shards looks for a Fear. Not going to be able to find that. Tuna's at the pillar, wrapping around the side. Stuns in onto Dallas. Incarnation is active on both sides. Shards is taking a beating at the moment. Static Field is pinning him away from his port for a moment. Now the full Fear comes through, and he might die through on any resolve. A huge heal comes in with that Hellstone. Now Axton caught into a bash. Pressure is mounting towards him. Silence on Awaken. A race to the finish here, forcing vital cooldowns from both sides.
Yeah, Awaken has his PS back up again, though. He used his first charge so early, so that is up and available once more here. And over on the other side, Axton going to get cloned off. Now that clone swapped over on a Gage, and they're trying to get the pressure rolling here onto Axton, who quickly hops into Bear Form, but then is able to get back out for the Skull Bash on that Chaos Bolt. Shards just keeps pushing up, looking for the CC on Tuna, but I feel like he's never going to get it. One Chaos Bolt lands, two Chaos Bolt lands, and there's the life swap coming in there from Gage and the Spirit Link, so they overlap. Massive cooldowns coming out here from Left 4 Dead, and going to be regretting that they stacked them so heavily there, Sid.
Yeah, that's going to be a critical factor to the result of this match in the near future. I can imagine Axton's looking for Cyclones, and Awaken fades it. He goes for another one. He gets a Cyclone. Maybe he can turn this around. There's no ending resolve. Shards, he's just going to port, though. He's got Dark Pact. He's going to be more than durable enough to survive this attempt with the silence over onto his healer. Dallas, Barkskin available. He's not really a target either. Shards gets stunned on his Chaos Bolt, but he's going for another. Is anyone able to stop it? No, it connects onto Axton. He's in Bear Form. He's desperate. Another Chaos Bolt. Awaken is free casting as well. A huge heal comes through from Tuna in the backline with that Ancestral Swiftness, but now he's caught in a Fear for a few moments. Axton jumps in for a maim stun. Dallas jumps over to intervene as well, but he gets caught into a double Fear. Beautiful setup from Gage. Awaken dispelling off the Fear and the dots, trying to get his Feral back into the action. Awaken pre-fading, trying to get away from crowd control, but he gets Windshirt on his Penance. Now he's going to go for Void Blast, though, and there's nothing that can stop him. Full maim onto Tuna. Axton, double coil, Chaos Bolts incoming in game number 1, and Tuna has Healing Tide totem down. It needs to be enough to survive. It's one of their last lines of defense. Nature Swiftness once again, but it's Incarnation, and they're tearing through. That Healing Tide has just faded. Can Tuna keep up with the pressure?
Double Fears came out, though. Tuna gonna have to trigger that Fear, as there was a Psychic Scream over on a Shadow Priest as well. Great cross CC there from Awaken and Shards, getting that pressure rolling. So now Tuna doesn't really have much of anything remaining here. Axton starting to rot down incredibly low, almost has his defensives coming back up here, looking for a clone. It's gonna be faked. Nice fake from him, as Dallas went for the Skull Bash, couldn't quite find it. Awaken now has a lot of work to do, does have that PS still up and available, but not feeling like he needs to use it just yet. Now has a second charge available, as both of those have rotated back up. Axton gonna use the Barkskin.
Damn, they're really not hurting them much, are they? It'd be surprising if this game goes into mana.
They're going on to Axton here once again. Tuna moving forward, trying to get involved, seeing if he can.
I think it's possible too.
Some of these casts that are coming out, has the grounding totem up and available, but not going to be able to find too much with it. Awaken going to get feared off. Dallas getting this turned around on him. Dallas taking a ton of damage here over in Bear Form. The PS does have to be used by Awaken. They will be able to stabilize with it though, but it looks like Axton is going to remain that primary target here.
We're 1 minute away from the incarnation window. That could be the deciding factor of the game. Pretty even on mana at this point as well. These teams look evenly matched. A fear on Tuna, though. He isn't able to pre-tremor it. A big opportunity if Shards can get a cast off. He goes for a Chaos Bolt, connects that onto Gage. He's running for his life, but another Chaos Bolt slips through. They Cyclone Shards, but Gage is so low. He's trying to be greedy and not use Dispersion. He gets away with it, but Axton is still in the middle of the map. That Overfiend is casting Chaos Bolts incoming as well. Axton wild charging back to Axton to try and get behind the pillar here in a moment, but no, is he actually going to make the push here? Axton has a tough call to make. Does he push on the Warlock or does he stay back with his team? He cyclones the Feral and he's trying to make the push, but he needs his team to back him up. Otherwise, he's going to get 2v1'd by a Disc Priest and a Warlock.
I think
be good for him.
dampening might not be favorable for Left 4 Dead.
He wills out of it. Dallas is in trouble, and Awaken has no medallion to break
That Disc Priest damage is going to start to add up. See how Tuna's getting forced to do about 3.2 million HPS the whole time? What is that? Just the damage, the raw damage. Tuna's got to do more work.
If he survives, is he going to survive? And for no, the link doesn't tick in time.
Why do I say that? It wasn't because of that though. He died. He died. That was the other one condition. That was just the bolt one condition.
I felt like they were going to have a chance, but they sneak away with it.
Now the bigger concern I had was they would get triple killed. I kind of felt like they were getting towards a triple killing condition where eventually the Disc Priest damage just overwhelms the Shaman.
Couldn't get that link down, so really nicely played in the final moments there by Shards. Really liked how Dallas was playing a lot of this too. You know, Shards would try to push up, but then if he couldn't get CC, Dallas would.
You're starting to see attacks
and really put that pressure onto him with that cross CC. Was able to do a really nice
go like later on.
Time we saw Shards getting a fear down on Tuna, then Awaken would throw.
Why isn't Shadow Priest playing Halo? He might. I mean, he's playing Void Weave because it's tankier, I think, right now.
Really nice.
Is my guess.
I want to see the kind of like final moments here again one more time.
I mean, Gage wants to play in the open. Is the main answer.
That gets sheared, gets a Chaos Bolt, double Infernal Stun comes down, and even with that trinket, just a split second too late.
I think he also had Grounding Totem too. When he sheared the Fear, he could have maybe grounded, bought an extra global. It's a really tense situation there, and he had to cross the map. He almost didn't get his link earlier in the game too. At that moment, earlier on, so it's a dicey cooldown in this matchup when you're pushing through so much possible crowd control incoming. Look at me just getting cycloned and bullied behind the pillar with these bashes from Dallas as well. So Dallas makes his debut, clutches out a close kill here, and maybe they were thinking like he'll be more tanky because he's in bear form. Maybe they thought they'd have more time, but just one Chaos Bolt, one little Infernal Stun, just perfect amount of damage to kill him before they can get the Spirit Link off. And this is a series where I think our predictions are right. And as far as it's going to Game 5, it's just so close, neck and neck. Hook point. So Left 4 Dead.
I don't know how I feel at Hook point.
It makes sense. They have the Shaman versus the Discipline Priest. They want to be on top.
I mean, the Shaman doesn't want to play. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think.
I mean that it might just be like time for them to make an adjustment in strategy and try and like. I think the Shaman playing and sharing is good. Having an easy time to do that. But the game ended on their pillow, so he was in range. So I'm not sure.
At the end to try to deal with things a bit better. But I mean, you had said Tuna hadn't really been playing a lot of Resto Shaman in a.
It's really scary. So the reason why you can't just go on a like why it's scary to go on a Void Weave is that you're letting a Destro free cast.
On a class, you're not as comfortable,
which is scary.
Being able to know exactly how to order your cooldowns, exactly how to order your globals in these high pressure moments, could really make all the difference.
Yeah, you panic, overlap everything. You almost have to like be premeditated in a lot of these situations. Like, okay, next go, I trinket link, next go, disperse, next go. And if you don't have that type of allocation, that's where the mistakes start to happen. And they just found a crack there. They managed to sneak through, but there's still time. It's a best of 5. There's still time. You're only down 1 point. It was close. They're showing signs of life in the matchup. At the same time, Dallas on this Feral Druid is a major adaptation. So if they had been preparing for a rogue with all of this time, now they've got to rewind all of that preparation because it's a different composition. And this is a composition that Echo utilized in Europe a lot to a lot of success, that Feral Destro Void Weaver. It's just so many important cast bars. You can't stop all the Cyclones. And if you do, you can't stop the Chaos Bolts. If you stop the Chaos Bolts, you can't stop the Void Weaver. It's just, you have so much going on at the same time that you can get overwhelmed. And I think that's ultimately what happened in the final moments here. So they got to be on point. They got to be sharp. They've played 2 best of 5 series, though. They're brutalized. Can they actually do it? Can they keep their energy and their awareness at the level that it needs to be in this tense situation?
Yeah, that's the question, right? You have to make all of those right choices. Like you're saying, when you're playing against these triple caster type comps, obviously Feral is a melee, but still, they're spamming clones. You still have to kind of treat it in that same way. You really have to understand exactly which ones you can interrupt, which ones can be LOS, which ones can be ignored and kind of just let through. And it can be very easy in some of those kind of high pressure moments. Just use your interrupt on like the first cast you see, which can kind of spell doom. I think sometimes if you're interrupting the wrong ability that's coming out and not coordinating properly with that. But hook point's gonna be interesting. I mean, this is definitely gonna be, like you said, just staying right in on top of this Disc Priest. So we'll see if they can kind of put more pressure on him, and if as a result, we can see Tuna kind of staying out of more of that CC.
I also think like the advantage of the Feral Druid is that in the matchup, we'll watch shamans like Sidu just bully a rogue. He'll just root them, knock them, send them off the static field, not let the rogue play the game. The poison cleansing totem as well makes it really difficult. But the Feral Druid doesn't care about that. Basically almost all of the shaman utility, the Feral Druid is just like whatever, bro. Shapeshift, wild charge. I'm right back on the target. So this was very smart and intelligent from Cats and Dogs to adapt their roster, realizing that this Resto Shaman that was picking up pace as far as popularity was going to be a problem. And now they've got an option in order to thwart it. And the gates are about to open. We're on hook point, small map, close quarters. I think it's going to be brutal. Any small mistake against a Destro Warlock like Shards is going to cost you.
Absolutely will. All right. Gates opening here. Left 4 Dead looking to try to tie us up, or Cats for Dogs. Going to be moving to a match point. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a good start here, as Dallas is going to go immediately in. Gage fears him off. He's not going to be able to get dispelled because there's a cross silence over on Awaken. Now the stun coming in on Awaken. They're looking for the Hex. They do find that as well. That's going to be decursed, though, immediately as Awaken just pops out of that. And neither team getting a ton of damage rolling just yet. Shards trying to kite back, pulling Accent into a weird spot. There's the double coil and the double Chaos Bolts coming through. Some big burst coming out there as Accent does have to use the Bark Skin.
Windshare Chaos Bolt, Awaken repositioning off into the corner. He's going to be running on the outside of the map of basically this box formation. Big pressure in on Axton. They stun up Awaken, Gage in position. Where's the fear? He has Will. He wills out of it right away, but he gets Windshield on his Void Blast. Not enough to finish him. Now there's no Windshield for the Chaos Bolts. Where's the Grounding Totems? Just came off cooldown, but one already connected. Axton's at the wall here. Line of sighting. Now he's making his push. Shards is trying to get through interrupts, trying to get through grounds with these Chaos Bolts. He gets gripped away from the Feral Druid, but Axton just immediately ducks in on top of him. Vortex pulls him away. Skull Bashing Shadow, stunning Shards. Good allocation of stun locks. They grip in Shards again, but Axton's in trouble. One Chaos Bolt could be game over. They cap stun him. They're trying to slow down his attacks as much as possible. Awaken into a fear. Does he trinket? He's trying to be greedy. Shards ports. Axton's chasing after him. On any result might not be enough. He's getting bitten. It will be with the coils, and Shards manages to recover, but Left 4 Dead look much better on this map.
Yeah, they're holding their interrupts really well. Also,
I mean, it's very early. I wouldn't say
Shards is kind of like over faking a bit, I feel like, and not
Cats and Dogs don't care. This is why Void Reaver feels so awful to play against. They don't care about dampening. They have way more healing than they need. Like Void Reaver is just as easy to push over in the opener as it is later in the game. It's easier to have a fast game against Void Reaver.
He's kiting back, but he's still.
The longer the game goes on, the more uncomfortable the healers get. That's why it's a broken spec.
Awaken has some pretty good positioning here, but is going to be silenced up there by Gage as Shards remains the target. Dallas starting to rot down here a bit as well, but Tuna just feels like he is chilling. If Shards can't get any of these Chaos Bolts out, they're just not going to get the pressure they need.
It's great teamwork from Left 4 Dead, as you say, and the Cap Totem is also a nice adaptation. Whenever they don't have the Feral Druid stuns, they're slapping that into the middle of the fight as well, and they don't have to deal with precognition, which means Shards can never free cast. Infernal comes in, but doesn't really connect. He's in trouble. Awaken sitting through a fear. Trinket swaps. It might not even be enough. Shards ports away, but he's so far away. They're separated. They're going to have to come into the middle of the map, but a Chaos Bolt clutches through 2 Chaos Bolts in onto Axton there as Gage, he's low. He can't Void Shift, and Tuna's trying to recover 2 targets right now. Another Chaos Bolt. They get a stun. Beautiful shutdown here. Little Typhoon as well, trying to knock him off into the corner. Nice static field on the life grip. Pulls Shards back into their clutches, but Gage is just getting dominated. Tuna's into a Maim stun. Axton's into a clone. Shards goes for Chaos Bolt. He gets one off onto Axton. Is he going to be able to find another? Frenzied Regeneration. Big value there. Awaken dispelling off some dots here, trying to get ahead of the damage from Gage. Maybe put him a bit behind. Void Torrent channeled. Port back behind the pillar. Nice lasso on Awaken. That's going to force a pain suppression. Dallas has cooldowns. He needs to not be greedy. It's Cyclone. Shards in trouble. Does he have a Hellstone? It looks like he may. He's trying to be greedy with it at the moment, but his healer's in a Cyclone. Soulburn, Hellstone. Is it enough to top? Not really. He's still rotting down, but no more control on Awaken. He's free casting in the back line. He should be able to pull Shards back up. Dallas fakes a kick. He's looking for Cyclones. They get through the Grounding Totem. Cyclone on Axton, but a double fear comes in. Shards ports away from it once again. Chaos Bolt off to the side. connects onto Axton, but Shards is still on the back foot in game number 2, and I think that's it with the in-cap roar, which if not available, he's so low and Left for Dead.
Okay, 1-1.
Game 2.
Yeah, this one was so much better from them. Really good
They
job
won quick,
shutting down
too.
Shards, and I feel like Cats and Dogs really struggled with their positioning. I did not like the port location at all here from Shards, where he's just constantly porting away from Awaken, and he can't even LOS because he's porting to the other side of the map away from Awaken every single time. So he ports, and then he just has to run back in LOS and just continue to get pounded by Gage. And not only that, but he's pulling Awaken off the pillar, so Axton was just spam cloning him every time. So I really feel like Cats and Dogs did not position well, did not coordinate well at all on their kiting. And we saw how much of a difference it made. Like last game, I felt like Awaken was not really able to be CC'd heavily by Axton. This game, it was just completely free. Like, look at the positioning here. Where is Awaken supposed to stand where he can actually not get CC'd? There's just nowhere for him to go. And Shards is LOSing nothing with those ports. So I feel like they really need to kind of get on top of what their kiting pattern is going to be, right? Like, you want to be porting to your healer, not away from him like that.
Yeah, a little bit mispositioned here on their side. Awaken just wanted max distance, but maybe it was a little bit too maxed in this situation. Maybe Awaken was worried about being a target also. You don't want to stack up and get bled. I mean, he's at 50% health right now, but I don't even know how much the Feral Druid can really threaten the Void Reaver in this matchup. But I mean, the one good thing for them is that this is going to be their worst map, I think, by far in the pool, so they won't have to deal with this. They will have to fix the positioning, but I think it's less likely to be as brutal as Hook Point, and this next map is probably going to be something big. I'm imagining like Empyrean Domain, so the small pillars for the Destro lock are going to be important here for them in this series, and winning the blind pick, you know, just winning off of that split-second Infernal stun could be a deciding factor if the map plays this much of a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to be a big deal for sure. You know, they're still in control of their fate, so to speak, because they just have to win on their own map picks. Like you said, they won the blind pick game, which was really, really big. Look how little damage Shards did, though, compared to the rest of the members in this one. Really got shot down well. I think it can be kind of one of these difficult things where you don't want to go for the cast until they've used their kicks, but sometimes if players are really not biting for your fakes, you just kind of have to accept it and either like fear spam and force them to use their interrupt on something else, or just tank the interrupt and then just keep casting, right? Like keep doing other things. Because if you spend too much time faking, you really are going to set yourself back. And Axton just refused to bite on all of those fakes that Shards was pumping out. So I felt like Axton played that one really, really well. And I always feel like for Warlocks, it's just so critical to be on the same page with like how you want to kite in the game. You and your healer have to work well together. If you're going to replace your port, if you're going to remove your gateway, you need to be like kiting towards them so that, you know, you're kiting away, and then when they get CC'd, you can go back towards them, you know, port on top of them to try to stop potential like follow-up CC, and so that you're not compromising your healer's positioning. Because if every time you port, it's opposite side from your healer, then your healer, not only are they not there to actually stop follow-up CC, but you're kind of really compromising their positioning and putting them in a spot where they're going to get CC'd super easily.
Fortunately, Tolveron's much easier to do that. They can just both stay at the same large pillar off into the corner. Shards, I think, just having a really rough game in that last one. Damage was on the lower side. Kiting was off. So hopefully Shards is going to be able to pick it back up here for game number 3, because this is a swing match. They can't afford to lose it. Otherwise, game 5 will be on a very challenging map to deal with in that matchup. And he's running the Hellcaller, those instant immolates. I've been loving those on my Destro lock since that came out. Just nice to be able to get free instant dots on everybody and focus on some more vital abilities to cast through in the meantime. And I'm interested to see what the Apex talents are going to do also next expansion in Midnight for Destro. But we're going into it here. Game number 3, Tolveron Arena. Left 4 Dead need to ride this momentum. I actually think they should maybe just dogpile on top of Cats and Dogs pillar and just kind of like push in and take over their pillar and rotate around.
Big map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Awaken needs to be lining much.
If you feel like as Left 4 Dead you're gonna lose the long game, or you know you're just gonna be getting kited out, I think it's okay to just continually push in their face, try to take over their pillar like you're saying, and try to make it difficult for them, force them to be constantly changing their kiting patterns, changing the way that they're playing it out, and make their life as difficult as you possibly can. Gage and Axton look like they do just want to try to push in. They're going to try to knock Dallas out if they can. Tuna now just moving right up onto that opposing pillar. Going to try to take control of that as Dallas going to get feared off. Gage already turned it offensively very early on. Shard's getting quite low here. Dark Pack was used. He's kind of just sitting through this. PS going to have to be used as well. That's a lot of defensive cooldowns used very early on. Great start for Left 4 Dead.
I think they want to post shards up to do damage as opposed to port and run away. They want to try and get momentum, but it's going to cost them a lot of cooldowns. They're not finding the momentum. Windshear on a Chaos Bolt. They do bash Tuna. Dallas looks for a Cyclone. Gets that. It's on DR, though, and it's Master Spell anyways. Shards is now going to port during the in-cap roar. But we see that mispositioning where Awaken's in the middle of the map, 40 yards away from the port. And he actually gets feared. He has to use Will. And so they're down Warlock Trinket. They're down the Will. The pressure is still mounting. And, I mean, this is spiraling out of control.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Awaken. How's he supposed to play the game? Both the enemy DPS are just standing on his head, right? Like, you need to kite together and take that gateway together so you can reposition, constantly move away from them, draw them away from Tuna, compromise his positioning, because right now the kiting is just not working, but they are getting some good damage down onto Gage. Tuna try to push up to support him, but Gage, again, looking like he wants to move over there and continually attack in towards Awaken. Awaken going to get roared up. We'll see if there's follow-up CC or if they can protect him. He's into the Psychic Scream now, and Shards might just be dead. He's holding on to the ending resolve, but he's holding on for so long, and it has to mean the PS and the life swap come out. So Awaken just has nothing left. He's used the entire spell kit here, and now it's just going to be up to Shards to survive, but even he is pretty low on cooldowns.
I wonder if the strat was like they just want to Awaken in the middle so the Destrolock can Chaos Bolt anyone that chases them for CC, and they're expecting to win on pressure, and that expectation is just not being met. They're actually losing on pressure, but he fakes a kick. Maybe he can sneak out a kill. In-cap roar hits 2. Fear on Awaken. Looks like it got death or it broke early there. They're going to stun him. Shards gets Vortex. Axon's all over him. Awakens into silence here. That forces the unending resolve right before Incarnation comes off cooldown. So you don't want to use that to save yourself right before the biggest damaging cooldown of the Feral Druid. He also has Feral Frenzy to pair up with it. He gets a Chaos Bolt off, but Axon knows that he can take this game right now. Shards needs to get ready to deflect. He has Infernal. He's going to use that right now. He hits 2. They maim stun the Shaman into a Fear. Good coordination. Can he get some Chaos Bolts? He's got the Netherwood. Need to win right here if they're going to be able to pull this off. Here comes the Incarnation. Axton is tearing in. Tuna has recovered, but Gage still no dispersion. And it looks like he will be able to hold on. Axton jumps over to Awaken, stunning him from those Void Weaver heals, but Gage gets cycloned, and Shards is dead to lava bursts. So much damage from Tuna right now. These healers have been MVP throughout.
Okay, what do we think,
Gauntlets, but not enough damage to finish.
Very small trade, so pretty decent trade so far.
Trinket for 8. They silence
Honestly,
he can't go anywhere. He's trying to get some fears off, but he gets cycloned at low health.
Gage getting blasted. Gage did. Okay.
And cats and dogs.
Oh my god, man. It was actually grim for both. That was just bloody.
Yeah, I cannot believe
that was just a super bloody game.
Tuna had his Spirit Link, but it just came out a split second.
We're on game point. I don't know. We're gonna go to a small map, but they can't pick Dalaran. This is one of the reasons why Void Weave is so good. But Dalaran is banned from being picked.
All right, let's see how this just, because look at it earlier on. We're thinking like this is over. Shards is just getting bodied. He's not getting any damage out. I mean, look at his damage right now. Like he's half of everybody.
Yeah.
He's just getting completely owned and shut down, and he's porting away, barely surviving, rotating through every cooldown. Not even 2 minutes into the game, pretty much at this point. But just one fear on Tuna here into a stun, and it's enough to his little Overfiend. Look at his pet. It was just Dallas and his Overfiend casting Chaos Bolts. We're entering the new pet meta where like Fire Mage, they pop Combust, they summon a Phoenix that starts blasting you. Destro locks, when they get to the amount of shards spent, they summon in the Overfiend that starts blasting Chaos Bolts on the target. You'd be more afraid of the pet that gets summoned than the player a lot of times.
That swap, Shards was at like 2% health, maybe. And I mean, when you look at the defensives at, right out of this, it's like, okay, they literally have nothing left, right? Like if you don't win right here, you're probably cooked. Shards has no personals. Awaken has used everything. But they are able to get this kill over onto him. And Tuna just got CC'd, fell a little bit behind, and wasn't able to save Gage, wasn't able to get down that Spirit Link. In both the games that they've lost, they haven't been able to actually get that Spirit Link off. Whether they need to use it earlier or be positioned a little bit better so that they can get it down immediately when they do need it. It's hard to say, but definitely a close one. It looked like it was really going in their favor. And I feel like games like that are so frustrating to lose, as the side of Left 4 Dead, where you have tools, you're about to win, and you just need to survive that one more go, but you're not able to use everything to actually make that happen for you. But look at Dallas, double the damage of Shards. He was pumping. Dallas was getting a lot of work done.
He is having a good day. He's been on the bench for a lot of series, but when his team needs him, he is coming in clutch right now. And despite, you know, the mishaps of the earlier part, he's not giving up. He's like, I'm still going, guys. I'm still trying to win this for us right now. Stuns and clones and manages to pull off a win. He's going to carry Shards kicking and screaming across the finish line to be able to close out this game here. And we're going to go, Left 4 Dead go for a big map. Even despite winning on the small map, they go for a big map.
Interesting. I mean, it's always hard to know what their mindset is, because like both those games, you're probably thinking if we just got Spirit Link off, we won, right? Both the games that they lost. So maybe they're just thinking, hey, like it's not an issue of the map. We just need to really tighten up our defensives and make sure we're getting all our cooldowns off before we actually go down and so on. Sometimes that can be pretty difficult though, for Russell Shamans to be able to actually get a good link, especially if your teammates aren't stacked and you have to be the one kind of like run in and share your health with them. That can be pretty difficult positioning wise, but we'll see. I mean, it definitely could go either way. Really, really close series so far.
All right, the nail biter. Can Left 4 Dead pull it off? Just tripped at the finish line. They got so much pressure, so much momentum, and it slipped through their fingers. And it looks like the game has started. As soon as we get this off to the side here, we will be able to tell where we're going. Okay, that was a replay. Sorry, guys. We're jumping in now. Gate's about to open. There's no going back. Left 4 Dead.
This is actually a good map for Voidweave, I think. It's a big map.
They don't want it to end like this.
I wonder if there was a better one.
Opportunity to get into the top 4. We see Awaken into a Maimstone.
Like a hook point, maybe, if they had that as an option. Not hook point, sorry.
It's really important as a disc priest to get that on cooldown.
Like Tiger's Peak, maybe?
From your powered shield. So I do like that early paint suppression. You can start rotating to get a third one later on. Incarnation's about to be finishing here. Nice Infernal stun. Oh no, Gage. He pops the Master Spell on the clone, but he
Coil.
gets into a double coil. The Shard's going to just finish this. Ultimate Penitence in the sky right now. Awaken is raining terror down on Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, got a lot of damage out there.
Disperse early. That's really scary.
Still down about a half HP, has no Barks in, and Tuna is under some pressure. Nice life grip there from Awaken, trying to help Shards out with his positioning, pulling him back towards him. And now it feels like Awaken actually has some pretty good positioning. Max range, away from those DPS. Silence was used in on him. Shards getting relatively low. Clone comes out on Gage, but he does get top before it lands. There's the roar over onto Awaken, looking for that Cyclone. Can't find it. Skull Bash from Dallas interrupts Axton and stops that CC chain from happening. Awaken just trying his very best to stay max range right now. Now looking like he wants to try to move over to this pillar and get back towards Shards. Shards trying to push on Tuna, but not really able to find any CC just yet. Tuna doing a good job just hugging that pillar and pulling back, but Dallas, meanwhile, finds another clone. This guy's just on fire.
All right, beautiful plays from Dallas here. MVP, he's been on the bench, but he's stepping in clutch. Oh, Shards gets low. How is he going to stabilize him here? He's looking for Cyclones. Dallas is dodging fears, but he gets cloned on himself here from Axton. Chaos Bolt's flying in on Gage. No dispersion. 19 seconds. Axton, Barkskin available. Tuna repositioning. Gage takes a huge hit.
Oh no, he might just die. That's
it's match point. No room for error. Spirit Link and Trinket come in. Desperation. Spirit Link, and they're still very far ahead, but they've got momentum. They stun. They fear. Is he going to Trinket swap here? He might have to do it. Dallas is Lightning Lasso. They're going to have to overlap, I think. He's in cap already. Trinket swaps, and that's an overlap. He gets cloned on his Trinket. Dallas is rotting down low as well.
There we go. He's stopping up now.
Put themselves back in the game.
Gage in trouble. Disperse trades.
Gage uses Dispersion with Desperate Prayer, trying to recover off into the corner. And Left 4 Dead, man, what are you going to do? They're at the pillar. They're cowering. They know that the tournament lives are.
And that's what you can do, though. Oh, Bolt connects. Huge Bolt. No swap. Oh, he's a swap.
He might get to it, but here comes the Infernal. It hits 3, and will Gage fall?
Yeah, Gage is going to be in a lot of trouble. Tuna trying to do his best, holding onto this pillar here. Shards trying to look for Chaos Bolts.
Oh my god, he's just getting deleted. He's dead. He's just dead. I don't even understand. I don't understand what killed him. What? I want to see his death log. It doesn't make any sense. Was that a bolt?
The cleanest game it feels like from Cats and Dogs this time around. They just
that was absurd. Both regions had the same result, by the way. Left 4 Dead actually, I felt like had a good comp into it. That was Pharaoh.
The Infernal came back up, but it just kind of felt like that was it.
That's actually insane.
Window is so terrifying, and Shards knew he had that in his back.
Let me see this. He starts just getting deleted.
Hit the triple and just flip the switch here.
I mean, he actually has swap, but
Shadow Burns. He doesn't even need to get a Chaos Bolt in these final moments. He's just spamming instant
yeah.
damage.
It's just the priest damage as well. It's just triple EPS.
Maybe they thought Healing Tide would be enough. Did they kill Healing Tide? Oh, it just ended. It literally just ended. And he got.
He has swap. But like,
tail end of it, so it's really unfortunate.
it's just he's probably sitting there going like, what am I dying to? Why am I dead? Why am I dead? And then just dies. But he could swap Baxton.
Where you're too greedy, costs you the game, and it costs you the series. It costs you the top 4. And despite battling, putting on a show,
Well, they played a really good couple games too.
Will be left for dead.
I mean, this is the downside of this type of game as well, though, right? You're put in the spot when you go into the gauntlet's kind of brutal because you've played 3 series in a row at this point.
Quite phenomenal. So having him as the 4th player, I think is going to be key.
And they've already had to go through multiple games with a comeback in 2-2. They've had 2-2 series at this point.
Yeah, I completely.
They've literally had 2-2, 2-2, and then they're in a 2-1.
His void shift there could have life swapped. Very likely.
No offenses are up. It's Incon, isn't it?
I think this is gonna be a series that kind of haunts Left 4 Dead.
Bro, it's not Incon.
Series away from getting into the actual.
It's Incon, right?
And you look through.
It is Incon. It's Incon Tigers. It's the very start of Incon.
They don't get off link.
No, it's the start of it. You can look.
They were definitely on the back foot a bit.
He presses Incon Tigers for you right here.
Yeah, PS.
It's literally it's the start of Incon.
Right at the moment, just has the 1 PS.
He's like 5 seconds into Incon, huh?
Shards didn't have Hellstone, didn't have Dark Pack, didn't have
yeah, no, it's the void loop too.
Like that, so
it's a lot.
Those are those moments where you have to be.
Wait, it's Axon I'm looking at. Wait, am I looking at the wrong Pharaoh?
Damn, if we got that one defensive off,
is it actually nothing from? Am I crazy?
Cooldown window for us. Maybe we kill him.
I'm looking.
So
I have a stream.
Frustrating loss at the end of the day for Left.
Oh my god, it is Axon. Wait, it actually was no cooldowns. What the fuck? It's just Tiger's Fury.
Story in both NA and EU. We have these.
Well, it is Infernal. It doesn't show accurately. It's Infernal still because he just got Infernal right before that, but.
Yeah, which is why I feel like it's so it can be really.
I don't actually know.
These types of tournaments, especially.
He dies so fast, and it's the end of Healing Tide too.
They are definitely feeling some type of way with that. But Cats and Dogs, congratulations to them, and you already said it, Super T's. They are going to be up against Welcome to the Jung, and I am curious though what you think they should lock in. You praised Dallas quite a lot during that series. Do you want to see that player come out against Welcome to the Jung?
I think it's likely. I think that the Feral Destro is going to be one of their best comps.
Yeah. I think it's the Feral Destro probably.
Comps be difficult for them with the Rogue. So I think having Dallas here and having him play at this level, this is exactly what they needed at the perfect moment, basically, for them if they were going to put up a challenge to North America's finest.
Absolutely. So looking forward to seeing how they're going to be doing in the top 4. We also had the EU Gauntlet.
All right, guys.
Today as
on
well.
that note,
and here is the bracket.
Thank you guys. Oh, you can look at the brackets for tomorrow, but the brackets tomorrow, we play 4th tomorrow, I believe. There's 3 EU series first. We're the 4th series. No, we're not.
Excited to see how they do against Dire Wolves.
We're the 5th series tomorrow.
In North America.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting. And to me, when I kind of look at the NA Grand Finals, it feels like
with the 5th series and the 6th series if we win. We play back to back tomorrow if we win.
Pretty far ahead of everyone else as far as points are concerned. So it's kind of like
it's fairly likely I will not be around until after tomorrow. Chuck, I think, is doing some stuff. I'm gonna go for like 2 hours now. And
ever played in a million AWCs, won a bunch of times, but. Gators back have been really, really good. RMP seems quite strong at the moment. Cubsy, Daze, and Calvish, obviously very, very strong players. So I think they're going to have their work cut out for them. But
we do.
Knowing Sidu and Trill and them, they're always cooking up new comps. And that's something that's kind of fun about them is you never really know what they're going to bring out because they're always practicing new stuff on ladder.
Most definitely. So make sure you are tuning in for those series. We will have those tomorrow as well as Echo. Kind of already mentioned that a little bit earlier, but we did
have the EU's ones. Dobobby Echo. It's an interesting. It's actually like a really interesting series.
Make it out. Echo versus Dobob going to be that top.
I actually swear that's like the scariest matchup. If it devolves into RMP Mera, I feel like Dobob have a very solid chance of winning.
But I do think there's a bit of a format change that could benefit Under Pressure as the teams are not able to play High Mountain Tauren, which was very difficult, I think, for Under Pressure's team in particular.
It might be our last one for sure.
That could completely change.
I hope not.
Between them, but
I'm not committing to it being our last one. I want it to not be, but I think they have expressed interest in that being the case, and that's what matters.
This is gonna be very hard.
You gotta thrive with the chaos, You just embrace it.
Here they are. Also, they heard you, Supatis, loud and clear. We've got Venruki and Azale and D-Machine and Zika. Okay, all tied for 6 at the top. Supatis with 5 and. I'm at the bottom under the coin. Man. Stop laughing.
Compost gun class. Ooh, definitely both.
I told Sid
It's hard to say.
If fell behind the coin, he'd have to employ a coin of his own. So maybe that's your strategy for tomorrow. You just need a superior coin.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. I'll have to work on it. Hopefully
You
hopefully
sound
the players.
unconvinced.
No, I don't believe it.
All right, guys. That is going to be it for me today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys after the games tomorrow. Potentially a little tiny bit tonight if we finish early, but I'm not sure what we're doing. I might have like an hour or two later on tonight. But it is Clink's birthday. It's true. Maybe he forgot about it yesterday. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's actually tomorrow. I'm not completely sure. Thank you very much to Pornio for 23 gifted subs, Cookie for the 250 bits and 1,000 bits, Anonymous for 24 gifted subs, 23 gifted subs, Liam with the 57-month resub, Sunny for 200 bits, Wagwin for 10 gifted subs, Clink for making this possible with 162 subs yesterday as well. I will talk to you guys tomorrow or maybe a little bit later on tonight. Good night, guys. And also go Blues as well, 100%. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys. Have an awesome weekend.
Blizz.ly/midnight beta. Phase 1 is currently out. Dungeons, delves, UI updates, and more. Let us know what you're up to on the